Hello and welcome to my YouTube channel. This is Keeping 13 by Chloe Walsh, Part 1. Hope you enjoy.
1. Him or us? Shannon. Make a choice, ma'am, Joey said. Him or us? Numb to the bone, I sat on the rickety chair at our kitchen table, with the tea towel pressed to my cheek, and held my breath for 2 reasons. First, my father was less than 4 feet away from me, and that particular piece of knowledge caused my body to switch into shutdown. Second, it hurt to breathe. Dropping the blood-soaked towel on the table, I twisted sideways and tried to rest my side against the back of the chair, only to groan in agony when a surge of pain coursed through my body. My flesh felt like it had been doused in gasoline and set on fire. Every inch of my body was burning, screaming out in protest every time I inhaled too deeply. I was in trouble, I realized. Something was seriously wrong with me, and still I remained exactly where I was, exactly where Joey had placed me, without an ounce of fight left inside of me. This is bad. This is really bad, Shannon. The sounds of my little brother's sobs and sniffles as they huddled behind Joey were almost too much to bear. I couldn't look at them, though. If I did, I knew I would break. Instead, I focused my attention on Joey, taking strength from his bravery as he stared our parents down and demanded more, as he tried to save us from a life that none of us were getting out of. Joey, if you just calm down for a moment, Mam began to say, but my brother didn't let her finish. Wholly enraged, Joey erupted like a volcano right there in the middle of our rundown kitchen. Don't you fucking dare try and talk your way out of this! Pointing an accusatory finger at our mother, he snarled, just do the right thing for once in your fucking life and put him out! I could hear the desperation in his voice, the last sparks of his faith in her fading out fast, as he implored her to hear him. Mam just sat on the kitchen floor, her gaze flickering over each one of us, but never once moving to go to us. No, she remained exactly where she was, by his side. I knew she was afraid of him. I understood what it felt like to be petrified of the man in our kitchen, but she was the grown-up. She was supposed to be the adult, the mother, the protector, not the 18-year-old boy whose shoulders that role had fallen onto. Joey, she whispered, giving him a pleading look. Can we just... Him or us? Joey repeated the same question over and over, tone growing colder. Him or us, ma'am? Him or us? 3 words that should have held more meaning and importance than any other question I'd ever heard. Problem was, I knew in my heart that whatever answer was given, whatever lie she told herself, and us, the end result would be the same. It was always the same. I think in this moment my brothers realized that too. Joey certainly did. He looked so disappointed with himself as he stood in front of our mother, waiting for an answer that wouldn't change a thing because actions spoke louder than words, and our mother was a living, breathing puppet with strings that our father held the reins to. She couldn't make a decision. Not without his permission first. I knew that even though my younger brothers were praying for resolution, this was going to be an anticlimactic moment. Nothing would change. Nothing would be fixed. The first aid kit would be brought out, the blood would be mopped up, the tears would be wiped away, the cover-up story would be invented. Our father would disappear for a day or 2, and then everything would go right back to the way it always was. Promises made, promises broken. The Lynch family motto. We were all shackled to this house like a great oak to its roots. There was no escaping this, not until we all came of age and got out. Too worn out to think about it, I slumped in the chair, taking in everything and taking in nothing at all. It was almost like a prison sentence with no parole. Sagging forwards, I clutched my ribs and waited for it to be over. The adrenaline inside of me was dissipating at a rapid pace, replaced with more pain than I could consciously endure. The taste of blood in my mouth was thick and potent. The lack of air in my lungs was making me feel lightheaded and woozy. My fingertips danced between numb and tingling. Everything hurt, and I was done. I was so completely done with the pain and the bullshit. I didn't want this life I'd been born into. I didn't want this family. I didn't want this town or the people in it. I didn't want any of it. I want you to know something, Joey finally bit out when she didn't answer him. His tone was ice cold as he spat out the words I knew were churning around inside of him like poison that needed to be exorcised from the pits of his fractured heart. I knew because I felt the same way. I want you to know that I hate you more right now than I have ever hated him. His body was shaking, his hands balled into fists at his sides. I want you to know that you are no longer my mother. Not that I ever had one of those to begin with. He clenched his jaw, striving to keep the pain inside of him from expelling. His pride refused to allow him to show emotion in front of these people. From this moment on, you are dead to me. All your shit, handle it yourself. The next time he hits you, I won't be there to shield you. The next time he drinks all the money and you can't feed the kids or get the electricity switched back on, find some other asshole to get cash from. The next time he throws you down the staircase or breaks your fucking arm in one of his whiskey tantrums, I'll turn a blind eye, just like you did right here in this kitchen. From this day on, I won't be there to protect you from him, just like you weren't there to protect us. I cringed with every word that poured from his lips, feeling his pain in the deepest part of my soul as it mixed together with mine. Don't talk to your mother like that, our father snarled, tone menacing, as he hauled himself to his feet, all 6 feet and 200 pounds of him. You ungrateful little... Don't even think about speaking to me, you scummy piece of shit, Joey warned, glowering at Dad. I might share your blood, but that's as far as it goes. You and me are done, old man. You can burn in hell for all I care. In fact, I sincerely fucking hope you both do. I felt a hand clamp gently down on my shoulder then, startling me and causing me to groan in pain. It's okay, Tig whispered, keeping his hand on my shoulder. I'm here. I closed my eyes as the tears trickled down my cheeks. You think you can talk to me like that? Dad wiped his face with the back of his hand and, in doing so, smeared a trail of blood up his arm. You need to settle the fuck down, boy. You're calling me boy? Joey threw his head back and laughed humorously. Me? The one who's been raising your fucking kids for most of my life? The one who's been cleaning up both of your messes, taking care of both your responsibilities, picking up the slack for 2 worthless piece of shit parents? Joey threw his hands up in outrage. I might be only 18, but I'm more of a man than you'll ever be. Don't push your luck, Dad growled, red-eyed and sobering fast. I'm warning you. Or fucking what? Joey taunted with a careless shrug. You'll knock me around? Hit me? Kick me? Get your belt out? Take a hurley to my legs? Bust a bottle over my head? Terrorise me? He shook his head and sneered. Guess what? I'm not a scared little boy anymore, old man. I'm not a defenseless child. I'm not a scared teenage girl. And I'm not your battered wife. Narrowing his green eyes, he added, So, whatever you do to me, I can promise you that I'll return it tenfold. Get out of my house, Dad hissed in a deathly quiet tone. Now, boy. Teddy, stop, Mam wailed, hurrying towards him. You can't. Shut the fuck up, woman, Dad roared, turning his fury on our mother. I'll break your face for you. Do you hear me? Flinching, Mam looked to Joey, expression helpless. Joey remained rigid, clearly fighting an internal battle, but he didn't go to her. You can't throw him out. Mam's words drifted away as she stared up in pure, unadulterated fear at the man she had married. Please. Tears dripped down her pale cheeks. He's my son. Oh, so now I'm your son? Joey threw his head back and laughed. Don't do me any favours. This is your fault, girl, Dad barked then, turning to glare at me. Whoring around the fucking town, making trouble for this family. You're the problem in this. Don't even go there, Joey warned, voice rising. Keep your goddamn eyes off her. It's the truth, Dad snarled, keeping his brown eyes locked on my face. You're a waste of space, and you always have been. With a cruel expression etched on his face, he added, I told your mother about you, but she wouldn't hear it. I knew, though. Even when you were small, I knew what kind you were. A fucking runt. Glowering at me, he spat. Don't know where you came from. I stared back at the man who'd spent my entire life terrorizing me. He stood in the middle of the kitchen, a formidable force to be reckoned with, two strong arms attached to fists that caused more damage to my body than I could remember. But it was his words, his tongue, that had damaged me so much deeper. That's a lie, Teddy, Mam strangled out. Shannon, baby, that's not... We never wanted you. Dad continued to torment me with his words. Did you know that? Your mother left you for a week in the hospital, debating whether or not to give you up until the guilt got the better of her. But I never changed my mind. I couldn't even stand the sight of you, let alone love you. Shannon, don't listen to him, Joey commanded, tone thick with emotion now. It's not true. The bastard's unhinged. Just block it out. Do you hear me, Shan? Block him out. I didn't want you either, Dad snarled, turning his glare on Joey. My heart's bleeding, Joey shot back mockingly. Well, we feel the same about you, Tig growled, hands shaking on my shoulder as he stared at our father. None of us want you. Tig, Joey said in a low warning tone, panic lighting his eyes. Be quiet, I've got this. No, I won't be quiet, Joe, Tig strangled out, filled with more rage than any 11-year-old boy should be carrying. He's the fucking problem in this family, and he needs to hear it. Get him out of my sight, Dad roared, turning his attention to Mam, who was hovering slightly apart from both of them. Now, Marie, Dad bellowed, pointing a finger at her. Get him out before I do away with the little bastard. I'd like to see you fucking try, Joey taunted, shifting both Ollie and Sean, who were clinging to his sides behind him. No! Sniffling, Mam moved to stand between our father and Joey. You need to go. Dad took a step towards her, and Mam automatically cowered away, hands shooting out in front of her face. It was the epitome of pathetic. None of us ever had a fighting chance with these people. How could love and fear coincide in one human heart? How could she love him when she feared him so much? What did you say to me? He hissed, turning his fury on our mother. What the fuck did you say to me? Leave, Mam choked out, shaking from head to toe as she backed up a couple of steps. "It's over, Teddy. I'm done. We're done. I can't. I need you to go away." "You're done," Dad sneered, glaring at her. "You think you're leaving me?" He laughed cruelly. "You're mine, Marie. Do you hear me? You're fucking mine." He took another step towards my mother. "Think you can throw me out? Walk away from me?" "Just go," Mam strangled out. "I want you gone, Teddy. Get out of our lives." "You think you have a life without me? You are nothing without me, bitch," Dad roared, eyes wild and full of unrestrained madness. "The only way you're leaving me is in a box, girl. I'll kill you before I let you leave me. Do you hear me? I'll burn this fucking house to the ground with you and your cunts in it before I let you go." "Stop!" A small cry tore from Ollie's throat as he clutched Joey's leg. "Make him stop," he sobbed, clinging to our brother like he held all the answers. "Please." "Are you a girl now?" Dad demanded, looking disgusted. "Toughen up, Ollie, you little bollocks." "That's enough, Teddy," Mam screamed, clutching her chest. "Get out." "This is my fucking house," Dad roared back. "I'm going nowhere." "That's fine," Joey stated in a cool tone before turning to look at our brothers. "Ollie, go outside and take Sean with you." Sliding his hand into his jeans pocket, Joey pulled out his phone and handed it to him. "Here, take this and phone Aoife, okay? Call her up and she'll come get us." "No, no, no!" Mam began to panic. "Joey, please, don't take them away from me." Nodding once, Ollie caught a hold of Sean's hand and hurried from the kitchen, running past the outstretched arms of our mother without hesitation. At 9 and 3 years old, they didn't trust her. Because they knew, even at their tender young ages, whether she meant to or not, their mother would inevitably let them down. "I told him to go. I told him, Joey, please, I choose you. Of course I choose you." Hurrying towards my brother, Mam fisted Joey's hoodie in her frail hands and looked up at him. "Please don't do this. Please, Joey, don't take my children." "What good are you to them when you can't keep them safe?" Joey demanded, unmoving. His voice was shaking, though, as our mother clung to him, begging him for one more chance to let us down. "You're a fucking ghost in this house," he bit out. "You're wallpaper, Mam. A mouse." He ran a shaky hand through his blonde hair and hissed, "You're not good for us." "Joey, wait, please don't do this." Clutching my brother's hands, she dropped to her knees and began to beg. "Don't take them from me." "I can't leave them here," Joey strangled out, chest heaving. "And you've made your choice." "You don't understand," she cried, shaking her head. "You don't see." "Then get up, Mam," Joey choked out, tone pleading. "Get up off your knees and walk out of this house with me." "I can't." Shaking her head, Mam exhaled a broken sob. "He'll kill me." "Then die," was all Joey replied, tone void of all emotion. "Let him go, Marie," Dad barked, tone laced with malice. "He'll be back with his tail between his legs. Cunt is useless. Won't survive a day on his own." "Shut up," Mam screamed, louder than I've ever heard her. Sniffling, she scrambled to her feet and swung around to glare at Dad. "Just shut up. This is all your fault. You've ruined my life. You've destroyed my children. You're a fucking madman." Whack! Our mother's words morphed into a wailed cry as our father's fist connected full force with her face. She dropped to the floor like a sack of stones. "Think you can talk to me like that?" Dad snarled, glowering down at Mam. "You're the worst of the lot, you fucking whore!" It took Joey all of 2 seconds to backtrack on all he had just said, because his hands shot out as he roughly shoved Dad away from her. "Keep your fucking hands off my mother!" He shoved him hard again. "Don't touch her!" Crouching down, Joey attempted to pull Mam to her feet. "Mam, please." His voice cracked as he knelt on the ground and brushed her hair back off her face. "Just walk away from him." He cupped her face in his bloodied hands. "We'll figure something out, okay? We'll sort this. We can't stay here. I'll take care of you." "Who the fuck do you think you are?" Dad roared menacingly, lunging for Joey. "Think you know it all, boy? Think you're better than me?" Clamping his huge hand around the back of Joey's neck, he forced him onto his knees. "Think you can take her away from me? She's going nowhere." Dad pressed down harder, shoving Joey's forehead to the tiled floor. "I told you I'd put manners on you, you ungrateful little bastard." He pressed his knee into Joey's lower back, rendering him helpless. "Think you're a man now, boy? Show your mother what kind of a man you are, crying on your knees like a little bitch." "Stop it!" Mam screamed and pulled at my father's shoulders. "Get off him, Teddy." "I'm more of a man than you," Joey hissed, voice muffled from the force it was taken to hold himself up with the weight of our father looming over him. "Oh, you think so?" Dad grabbed a fistful of Joey's hair, reined back, and then slammed his face into the tiles. "You're a piece of shit, boy." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Joey planted his hands on the tiles once more and heaved his body up, desperately trying and failing to break free of our father's hold as he continued to slam his face against the tiles. The sound of bone crunching filled my ears and my stomach churned, but Joey refused to give in. "That all you got?" He bared his teeth, blood glistening over white as he snarled and fought wildly against Dad's hold. "You're losing your touch, old man." "Get off him!" Mam continued to scream as she pulled at Dad's shoulders. "Teddy, you're going to kill him." "Good!" Dad roared, throwing an arm back and knocking Mam away once more. "And you're next, you turncoat whore." Trembling violently, I moved to do something, but I couldn't. I couldn't get my limbs to move. I didn't have the strength left inside of me to get back up. Years of mistreatment, mixed with the beating I had just taken, had driven me to the point where, at 16 years old, I couldn't stand up on my own 2 feet. Pathetic, I remained slumped on the chair Joey had set me in, with blood flowing freely down my face and my heart slowing in my chest. I was dying, I realized. That, or my body had gone into shock. Either way, something was very wrong with me, and I couldn't help the one person who had never failed to help me. With my head spinning wildly, I watched through glazed eyes as Joey managed to twist his body sideways, only for them both to end up wrestling on the floor. My heart plummeted into the pit of my stomach when Dad came out on top once more. With his hand curled around Joey's throat, he closed his fist and began to hit him repeatedly in the face. Joey bucked wildly beneath him, desperately trying to get out from beneath him, but it was no use. Our father had at least 40 pounds on him, He's going to die. The fire in my heart screamed, "Save him!" I tried. Panic-ridden, I tried to get to Joy, but I just couldn't move. I felt like I had been paralyzed. "Help her!" I could hear Joy strangle out, coughing and spluttering. "Fucking help her!" Help who? Help who, Joe? Every few seconds my vision went blank, and I knew that meant I must be drifting in and out of consciousness. I also knew that this was a bad sign, alerting me to the fact that he had hurt me worse than before. So much worse. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Tig move for the cupboard. Yanking open one of the drawers, he withdrew a knife, and without a hint of hesitation, he lunged. "Do it." I sent a silent plea to the heavens above to give my brother the courage to just do it. "Get off my brother!" Tig screamed as he held the tip of the knife to our father's throat, hand steady as a rock, eyes locked on our father. "Tig, put down the knife," Mam cried, moving slowly towards him. "Please, baby." "Fuck you!" Tig shot back, never taking his eyes off our father. "Get off my brother." "Do it, Tig," I silently prayed. "Make him stop forever." "Don't be stupid, boy." Dad laughed, but there was no humor in his voice now, just apprehension. "Good. Be afraid." "I'm not stupid," Tig replied, voice deathly cold. "And I'm not Joey." He stepped closer, pressing the tip of the knife that bit closer. "I won't stop because Shannon says so." My heart broke. He was 11 years old, and this was what they had turned him into. I was praying for him to kill our father, to finish this off. What the hell did that make me? A part of me wanted to beg my brother to just stick that knife through me so I could be done with it all. We're all so strong, and I was weak. I wasn't tough enough. I couldn't bounce back like the rest of them. I was defected. "Tig!" Joey panted from the floor, chest rising and falling quickly as he drew in breath after desperate breath into his lungs, our father's hand still wrapped around his throat. "It's okay." His face was covered in blood, his nose clearly broken again. Both of his hands were wrapped around the one hand Dad had pinning his throat. "Just take it easy." "It's not okay, Joe," Tig replied, voice void of all emotion. "None of this is okay." "What are you going to do, boy?" Dad sneered, still straddling Joey, but his bloodshot eyes were full of anxiety and locked on my little brother. "Stab me?" "Yes." Calling his bluff, Dad reached a hand up to take the knife, but quickly flinched away as a trickle of blood ran down the side of his neck. "Jesus Christ, Tig!" he bellowed, throat bobbing nervously. "You cut me." "This ends now," Tig replied, taking another step forward. "Get off my brother and get out of this house for good, or I'll slit your throat and you can die." I wasn't sure if it was immense relief or bitter regret I felt when I watched my father release Joey and climb to his feet. A mixture of both, I suspected, though it was hard to form coherent thoughts any more, so I couldn't be sure. Too tired to hold up my own body weight, I leaned forward and rested my cheek on the table. Taking in quick, short breaths, I tried to hold still, to not move and jostle my bones. Everything hurt so bad. The taste of blood in my mouth, trickling down the back of my throat, made me gag. Shuddering, I whimpered from the reflex and just stopped moving altogether. I resigned myself to the sensation of it sliding down the back of my throat, to the metallic taste of copper on my tongue. Feeling woozy and disconnected, I allowed my eyelids to flutter shut, blocking out their voices as they shouted at one another by concentrating on the erratic beat of my heart as it thundered in my ears. "Fucking help her, will you?" Thump, thump, thump. "I'm going to kill you, Marie." Thump, 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 thump. "Get the fuck out." Thump, thump, thump. "You're a dead woman walking." Thump, thump, thump. Door slamming. Thump, thump. "I love you, Shannon, like the river." Thump, thump, thump. Devastation flooded my body, joined by deep regret. Johnny's face a beacon of lost hope behind my closed eyelids as I accepted the hand I'd been dealt. Hot tears of bitterness and regret dripped from my lashes, splashing onto my cheeks and mixing with the dried blood. I felt so sad, like I'd been robbed. Maybe in another life things could have been different. I could have been happy. "I think I need you for keeps." "What's wrong with her?" I heard someone demand then, someone who sounded an awful lot like Joey's girlfriend, Aoife. "Why is she bleeding out of her mouth?" "Don't look so scared. I won't hurt you." "Shannon! Shannon! Jesus Christ, do something!" "Tell me who put their hands on you, and I'll make it better." "Look what you've done!" I heard my mother scream. "I'll look after you." "Call an ambulance."
"You're safe with me."
"She's dying. He killed my sister and you're doing nothing."
"I won't let you fall. It's okay, I've got you."
"Call a fucking ambulance."
"Stay with me."
I could feel the warmth of 2 hands against my face and revelled in the gentle touch. "Can you hear me?" Joey's voice filled my ears. "I'm going to get you out of here, okay?"
"Just keep kissing me."
"Shannon, can you hear me?"
"I love you, Shannon, like the river."
"Shan?" I felt something poke at my eyeball then, Joey's fingers, I realised, as he lifted my lids. "Shannon, come on, talk to me." Eyelids fluttering open, I forced myself to focus on his terrified-looking face as he stared right back at me. "I'm going to get you help, okay?" He exhaled a ragged breath. "The ambulance is on the way." I opened my mouth to respond, but nothing came out. My lips couldn't form the words I needed. "Shannon, breathe." My mother crouched in front of me then, kneeling beside Joey's feet, touching my face with one hand as she held a bag of frozen peas to my chest with the other. "Breathe, Shannon," she kept repeating. "Breathe, baby." Was it helping? Was it making it worse? I didn't know. I only knew that I couldn't breathe. The scariest thing was that I didn't care. I wasn't panicking. I wasn't scared. I was just done. "Shan," Joey repeated, voice rising as fear enveloped his features. "Shannon, please." Crouching down in front of me, he placed both hands on my shoulders and gently shook me. "Jesus Christ, Shannon, talk to me." I tried, but nothing came out. Coughing, I began to gag against the foreign taste of metallic as it spilled out of my mouth in a thick, oozy gush. My head lolled to one side, brought back to an upright position when Joey held my face in his hands. "Aoife, give me your keys," he strangled out, green eyes glued to mine. Releasing my face, he moved out of sight. "I'll take her myself." "Joey, don't move her. She could have internal—" "Give me the fucking keys, baby." Without the strength of his hands holding me up, I automatically slumped forward, only to sag heavily against my mother. "It's okay," she whispered, wrapping her arms around me, fingers moving through my hair. "Everything's going to be fine." I wished I could hold my own weight and not lean on my mother. I didn't want her touch, but I'd nothing left inside of me. The last thing I remembered before darkness enveloped me was my brother's touch as he folded me into his arms, followed by the sound of his voice as he whispered the words, "Don't leave me," in my ear.
2. Balls high. Johnny. No rugby for at least 6 weeks. Father. Bed rest for 7 to 10 days. Father. Your feet won't be touching the grass until May. Father. Torn abductor, adhesions, and athletic pubalgia. Father. Rehabilitation. Fuck. Fist in the blankets around my body. I threw my head back and stifled a roar, knowing that if I had another outburst, I was going to get bleeding sedated again. I was on thin ice with the nurses stationed down the corridor from my room. Getting out of bed to take a piss and collapsing on the floor beside my bed had rendered me blacklisted. I'd been given a huge bollocking for not asking for help. Reminded I had a catheter in place, and then given another shot of whatever the hell it was they kept flushing into my IV. They told me it was for pain, but I was suspicious. I was high as a kite. Nobody needed that volume of drugs in their system, not even me. The idiot with the self-proclaimed broken dick. Jesus fucking Christ. Blinking away the blurriness, I tried to focus on the wall opposite my bed, with the television mounted to it, and Pat Kenny hosting the Late Late Show. But it was no use. I kept zoning out, my thoughts leading me back to that one word that had been haunting me, playing around in my brain like a broken record. Father. 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 Stop! I growled angrily. Even though I was alone in the room, just fucking stop talking! My mind was playing tricks on me, making me feel anxious and on edge, and I had the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach. My anxiety was so strong I could taste it. Painkillers, my ass. This was something that fucked with my head. Nobody was listening to me. I kept telling everyone that something wasn't right, and they responded by telling me that everything was fine, and then dosed me up with more of whatever the hell was currently flushing through my veins. I knew they were wrong, but I couldn't see straight. Never mind make sense of my worry. The more they didn't take me seriously, the more anxious I grew, until I was drowning in concern over something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was a horrendous fucking feeling. My mind was reeling. Only one word playing inside my head like a broken record. Father. And only one voice repeating that same word over and over again. Shannon. I had no idea why I was reacting the way I was, but my heart was going 90. I knew this because every time I thought about her, the machine I was hooked up to started beeping and flashing. I didn't cope well with anxiety. It just wasn't in me. Adrenaline? Absolutely, but fear? No. I didn't fucking do well with fear. Especially when the fear in my heart was for another person. When I did manage to train my eyes on the television, I kept thinking, What the fuck is Pat doing on the telly? The Late Late Show was a Friday night programme. But hey, what the hell did I know? Not a lot, apparently, since I couldn't distinguish between what night of the week it was. Sagging back on the mattress, I blinked away the drowsiness and tried to think clearly. Furious, I twisted my head from side to side, seeking more. Something wasn't right. In my head, in my body. I felt like I was trapped, a prisoner of this bleeding bed, and it sucked balls. Furious with the world and everyone in it, I tapped my fingers against the mattress. I did a recount of the ceiling tiles. 139. Christ. I needed out of this room. I wanted to go home. To Cork. I was that fucking desperate that I didn't want to be in Dublin anymore. I was having a come to Jesus moment and wanted nothing more than to be back home in Ballylagan, surrounded by all that was familiar to me. To be back home with Shannon. Jesus. I messed up real bad with her. I reacted horribly. I was an idiot. Anger swelled up inside of me again, joined by the depression and devastation that followed every time I thought about what my future held, which was every minute of the day. Pain. I was in a hell of a lot of pain, but my body was the least of my worries right now, because I'd lost hold of my bleeding senses. My head was gone, lost, back in Cork with a fucking girl, bored and restless. I glanced out the hospital window at the darkened sky and back to the television screen. Fuck this. Reaching for my phone, I shakily scrolled through my contacts, struggling to make out the names through the haze, until I found a number I had dialed at least 12 times in the past God knows how many hours or days, and pressed call. With a great deal of effort, I managed to hold the phone to my ear and waited with bated breath, listening to the obnoxious ring sound, until I was greeted by his monotone voicemail. Joey, sitting forward. I tried to shift my body into an upright position, only to end pulling some wires attached to my body that had no business being there. Call me back. Exhaling a pained grunt when I felt the stinging sensation shoot up my legs. I focused on getting the next sentence out without slurring. I need to talk to her. I was fairly sure I slurred my words anyway, considering my voice sounded foreign to me. I don't know what's happening, Joey. Maybe I'm fucked in the head. I'm high as balls, but I'm worried. I've got this bad fucking feeling. Beep. Well, shite. Feeling thoroughly defeated, I ended the call and dropped my phone down beside me before slumping back on the pillows. Was I hallucinating this whole thing? No. I knew I was in the hospital. I knew she had been here to see me. But maybe I was concentrating on the word father, because I'd been so surprised to see my own father here when I opened my eyes. Mashing my lips together, I ignored the tingling, numbing sensation and tried to think clearly. I was missing something. When it came to Shannon Lynch, I felt like I was always 3 steps behind. drowsy. I tried to keep my head clear, but it was impossible with the warm, tingling feeling inside of me, demanding I close my eyes and absorb the feeling of nothing. If you want to know what goes on inside that head of hers, then be worth it. Fuck you, Joey, the hurler, I slurred, throwing the covers off my body. I am worth it. Dropping my feet to the floor, I caught a hold of the IV pole and pulled myself into a standing position. Every muscle in my body painfully protested the movement, but I forced it down and staggered towards the door. "Johnny!" Mam exclaimed when she found me in the hallway a few minutes later. She was holding 2 plastic cups in her hands and staring at me with a horrified look on her face. "What are you doing out of bed, love?" "I need to go home," I grunted, dragging my IV along with me, as I bared my ass to the world in the cloth hospital gown held up only by my broad shoulders. "Right now, ma," I added, as I pushed off the wall I'd been temporarily resting against. Ignored the searing pain coursing through my body, and stumbled clumsily down the corridor. "I need to go." "Go?" Mam barked at me. "You've just had surgery." Rushing to intercept me, Mam placed her hands on my chest and glared up at me. "You're not going anywhere." "I am." I shook my head and tried to step around her. "I'm going back to Cork." "Why?" Mam demanded, as she once again intercepted my move and blocked my path. "What's the matter?" "Something's wrong," I bit out, feeling woozy and light-headed. "Shannon." "What?" Concern flashed in my mom's eyes. "What's wrong with Shannon?" "I don't know," I snapped, feeling agitated and helpless. "But I know something's wrong." Frowning, I tried to chase my thoughts, to make sense of what I was feeling, but only managed to come up with, "I have to help her." "Baby, it's the meds," she replied, looking at me with this fucked up sympathetic gaze. "You're not feeling yourself." I shook my head, at a complete loss. "Ma," I croaked out harshly, "I'm telling you, there's something wrong." "What makes you so sure?" "Because," exhaling heavily, I sagged against the wall and shrugged helplessly, "I can feel it." "Johnny, love, you need to lie down and rest." "You're not listening to me," I growled. "I know, ma. I fucking know, okay?" "What do you know?" I sagged in defeat. "I don't know what I know, but I know I should know." Frustrated and confused, I blurted. "But she knows, and I know. And she won't tell me, but I swear they all fucking know, ma." "Okay, love," Mam coaxed, wrapping her arm round me. "I believe you." "You do?" I croaked out, feeling drowsy but slightly sated. "Thank Jesus. 'Cause nobody's listening to me around here." "Of course I believe you," she replied, patting my chest as she led me back to my room. "And I'm always listening to you, pet." "You are?" "Mm-hmm." "I hate being lied to, ma. I added, resting far too much of my weight on her slim body. And she's always lying to me. My nose twitched, and I mashed my lips together, trying to fight off the numbness in my face as a familiar scent wafted up my nostrils. I like the smell coming off you, Ma. I sniffed again, inhaling the scent. Smells like home. John Paul Goodyear, Mam replied, pushing the door of my room inwards, same as I always wear. It's a good smell, I agreed, nodding to myself as Mam dragged me back into my room. I'm glad you approve. Mam chuckled. What am I supposed to do now? I frowned at my bed, watching through a blurred haze as my mother pulled back the sheets and patted the mattress. Sleep? Yes. You're supposed to go to sleep, love, Mam encouraged, tone coaxing. Everything will be a lot clearer in the morning. I scrunched my nose up. I'm hungry. Go to sleep, Jonathan. I don't like Dublin anymore, I grumbled, flopping back onto my bed. They're starving me to death in this place. I closed my eyes, body sinking deep into the mattress. And all the bleeding drugs. I felt the covers being draped over my body once more, and then a soft kiss on my forehead. Go to sleep, love. Father, I mumbled, drifting off. I hate that word.
3. Keep breathing. Shannon. Shan, can you hear me? Joey? I'm right here. I can't see you. I felt a hand slip into mine. Just stay with me, okay? I'm scared. Please don't leave me. I don't want to. We're nearly there, Shan. Nearly where? Just keep breathing, okay? Don't let me die here, Joey. Is she breathing? Aoife, is she breathing, baby? Please. I don't know, Joe. There's a lot of blood. Help me. Just help her. Sobs. Make her fucking breathe. I don't want to die.
4. Dropping pennies and bombshells. Johnny. When I woke up Monday morning, it was to a clear head and a tsunami of pain. Regardless of how much pain I was in, I knew I wasn't going to complain about it. Not when there was a high chance they would shoot me up again. Pain relief of the liquid kind that was flushed through your veins was a bad idea. No joke. I'd been mostly out on my ass since my surgery, high as a bleeding kite. Because every time a damn doctor or nurse checked in on me, they deemed it necessary to click the fucking button attached to the line in my hand and flush more of the crazy into my system. According to the team of doctors I had met earlier this morning, aside from the holes in my body from the surgery, I had been so distressed and uncooperative on Saturday, pulling at my wires and trying to leave the hospital, that it had been safer to keep me partially sedated so I could rest up and heal. My parents and Gibbsy had been in and out all weekend, visiting my crazy ass, but I'd been completely out of it, ranting and raving like a demented lunatic, screaming about fathers and rugby balls. Yeah, that was bleeding embarrassing. I was grateful that I couldn't remember. Feeling aware for the first time in over 48 hours, I pulled myself into an upright position, ignored the shooting pain in my thighs, and reached for my phone off the nightstand. Thankfully, someone had the good sense to put it on charge for me. Ignoring the plate of food the nurses had left on my bed tray, I blinked the sleep from my eyes and scrolled through the million missed calls and texts I'd received since my life fell apart last Friday evening. 4 missed calls and 1 voicemail from Coach Dennehy. Jesus. I shuddered at the thought of what he had to say to me. Deciding against being a masochist, I quickly moved on, checking through the others instead. 3 texts from Feely, 5 calls from Hughie, a couple of dozen messages in the group text from the lads at the academy, 1 million more from the lads from school, my physiotherapist, 1 from Scott Hogan, 1 from my buddies at Royce, my PT, several more from lads I played with at the club in Ballylagan. Many more from unknown numbers, or numbers I didn't have saved in my contacts list. 2 from Mr. Toomey, the principal of Thomond. 1 from Coach Malachy. 7 texts and 12 missed calls from Bella. Fucking Bella! Frustrated, I ignored the voicemails and read through the countless get well messages, deleting each one as I went until I was left with a blank screen. Nothing from Shannon. Not 1 measly text message. Fair enough. She didn't have a phone right now, but Joey did, and he had my number. Pissed off, I scrolled down my contacts, found the name Joey the Hoarder, and pressed call. The anger inside of me increased with every ring that went unanswered. When I was connected to his voicemail, I felt like I was 2 seconds off exploding. Drugged up or not, I knew I'd called him at least a dozen times over the weekend. I remembered that much. And being ignored didn't sit well with me. Joey! Gripping my phone with more force than necessary, I strove to keep my tone neutral, even though I was peppering with anger. I need to talk to her. I didn't give a shite how he interpreted this. I didn't give a fuck what anyone thought anymore. I had a niggling feeling in the pit of my stomach, one that no amount of sleep or hospital drugs could dissipate. Listen. Clenching my eyes shut, I attempted to be diplomatic and failed miserably. I know there's something fucked up going on. Nice one, Johnny. That sounds nuts, I know, okay? But I've got this terrible feeling. Jesus, that was a head case. Shannon said something to me, or I dreamt she said something to me, but it's stuck in my head and I can't... Look, I'm not even sure anymore, but I need to talk to her. I need to clear some shite up, okay? So just answer my fucking calls. A beep sounded in my ear, letting me know that I had run out of time. Asshole. I grumbled, and then dropped my phone on my lap, only to flinch in pain at the contact. Gingerly, I removed my phone, placing it back on my nightstand before lifting the covers, pulling back my hospital gown, and taking my first sober, clear-headed look at the damage. I tilted my head to one side, studying myself. Not bad. My hips, both thighs, and groin were all swollen, ugly and bruised, with bandages covering the parts of me that had been cut open. But my 3 favourite body parts were still very much in one piece, so to speak. My dick was there, and my balls were keeping it company. Frowning, I studied myself, feeling oddly violated that someone had shaved my balls without permission. But decided against being pissed about this. I was sporting an impressive semi, probably due to the excitement of still being in one piece. So I was taking this as a win. Thank you, Jesus. Covering myself back up, I exhaled a sigh of relief and pulled the tray laden down with food towards me, feeling my appetite return with a vengeance. You're okay, I continued to mentally chant to myself as I chowed down on a rasher. You'll heal, you'll get back on the pitch, and everything will be okay. But she won't be. A small voice in the back of my head hissed. And you know why? Tearing viciously into another rasher, I continued to dwell and mull over every moment I had spent with Shannon Lynch from the day I knocked her out with my ball to the moment I sent her away from this room. I figured it was a coping mechanism, avoiding my feelings about my impending therapy and prospect of losing out on the under-20s. I couldn't think about rugby right now. If I did, there was a very good chance I'd have a meltdown. Therefore, I locked my focus on Shannon Lynch, obsessing about every teeny tiny insignificant detail until I was sure I would explode. Something's wrong. Something's wrong, and you know it. Open your fucking mind and think. Dropping my fork and knife, I shoved the tray away and reached for my phone again, redialing Joey's number. I clutched the phone and prayed for an answer. My anxiety was festering inside of me to the point where I couldn't think beyond anything other than her. When I was greeted with his voicemail again, I lost it. Listen, fucker. I know you're getting my messages, so you can either answer your bleeding phone or text me back. I'm not going away until I talk to her. Do you hear me? I'm not going the fuck away. Morning, love, Ma'am chirped as she walked into my hospital room, interrupting me from the one-way conversation I was having with Joey Lynch's voicemail. How's your penis today? Give me strength. Call me back, I muttered, before ending the call and gaping at my mother. I brought you some flowers, she continued without waiting for an answer, setting a bouquet of, I had no idea what the hell they were called, on my bed tray. You've been so upset. Smiling, she padded over to my bed and fussed with my blankets. I thought these might cheer you up. How's my penis? Gripping the bedsheets around me, I yoinked them up to my chest, not trusting that she wouldn't pull them off and check for herself. Do you think that's a normal thing to ask your son? Ma'am shrugged. Would you prefer if I called it a willy, love? Jesus Christ. Well, I'm not 6-year-old, ma, so no, I wouldn't prefer that. I bit out, eyeing her warily as she hovered at the side of my bed. And it's fine. Ma'am worried her lip. Are you sure? I'm sure, I snapped, baiting her hand away when she, like I had predicted, tried to pull down my blanket. Christ, ma, we've talked about this before. You need to start respecting my boundaries. Huffing out the breath, Ma'am sank down on the edge of my bed and patted my cheek. Will you at least show your father? She gave me a bleeding, look. I'm so worried. There's nothing to worry about, I grumbled. It's fine. I'm fine. We're both fucking fine, Ma. I'm in a hospital, you know. Yes, but trust me, I'm fine. I gave her the thumbs up. It's all good, Ma. Ma sighed heavily. Honestly, I don't know if I'll ever trust another word that comes out of your mouth. She bit down on her lip and gave me that horrific, wounded mother look. The one that always cuts me deep, designed to make a son feel like a piece of shit. You really let me down, Johnny. Christ. Twist the knife, why don't you? I know, Ma. Christ. And I did. I really am sorry. Knowing she wouldn't let it go until I compromised, I forced out. So, if it'll make you feel better, I'll show Dad when he stops by. Mam smiled, appeased, and I sagged back on my pillows, grateful to have dodged that particular bullet. Were the doctors in this morning? I nodded. Yeah, they were first thing. She looked at me expectantly. And? They'll let me home in the morning. That soon? I rolled my eyes. It's been 3 days. I didn't have heart surgery. I know, but... Concern flitted her features. I think you should stay another few days, love. The rest will do you the world of good. She leaned over and stroked my cheek. You're looking so much more rested as it stands. Imagine what another few days could do for you. It's going to be okay, I told her, feeling like shit for putting unnecessary stress on her shoulders. I know the rules. But will you follow them? She muttered under her breath. I won't mess this up, I told her, looking her straight in the eye. I won't, Ma. I'll do the bed rest. I'll do the rehab. But then I'll be going back. Her face fell. I steeled my spine, knowing I couldn't give in to the puppy eyes. I don't think you should play any more, Johnny. I'm going to play, Ma, I replied quietly. No. Yes, Ma. Johnny, please. I'm playing. I can't stand the thought of you getting hurt again. Ma, this is what I'm going to do, I explained, trying to keep my tone gentle. I know it's not what you'd have chosen for me, but it's what I've chosen for myself, okay? I'm good, Ma. I'm better than good. This is what I was meant to do in my life. I can't not play because you're afraid I'll get hurt. I shrugged. That could happen crossing the road. But it didn't happen crossing the road, Mam shot back. Every hospital bed you've ever occupied, and there's been more than those that I can count in 2 hands, has been a direct result of you playing rugby. She shook her head. I don't understand why you're so hell-bent on injuring yourself. You don't have to understand, I replied, knowing there was 0 point in trying to explain this when she was hell-bent on stopping me from playing. You just have to support me. Why couldn't you take up golf? Mam sobbed, dropping her head in her hands. You're good at golf, love, or swimming, or tennis. I reached over and patted her shoulder. Because I'm a rugby player. Oh, Johnny, just support me, Ma, I said gruffly, sitting up straight. I pulled her in for an awkward half hug, and I promise I'll make you proud. I'm already proud of you, you big idiot. She sniffled, batting away her tears, and that has nothing to do with bleeding rugby. Good to know, I muttered. I think. Now, enough of making your ma cry, Ma'am said, as she forced a smile and stood up. Tell me how you're feeling. I'm fine, I replied, wary again. I just told you. Emotionally, she replied, pushing the tray with my food back to me. I want to know how you're feeling in your heart. Pulling open a napkin, she set it down on my lap and poured a cup of tea from the pot. Eat up, Johnny love. 'Tis out of your belly your Mickey grows. Scared, I choked out, grabbing my fork. I feel emotionally fucking scared, ma. Mind your language, she scolded, swatting the back of my head with that left hand I'd been dodging like a bleeding matrix most of my life. You were raised, not dragged up. Biting my tongue, I shoved a stone-cold rasher into my mouth and chewed viciously. Good boy, Mommy praised, ruffling my hair. Dear Jesus, save me. Please save me from this fucking woman. How's the man at the moment? Gibbsy's familiar voice filled my ears, giving me a much-needed reprieve from the woman hovering around me like a bleeding helicopter. All right, lad, I replied, locking eyes on the blonde Egypt who'd been my best friend and partner in crime since childhood, as he stood in the doorway of my hospital room. Good morning, Gerard, Ma'am chirped happily. Did you have a nice sleep, love? I left a fresh change of clothes outside your door this morning. Ma'am paused and gave Gibbsy a quick once-over, lowering my fork. That good, huh? Don't start, Gibbs. Relaxing my shoulders, I grabbed a sausage and took a bite. I'm in a shit ton of pain, and I feel like I haven't slept in a month. I can't do humour today. Well, at least your appetite is still intact, he offered, eyeing the huge plate of rashers, sausages and toast I was inhaling. Don't judge me, I grumbled. I took a knife to the balls for this. Swallowing a mouthful of pork, I reached for a rasher. I deserve grease. He grimaced. Fair point. Yeah. I deadpanned. I know. So? He asked, eyeing me with barely contained excitement. Would you say that you're back to your full senses now? I shrugged. Unfortunately. Gibbsy nodded. And your heart? I narrowed my eyes. What about it? It's not going boom boom fucking boom today. No, I replied slowly, knowing I was somehow walking myself into a trap, but clueless as to how. It's fine. Excellent, he replied, because I've been sitting on more material than I can handle. It's burning a hole inside of me, lad. Seriously, I can't sleep at night with excitement. Waiting for you to come down from your buzz was like waiting for Christmas morning. And you know how I love Christmas, Cap. For fuck's sake. Come on. Waving a hand, I gestured him inside. Get over with it. Clearly delighted with life, Gibbsy barrelled into the room, not stopping until he was sitting on the foot of my bed. Clearing his throat, he said, Before I start, I need to ask your preferences on where we should hold your stag. I gaped at him. What? I was thinking Kilkenny, he explained, tone light and full of humour. But we could do Killarney if you prefer to stay closer to home. The fuck are you talking about? Well, funny you should ask that. Grinning, he settled down on my bed and began to spare more shite at me than I could take in. You're engaged? Or maybe you're betrothed? I'm not sure of the terminology. Although, according to you, you're already married. I stared blankly back at him. Come again? Ah, lad. He threw his head back and laughed. You really don't remember? Look at me, dropping my fork on the plate. I pointed to my face. Does this look like a face of a person who knows what's going on? My response only caused him to laugh harder. I love it. He laughed, thoroughly enjoying my discomfort. The wait was worth it. This is the best day. Explain, Gibbs, I snapped, flustered. Now, before I stick you with one of these bleeding needles in my arm. Shannon? He snickered. Came with me to see you on Friday night? Yeah, I know. I growled, rubbing my forehead. I remember that much. And do you remember the conversation you had with her? He countered, eyes dancing with mischief. With anyone who would look at you? No, I bit out. Everything from that night is a haze. I can only remember small parts of Saturday morning. Parts where I acted like a complete tool towards Shannon. I let my pride get the better of me and sent her away. After that, I lost my shit and panicked. Demanded to be taken home. My pain had been so severe that I'd been given enough meds to knock me out. What did I do? It's not what you did, he snickered. It's what you said. Gibbs, I swear to Christ, if you don't tell me what's going on, lad, you told her you were in love with her. He laughed, slapping his hand against his thigh. Right before you asked her to have your babies. My eyes widened. No. His grin deepened. Yes. Jesus Christ, Gibbs, I hissed, voice rising higher than normal. Why didn't you stop me? Because it was brilliant. Laughing, he added, I thought you were going to make her sign something. You were so fucking adamant about it. I dropped my head in my hands. What the fuck is wrong with me? No clue, Gibbs chuckled. But if I'd have put money on it, I'd say you were speaking your true feelings. What are you talking about? I gaped at him, appalled. I don't want any bleeding babies. Gibbsy winked. Could have fooled me. Stop it, I grumbled, suppressing a shudder. You know I don't. You begged her. My mouth fell open. I didn't. Shannon, please, have my babies. He mimicked. I'm begging you, Shannon. Grow my spawn. Touch my dick. Stop. I begged. Please, don't tell me anything else. You told the nurse she was your wife? He added salt to my wounds by saying, You told your mother all about how nice her tits were? You couldn't wait for the Oh, Jesus! I choked out, cutting him off before he could ruin my life even further. That's why she's avoiding me, isn't it? I demanded, horrified. She probably thinks I'm going to try and fucking impregnate her first chance I get. Well, your dick is working now, Gibbsy offered, thoroughly enjoying my torment. A little snippet of information you decide to announce to her, stud. No wonder Joey wasn't answering my calls. If Shannon told her brother half of what I'd apparently said to her, there was no doubt he'd be waiting for me in Ballylagan, with a vendetta and a sawn-off bleeding shotgun. I'm so fucked, I croaked out, dropping my head. Nah. Slapping my shoulder, Gibbsy said. Girl loves you back. Told you so on Friday night. I groaned loudly, feeling shame in the deepest parts of my soul. Because I coerced her. No, because she just does, he corrected. Doubtful, I grumbled, very fucking doubtful of that. Listen, Johnny, I'm going to give it to you straight here, lad, Gibbsy added, tone slightly more serious now. You've spent months lying to yourself and everyone else about your feelings. It was too much. All of that pent-up frustration had come out of you sooner or later. Shrugging, he added, the anaesthesia and morphine just helped the process along, forced the truth out of you. I'm not, I denied, knowing it was pointless, but feeling like I needed something to cling to. I didn't mean any of that. Gibbsy arched a brow. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. My shoulders slumped in defeat. Yeah. Okay. I meant it. Happy now? Are you? He asked, unblinking. Am I what? Happy? No. I'm not happy, Gibbs. I glared at him. Look at me, I demanded, slapping my chest for emphasis. I'm bleeding terrified. About your dick? My dick, my balls, the girl, the game. I paused and exhaled a shaky breath. I'm losing my fucking mind here. Pushing the tray away, I slumped back on my pillows and sighed. And I'm worried. Understandable, he agreed. But you're going to be fine. About her, I reiterated, with a pained growl. I'm worried about her, Gibbs. Why? He said something to me the other night, I admitted, feeling at a loss. And I can't remember. Running a hand through my hair, I confided in my best friend the doubts I was having. It was something about her dad, lad. Grimacing, I tried to snatch up the memory, but it continued to float just out of my reach. Frustrated, I let out a sigh. I think. Stopping short, I pinched the bridge of my nose, knowing that once it was said, I couldn't take it back. You think? Gibbsy coaxed. This stays between us, I warned him. He nodded. Always, lad. Releasing another sigh, I sat up and brushed my hair back with both hands, feeling restless and uneasy. I've been seeing things. I slowly began watching him carefully, testing out his loyalty, even though I knew I didn't have to. Dead people? Oh, fuck right off. Okay, I'm sorry, he coaxed, sobering his features. Tell me. I stared hard at him, waiting until his face was void of amusement before continuing. On her. His brows furrowed. On her? Dropping my hands on my lap, I fidgeted restlessly. On her body. Guiltily, I looked up at him and blurted. Too many things that have happened too many times and are too coincidental to be explained away as an accident. Gibbsy's eyes narrowed as awareness dawned on him. Things like bruises? I nodded slowly. Were? Everywhere. I released a pained sigh. All over her body, Gibbs. Shit. At first, I thought she was being bullied again. I paused, and scrunched my nose up, feeling like a piece of shit for breaking her confidence. But this was eating me up. She had a shitty time at BCS, Gibbs. A real fucking bad time, lad. So I fixed it. Or at least I thought I had, but I know it's more than that, Gibbs. I know I'm sounding like a madman, but this is real to me. I know there's something going on. I remember her telling me something the other night. I growled, furious with myself for not retaining the crucial piece of the jigsaw, because I knew in my bones I was missing something vitally important. And now, I think I've figured it out. You have? Gibbsy asked, sounding more serious than I'd ever heard him speak. You've got the name? Nodding, slowly. I looked him in the eyes, begging him not to judge me for saying what I was about to say. There was a chance that I was off the mark, a huge, colossal, Grand Canyon-sized chance, but I didn't think so. And the risk was worth her safety. I think it's her dad, Gibbs. Swallowing down my uncertainty, I looked my best friend straight in the eyes and said, I think Shannon's father is abusing her. I was a mathematician by nature, and the common denominator in every problem I tried to solve regarding Shannon Lynch was her father. She said father. She told me that. Oh, I knew she said that. She told me something about her fucking father. I just couldn't be certain. For days, my mind reeled, going back over every single conversation I had with her, trying to find something I knew I was missing. No matter what I did, or how hard I thought about it, my mind kept returning to that first day, to the conversation we had when she was only semi-aware of what she was saying. Here. I trailed my finger over the old mark. What's this from? My dad, she replied, breathing out a heavy sigh. My dad's going to kill me, she continued to choke out, clutching her torn skirt. My uniform's ruined. Johnny, she groaned, and then winced. Johnny, this is bad. What? I urged. What's bad? My dad, she whispered. If I was wrong about this, and there was a huge chance that I was, she'd never forgive me. I figured out I was already in the doghouse over the way I acted. But accusing her father of abusing her would be the nail in the potential coffin for us. You've probably already fucked yourself over there too, Johnny lad. Fuck. I was losing my bleeding mind as my brain concocted up the most depraving, disgusting, inhumane, drug-induced thoughts. Was Shannon's father hurting her? Was I being ridiculous? I was ashamed of thinking the thoughts I had, but they were there, in my head, loud and proud, and driving me batshit with anxiety. Was he abusing her? Was that what was happening? I'd never met the guy, but surely her brother or mother would have stepped in. I met Shannon's mother once. Granted, it wasn't the friendliest of encounters, but the woman genuinely seemed to love her daughter. She looked well, healthy and pregnant. Her brother was strong and fit. Her other brothers were practically babies. That left at that. Fuck. Gibbsy shook his head. That's a big accusation, Johnny, lad. I know, I groaned, feeling thoroughly disgusted. And I know, if I'm wrong, then I'll be opening a huge can of worms, but I shook my head and clenched my fists. I can't get it out of my head. I think that's what happened to me, I added. Why I lost my shit all weekend. I was trying to go home to her, Gibbs, because I'm scared for her. I shrugged, feeling helpless. I know it's a hunch, but I can't sit back in this, Gibbs. I can't ignore this or pretend it's not happening. Something's happening to her, and I'm not prepared to sit back and do nothing. I exhaled a ragged breath. She means too much to me to brush this under the carpet. Even if I'm wrong, it's worth checking, right? That's the right thing to do here, isn't it? Just give me a minute to process this. Leaning forward, Gibbsy pressed his fingers to his temples. This is a lot to take in, lad. No shit. Meanwhile, I couldn't sit still. Pain was consuming me, but my thoughts were worse, plaguing me to the point that I was a restless bundle of nerves and anxiety. Something was wrong. I could feel it. I need to go, I announced, unwilling to wait for him to process a damn thing. I'm serious, Gibbs. You need to get me out of here, lad. I need to go home and check. You can't walk out of the hospital on a hunch. Gibbsy shot back, glaring at me. Christ, Johnny, you can't even walk without help. How you suppose I smuggle you down to Cork? You lagger. Under my fucking jumper. Something's happening to her, Gibbs. I strangled out, feeling my heart hammer against my chest. I can feel it in my bones. Hold up a sec. I've got an idea. Pausing, Gibbsy pulled his phone out of his pocket and clicked a few buttons before placing it on loudspeaker and setting it down on the bed between us. Hello? Claire's voice filled the silence after 3 short rings. Claire Bear, Gibbsy replied, holding out a hand towards me, gesturing for me to stay quiet when I opened my mouth to ask him what the hell he thought he was doing. Jared. Relief filled her tone as she spoke. Are you okay? How's Johnny? Keeping his eyes on me, Gibbs ignored her questions and asked, Why didn't you tell me? Tell you what? Claire asked, sounded worried. About Shannon's father? What the fuck? I mouthed, ready to kill him. Wait, he mouthed back, holding a hand up to keep me back. Trust me. Oh, what are you talking about? Was Claire's hesitant response. You know exactly what I mean, he bluffed, slapping a hand over my mouth. She told Johnny, didn't she? Claire sobbed. Oh, God. And he told you? My heart stopped dead in my chest. My entire world collapsed. I was right. I was fucking right. Yeah, she told him, Gibbsy said, sounding furious. What I want to know is why you didn't tell anyone, Claire. I didn't know for sure, she heard to say, sounding devastated. She never confirmed anything. But all the bruises. I knew he was doing something to her. I was afraid, Jared. I was scared, okay? And then it hit me, like a goddamn freight train. Who's hurting you, baby? I'll fix it. It's a secret. I won't tell. My father. Moving on instinct, I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and ripped off my covers. Sliding out of bed, I hobbled towards the bathroom door with 999 already dialed. Johnny, what are you doing, lad? Gibbsy called after me. The right thing, I hissed, furious. Should we talk to your dad first? He asked. Climbing off the bed, he moved towards me. He's a barrister, lad, and we don't know what's... Holding a hand up toward Gibbs off, I pressed my phone to my ear and concentrated on the operator's voice. 999, what is your emergency? My girlfriend's in danger, I hissed down the line, losing the fight to control my emotions. She's only 16 years old. She's a minor, and she needs your help. She lives at 95 Elk Terrace in Ballylagan, County Cork, okay? Did you get that? 95 Elk Terrace. She's really small, okay? Fucking tiny. She can't defend herself, and I can't get to her. Trembling from head to toe, I pressed my forehead against the cool tiles in the bathroom, clenched my jaw and growled. I need you to send someone over to the house right away, because her scumbag father has been beating the shite out of her. Well, Gibbsy said grimly from the bathroom doorway when I had ended the call. Folding his arms across his chest, he gave me a nod of approval. You are the definition of the cat amongst the pigeons. Christ, Gibbs. Exhaling a ragged breath, I pressed the heel of my hand to my forehead and hissed, How did I not see this? In all fairness, lad, how are you supposed to? Gibbsy offered with a sigh. Look at your parents, Johnny. Hell, I'd put money on John having never raised a hand to you before. True. Exactly, Gibbsy filled in, reading my thoughts. It's hard to imagine something like that happening when it's so beyond the scale of normal for you that it's pretty much incomprehensible. It didn't click. I choked out, wrestling with the huge tsunami of guilt rising up inside of me. I didn't see this in my head. Listen, I texted your dad, he replied. He's on his way, Johnny lad. He'll help us. Good, I replied, tone clipped, as I tried to catch my breath and process this. I'm going to need him to take my case when I go down for murder. Think he'll represent me too? Gibbsy asked. Shrugging, he added, When you're embarking on hell, it's always good to have a buddy.
5. I'm your brother, Shannon. When I opened my eyes again, the first thing that assaulted my senses was the sunshine beaming in from the window, mixing in with the sound of beeping monitors, and bringing with it a throbbing in my brain. Thud, thud, thud. Confused, I looked for Johnny, but came up empty. He wasn't here. Panicking, I patted the mattress, twisting my head from side to side as I tried to scope out Mr. and Mrs. Kavanagh or Gibbsy. Hey, it's okay. A large hand wrapped around mine. I'm here. Joe? I croaked out anxiously, feeling my heart race at 100 miles an hour as I desperately sought him out. Joe? Shh, take it easy. A vaguely familiar male voice replied. I'm right here, Shannon. Rejecting the stranger's voice, I shook my head and reached for the wires in my nose. Joey, I croaked out, voice barely more than a hoarse whisper. Yanking the wires free, I inhaled a deep breath, gasping for precious air, something my brain demanded I do. The minute I did, pain seared through my entire chest, and I cried out, my hands automatically moving to my side. My bandaged side? Startled at the contact, I pulled at the gown I was draped in to reveal a white bandage strapped between the left side of my ribcage and my breast. What the hell was happening to me? Oh, God. Joey. Relax. A hand moved to cup my chin, and I clenched my eyes shut, body turning to stone in the bed as fear spiraled inside of me. Take some nice, slow breaths. Relax. It's a gentle touch. I slowly registered, but I couldn't be certain of anything anymore. Struggling to remain in control and not let the panic consume me, I drew in short, slow breaths, flinching when my chest burned in protest. My head was throbbing so hard it felt like it was going to burst. I raised my free hand to hold my forehead, only to freeze when my fingers grazed what I felt like gauze on my cheek. And then I remembered. Dad. Dread seized my heart, my pulse rising erratically as memories of my father beating me, beating Joey, hitting Tig, hurting Mam, all filled my mind in one fell swoop. Was he here? Was he close by? Was I in trouble? It's okay, the voice continued to say, tone soft and coaxing. You're in hospital, but you're safe now, okay? Nobody is going to hurt you. Safe now. I felt like laughing at the empty promise. Words. All words. Reluctantly, I tore my eyes open and just laid there, ice cold and heart frozen, as I stared up at the man looking down at me. Hey, kid, he said, voice familiar and warm like Christmas morning. It's been a while. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Instead, I just stared back at him. Exhaling a shaky breath, he released my chin and reached for my hand again. I quickly snatched it away, not wanting his touch, not wanting anything to do with his touch. Where's Joey? I asked when I finally found my voice again. It didn't sound like it belonged to me. It was cracked and hoarse, but the words were coming from my lips, so I pushed on. I need to talk to Joey. I needed to know what I was supposed to say if someone asked me what happened. I didn't know the story. Is he here? Kicking off the covers holding me to the bed, I scrambled up the mattress until my back was aligned with the metal headboard and dragged in another pained breath. Ignoring the fire in my chest, I glanced around the bright room, weary and fearful. I really need Joey, please. Shannon, you need to calm down. I need Joey, I croaked out, flinching away when he tried to touch me. I'm here, Shannon. Blue eyes, so similar to mine, implored me to understand something I never could. I'm coming home. For good. I don't care, I said, voice void of all emotion, as I wrestled with my anxiety. I need my brother. I'm your brother too, he said sadly. No, I shook my head, refuting his claims. You left us there. You're not my... Shan! Joey's voice filled my ears, followed by the sound of a door banging loudly. I told you to stay the fuck away from her. Stalking into the room like someone wired to NASA, Joey shouldered Darren out of the way and sank down on the edge of my bed. She just woke up, asshole, he added, knees bobbing restlessly as he fussed with the blankets around my feet, covering up my bare legs. The last thing she needs is another fucking drama. Joe, My hands shot out of their own accord, steadying his jittering arm. What's happening? The moment my eyes landed on his face, I let out a pained sob. The skin below his eyes was black and blue, his nose was clearly broken again, and his bottom lip busted and swollen. Oh, Joe. Reaching up, I brushed his hair off his face, revealing 2 bloodshot eyes with pupils so dilated the green in his eyes was almost absent. Fear enveloped me. I knew what those bloodshot and blackened eyes represented, and it wasn't one of our father's beatings. It represented something much worse, something I thought he had gotten a handle on last year. Tell me you didn't. Don't worry about it, he hurried to say, tone gruff as he captured my hand and set it back down on my lap. I'm fine. No, he wasn't fine. He was high. I'm fine, Shannon, Joey repeated, giving me a look that told me to drop it. Clasping my hands together, I remained silent, swallowing down a million unspoken words to join the others festering inside of me. What's going on? You're okay, Joey said, twisting around to face me, giving me his full attention. You've been in and out of it for 2 days. Docs gave you something so they could put the... His words broke off, and he flailed his hands out, shaking from head to toe. Running his hands through his hair, he shook his head and snapped his fingers. Fuck, I can't remember the words. You were brought into the hospital on Saturday evening, Darren explained in a much more together tone of voice. Today is Tuesday, Shannon. You've been in and out for a few days. Yeah, by me, Joey snarled, shoulders stiffening. She was brought in here by me. Where the fuck were you, golden boy? You were treated for a severe concussion and a traumatic pneumothorax, Darren continued to explain, ignoring Joey's comments. You were pretty banged up when you got here. You've had some stitches on your cheek to close a cut, and some bruised ribs. Bruised ribs? Joey sneered mockingly. Open your eyes, Darren. She's bruised everywhere. What the hell is wrong with you, Joey? Darren demanded, glaring at my brother with narrowed eyes. Are you high? Is that it? Did you take something? Yeah, I took something, Joey shot back, turning his rage on Darren. I took a lot of fucking beatings. That's what I took, asshole. Joe, relax. Anxious, I placed a hand on Joey's hand to calm him and looked to Darren. What does a traumatic pneumothorax mean? It means that bastard kicked you so hard he collapsed your lung. Joey filled in, pulsing with anger. It means they had to shove a fucking pipe through your body to help you breathe. Oh, God. Panic-stricken, I looked down at my body and whimpered. Am I okay? I placed a trembling hand over the wound. Is that bad? It's not serious. Darren hurried to console. You didn't have surgery. They were able to relieve the pressure and help you breathe by inserting a small tube into your... Not serious, Joey demanded. Are you fucking kidding me? Joey, Darren growled. Calm down. Is there a hole? I strangled out, peeking under my gown. Is it still inside me? No, Shannon, Darren soothed. They removed it yesterday morning. You've had chest x-rays and CT scans. Everything looks great, okay? I nodded, feeling numb. But you'll be sore for a couple of weeks, he added with a grimace. And you're on a course of antibiotics to prevent infection. Shaking his head, Darren added, The nurses will explain everything better than I can. Really? Joey sniped. I thought you were great at everything. Whatever they prescribed you for your pain, consider it out of bounds. Darren growled, glaring at Joey. I'm cutting you off. Joey laughed. Paracetamol. You're not fooling anyone. Darren shot back, tone even. Why are you here? I croaked out, feeling the panic lodge in my chest. I'm here to help, Shannon. Darren replied. I'm here to take care of you. All of you. He cast a glance in Joey's direction and sighed. Even you. Don't do me any favours, Joey spat. Why? Clasping my hands together, I exhaled slowly and asked, How did you know about what happened? Mam called him, Joey replied, casting another menacing glare in Darren's direction. Apparently the bitch had the bastard's number this whole time. His tone was dripping with venomous sarcasm. They lied to us, Shan. Imagine that. Darren released a pained groan. Come on, Joey, don't say that. Pinching his brow, he added, That's our mother you're talking about. Our mother? Joey laughed, humorously, feet bobbing restlessly. We have one of those. Fuck. And here's me thinking mothers were mythical creatures like unicorns, because I sure as shit never met one in the flesh. You were in contact with Mam the whole time, I croaked out, reeling. For 5.5 years. He sure was. Joey filled in before Darren could. Couldn't pick up the phone and check on us, but he was in close contact with Mommy Dearest. Darren shook his head. You need to simmer down on the angst, Joe. It's not working for you. And you need to not walk back into our lives and think you can call the shots, Joey retorted, trembling with what I knew was barely restrained anger. It doesn't work that way. You don't get to go, Darren. You don't get to walk in and out of our lives. Call the shots? What shots? Brother Dearest thinks he's in charge now. Jerking to his feet, Joey paced the small room, looking like a caged wild animal. Thinks he can walk out the door, abandon us for half a decade, and then stroll back in with his flashy car and fat wallet and lay down the law. Darren glared at her brother. That's not fair, Joey. What did you expect, Darren? Joey countered, glaring. A welcome home party? Some balloons and cake. You roll back into town and think we're going to fall at your feet because you're saving us. He shook his head and sneered. You forgot about us. You walked the fuck out, left us with them. So as far as I'm concerned, you can keep walking. I've got this. You've got shit, Joey, Darren snapped. Look at her. Look at you, Joey shot back, furious. Clapping his hands, he added, Nice fucking suit, Darren. You look well. Nicely groomed and well fed. Good for you. Glowering, he raised a hand and gestured to himself and then me. Congrats on the success, big brother. I was 18. Darren whispered, running a hand through his dark hair. I couldn't deal. Yeah, well, I'm 18 too, asshole. Joey spat unsympathetically. And guess what? I stepped up and dealt. I stayed. Then you're a stronger man than I am. I'm not stronger than you, Joey strangled out, voice breaking. I just happen to possess a conscience. Stop, I pleaded, clutching my head with my hands. Please stop fighting. I can't deal with this. I'm sorry. Darren ran a hand through his hair, clearly exasperated. Can you tone it down for her sake, Joey? We need to explain this to her, and fighting with each other isn't going to help. Joey bared his teeth and gave Darren the middle finger, but he managed to keep his opinions to himself. Dad's gone, Shannon, Darren explained in a calm tone. An emotion that felt suspiciously like hope washed through me. He is? He's not gone, Joey piped up. He's hiding. Big difference. And there went my hope. Can you give it a rest? Darren growled. Can you not give her false hope? Joey countered hotly. It won't do her any fucking good in the long run. For now, Darren was quick to add, casting a warning glare in Joey's direction. The guards will find him, and he'll go down for this, guys. I'll make sure of it. Sure, you will, Joey sneered. Saint Darren to the rescue. Twisting his neck from side to side, he drummed his fingers on the mattress, clearly frustrated. The justice system is a fucking joke in this country, and we all know it. Even when they do find him, chances are that he'll get a suspended sentence, a slap on the wrist, and a bottle of whiskey, courtesy of the social welfare, for his troubles, and you're lying to yourself if you believe any different. I went to court with Mam yesterday. Darren pushed on, ignoring Joey's comments. We applied for a safety order against him. There'll be a hearing in 3 weeks' time, one he'll be expected to attend, but we were issued with a temporary protection order against him. He's barred from the house, from making contact with any of you. He should be done for attempted fucking murder, Joey spat. I agree, Darren replied. I want him gone too, Joe. I hate him just as much as you do. Doubtful, Joey sneered. Very fucking doubtful. Darren sighed heavily. You want to do this, Joe? Have a competition over who had it hardest? Or do you want to get this family back on track? There is no family, Joey countered heatedly. That's what you're missing. We're still a family, Darren said quietly, and we'll be a stronger one if we're all united. With her, Joey strangled out, looking truly distressed. Finish what you started, he demanded. We'll be stronger with her. Joey shook his head and laughed humorously. What a fucking joke. Where is she? I asked nervously. At home with Nanny and your brothers. My heart sank. Why? Why? Darren frowned. What do you mean, why? I mean, why is she still here? I strangled out, fisting the sheets beneath me. Finally! Joey chorused, throwing his hands up in the air. Finally someone gets it. She's as much of a victim as any of us, Darren said slowly. I know you guys don't feel that way right now, and I completely get that. But you have to understand that she's been through bullshit. Joey sneered. Bull fucking shit, Darren. She's not a victim. She's an enabler. She enabled him to do this. He pointed to where I was sitting. She's as much to blame for Shannon being in here as he is. Joey, come on. No. Joey shook his head. Maybe she was a victim the first time he put his hands on her. Hell, maybe the first 10. I'll give her that. She was young and thick, but 24 years? He shook his head. No. She did this to us, Darren. She had a hand in this. Have you ever thought about why there's so many of us? Why she kept having children with that man? Why she wouldn't leave? Darren snapped, glaring at the both of us. Or why she's all fucked up in the head like she is. Have you ever thought maybe she stayed because she was terrified he would follow through on his threats? We've all heard the I'll kill you and the children if you leave me speech he's been feeding her since she was 15 years old. For Christ's sake, that man spent 2 decades breaking her down and telling her that he would kill her if she left. Don't you think that might have fucked her up in the head? Did you ever consider that she was there against her will? Having children against her will, being raped and beaten and mentally abused to the point where she lost touch with reality. She was 15 years old when she had me, 14 when she was pregnant. He added, think about that for a minute. Think about how fucking frightened she must have been when she was thrown into a life with that monster. She doesn't have a mother or father to show her the way. All she had in the whole fucking world was him. She was a baby having babies, and it broke her. I don't want to hear it, Joey barked. I'm not listening to any more excuses. Have either of you ever thought about why she voluntarily put us into care? Darren pressed, tone hard. Well, have you? She was sick, Joey sneered. She wasn't sick, Darren snarled. She was trying to get us away from him. She was trying to save us from something she couldn't save herself from. Then why didn't she leave us there? Joey roared. Maybe we would have had a fighting fucking chance. You know why, Darren shot back, shaking now. You know. He inhaled several calming breaths before continuing. She was afraid that it would happen to you too. She was scared and pregnant with Tig. So, because you got raped, we got brought home to be tortured? Joey demanded. Is that it? 2 wrongs make a right? 'Cause that's some fucked up logic if you ask me. Joey, I strangled out. Don't. I'm sorry that happened to him. Joey shot back, shaking. I'm so fucking sorry that happened to you, Darren. I really am. But I got punished for it. He waved a hand between us. We all did. It's okay, Joe, I coaxed, desperate to confront him. Don't get upset. It's not okay, he strangled out. Jesus Christ, I should have taken you all out of that house years ago. I should have called it in. I knew this would happen. His voice cracked, and he dragged in a harsh breath. But they scared me, made me doubt myself. He glared at Darren. You terrorized me into believing that living with him was better than what was out there. Tears burned in his green eyes, but he blinked them away. I had the best 6 months of my life with that family. So did she. He pointed a finger at me. We were happy with that family. We were safe. But you and Mam convinced me there was danger, that it was safer at home. Slamming the heel of his hand against his forehead, he hissed, I was 6 years old, and you fucked my head so bad that I can't trust anything now. I can't even trust my own fucking instincts. I was afraid of it happening to you, Darren strangled out. I thought I was doing the right thing. I was trying to keep you safe by terrorizing me. You made me believe you, and you left, Joey roared, shaking from head to toe. You made me trust you. I was 12, and you walked out that door and dropped it all on my shoulders, and then I terrorized them. I told them all the same shit you told me, filled them up with the same fears and paranoia, because that's all I knew. And look at us now. I'm sorry for leaving you, Joe. Shuddering, Darren dropped his head. But I had to go. Yeah, and I'm sorry for believing you. Shaking violently, Joey hissed, I won't make the same mistake twice. There was a long stretch of silence before Darren spoke again. Look, he said gruffly, I don't have all the answers for you guys, but I know I can't turn my back on our mother. I can, Joey offered tersely. Easily. For the first time in her life, she is fighting back, Darren bit out. She is trying to do the right thing by us. She's not a bad person, and you both know that. She's a frightened woman who let her fears make terrible decisions for her. Her bad decisions nearly killed us, Joey shot back. They put my sister in a hospital bed. Our father put our sister in a hospital bed, Darren corrected. Don't let your anger cloud your logic, Joey. I'm not doing this, Joey hissed, throwing his hands up. I'm not going to listen to you justify her reasons for letting that bastard do this to us. All I'm saying is that it's not all black and white, Darren replied before turning back to me. The Gardaí will be here later on in the day to take your statement. You'll either need Ma'am or me to be present with you when that happens. No. Anxiety was churning inside of me, festering away at all that was good and pure, until I was nothing but a trembling mess. I don't want to do this. It's okay, Darren said gently. We'll talk it through, and you'll have nothing to worry about. It can be with me if you want, Shan, Joey interjected. Doesn't have to be them. The last thing you need is to be around Gardaí in your condition, Darren growled. What was it this time? Are you back on the glad to hear your special phone calls with Ma'am kept you in the family loop? Joey spat. Pity she didn't tell you about the actual problems we were having. Oh, wait, she probably did, and you just went right ahead and blocked it out. Must be nice to have a conscience with an off switch. Selective hearing must feel fucking fabulous. Stop, I groaned. Please. There's a social worker looking around outside, Darren announced, turning back to me and dutifully ignoring Joey. He pulled at his blue tie and popped the top button of his crisp, white shirt before continuing. You'll have to talk to her alone, of course, but once we all have our story straight, it should be fairly straightforward. Our story straight? Whatever ounce of self-restraint Joey had been clinging to evaporated the moment those words came out of Darren's mouth. Fuck that! Jerking to his feet, he began to pace the room. No more goddamn stories! Running a hand through his blonde hair, he tugged at the ends and growled. No more. I'm not asking any of you to lie, Darren replied. I'm simply saying we need to rally around Ma'am. You're asking her to admit the truth, Joey countered, to leave out the parts where Ma'am covered up what he did to us, where she stood by and watched, where she did nothing. And in my book, an omission of truth is a fucking lie. Well, if you want to stay together, then I suggest you accept her and get with the fucking program, Darren barked, losing his cool. Because this is how I keep you guys together, okay? If we don't have her, if she's seen as anything other than what she is, a victim of domestic violence who did her best for her children, then Shannon, Ollie, Tig and Sean might as well pack their bags now, and God knows where they'll send you. It'll be new schools, new homes, new friends, new fucking strangers. If you want that, then go right ahead and fight me on this. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can make this work, guys. I can't. Joey walked over and gripped the windowsill with so much force, I was surprised he didn't tear it off. I can't do this anymore, he muttered to himself. I can't keep living like this. Joe? I croaked out. It's okay. No. His voice cracked. No, Shan, he whispered, keeping his back to me. It's really not. We have another issue, Darren added, breaking the palpable tension. Tearing my eyes off Joey's back, I looked back to Darren. What? Johnny Kavanagh. Joey grunted in what sounded like approval. What? Shaking my head, I fought down the tsunami of butterflies trying to claw their way out of my throat. What does Johnny have to do with any of this? Fucker figured it out on his own. Joey muttered to himself, keeping his back to us. Must be worth something after all. He's making a right nuisance of himself, Darren confirmed grimly. Calling the Gardaí station morning, noon and night. He's had 4 Garda cars out to the house since yesterday. What? Now I did clutch my temples as the throbbing in my brain threatened to kill me. How does he know? Don't worry, Shan. It's a good thing he knows. Joey piped up. You don't have to lie for these people anymore. Can you just shut the hell up? Darren snapped. I'm trying to fix this and you're not helping matters. Because this isn't fixable. Joey tossed back. I know it. Shannon knows it. Christ, even Sean knows it, and he's 3. I don't know what you told your boyfriend, Shannon, but you need to make him stop. Darren stated, turning his attention back to me. He's interfering in something he knows nothing about. I haven't told him anything, I breathed, heart racing at the thought of Johnny. And he's not my... You're barking up the wrong tree if you think you'll keep her fella quiet. Joey scoffed. Not everyone can be put in a box, Darren. Joey, for the love of God, can you just stop talking? Darren snarled. If you're not here to help, then go home. Fine, I'll go, Joey hissed, because I'm having no part in this. Swinging around, he glared at Darren. If you want to lie and fuck these kids up further by keeping that woman in their lives, then go right ahead. I clearly can't stop you. But I'm done being a pawn in this game. I've done my time. It's not a game, Joey, Darren growled. This is our lives. Then I don't want this life, Joey strangled out, face flushed. If this is how we have to live, then I don't want to be here. Joe, I'll see you later, Shan, Joey croaked out before stalking towards the door. I'm out. I watched, frozen to the bed as Joey stormed out, letting the door slam shut behind him. I didn't want him to go. Being left alone with Darren was the last thing I wanted to happen, not because I feared him, but because I didn't know him. He was a man now, a man who, by the look of his designer suit and expensive-looking watch, I had very little in common with. What are you now? I asked, disappointed with myself for allowing my curiosity to get the better of me. With my wire-clad hand, I gestured to his clothes. What do you do? Darren leaned back in his chair, eyes locked on mine. I work for an international IT company. Shifting in his chair, he pulled on his tie again. I'm based in their Belfast branch. So that's where you've been, I breathed, swallowing down the pain. All this time, and you've been a 6-hour car drive away. Yeah. He nodded slowly and then stopped. Well, no, I spent the first 4 years in Birmingham, getting my degree and working an apprenticeship. I moved to Belfast in late 2003. Oh. I wasn't sure what else to say, so I remained quiet. In truth, I wasn't sure there was anything else to say. He left. We stayed. His life improved. Ours worsened. End of story. I had to get out, Shannon, he added quietly. I knew that. But so did we. Did it get better for you? I heard myself ask. I glanced up at him. Did you find peace? Darren hesitated before saying, I found a way to cope. Exhaling shakily, I nodded. Good. I have a partner, he offered, sounding a little uncertain. His name is Alex. We've been together 3 years. We share a small apartment on the outskirts of the city centre. Does he love you? I asked. Darren nodded. Yeah, he loves me, Shan. I'm glad. Dropping my gaze to my hands, I cracked my knuckles and tried to find the right words. I was always on your side. My voice was small. I wanted you to be happy, to find someone who loves you. I never cared about whether that was a boy or a girl. I always wanted you to know that. I shrugged helplessly. I was afraid you didn't. Shannon, Darren said with a sigh. I didn't want to leave you behind. But you did, Darren, I whispered, forcing myself not to blink. You did leave us behind. Do you hate me? No, I sighed. But I don't know who you are anymore. I lifted my gaze to meet his. And you don't know me either. I know who you are, Shannon, he said, voice trembling. You're my baby sister who loves to sing and dance and read, and you're smart. You're so smart, Shannon. You've got the best school marks out of all of us. You love to play basketball. You love animals. Your favourite colour is pink. You're always bringing home injured animals and birds and nursing them back to health. You want to go to University College Dublin to study to be a veterinarian, and your ultimate ambition in life has always been to travel the world. I don't sing anymore, and I don't dance. My favourite colour is green, and I haven't picked up a basketball since he stuck a knife through mine for bouncing it against the side of the house. I stopped bringing home animals a long time ago because I realised I didn't want them to be caged with me, when I realised they were safer in the wild than with me. I'm not going to go to college and become a vet because I failed every single one of my classes for the last 3 years. I kept my gaze trained on his as I spoke. Even if, by some miraculous intervention, I managed to pull my school marks up and pass my exams, I'm not naive enough to believe I could ever afford to go to college. I don't want to travel the world anymore, and my ultimate ambition is to survive. He flinched, but I forced myself to finish. The girl you remember is gone, Darren. I'm not her anymore. Whatever I used to be, he beat it out of me a long time ago. I'm sorry, Shannon, was all he said. Yeah. I sighed. I'm sorry too, Darren. We need to talk about what's going to happen next, he said after a long pause. His tone was hesitant, his eyes wary. It's important. Swallowing deeply, I nodded. Okay. Do you trust me? No. Darren flinched. I deserved that. It's not about what you deserve, I croaked out, voice raspy. It's how I feel. Fair enough, he mumbled, rubbing his jaw. But social services are breathing down Mam's neck. You know what that means. Yeah, I did. I wasn't entirely sure I cared anymore, but I definitely knew what it meant for us. I'm prepared to move back home and take care of you guys until Mam gets back on her feet and we can get this whole mess cleared up. The social workers involved in the case are supportive of this arrangement and are confident enough to allow you to come home to us. Darren continued. I've spoken to Alex, and he understands, and my boss is willing to let me work mostly from home. I will be required to make an appearance at the office once a week, but we can work around that once you guys go back to school after the Easter holidays. None of this works without Mam, without one decent parent in the mix. We need to support her too, Shan. Regardless of what Joey says, we need to show a united front. When you say support her, what do you mean? I wasn't sure why I asked that question when the answer was obvious. Basically, when they ask you about your relationship with Mam, you need to remind her that she's a good mother who tried her best for you, provided as stable a home as she could, and financially supported the 5 of you on her own. Tell them about how she enrolled you in Tommen when she found out you were being bullied at BCS, and how she loves you very much. So, you want me to lie? I whispered. It's not a lie. She's a victim too, Shannon, he said with a weary sigh, and right now she's about all that stands between you and the foster care system. His eyes darkened then, and he looked away. And whatever Joey says, trust me when I tell you that you don't want that. Pain churned inside of me for all he'd been through. Are you okay? He blinked at me, looking a little startled by my question. Me? I nodded. I'm okay. He blew out a harsh breath. I'm just worried. Me too, I squeezed out. I don't want you to go into care, he added, voice torn. Aside from all my own issues, it's not a good place for any of you. You're doing well at Tommen. If they take you, you'll be moved to a new school and have to start all over again. My heart seized with dread. I want to stay at Tommen, I strangled out. I know, he agreed, and I'm going to make sure you do. I'll cover the fees, I'll do whatever it takes, but I need you to support me on this. Joey won't. My hands shook as I spoke. He won't live under the same roof as her, Darren. You don't know what it's been like for him. Joey's irrelevant in this, Darren muttered, pinching his temples. He's over 18. That doesn't make him irrelevant, I snapped, glaring at my oldest brother. He's the most relevant thing in our lives, Darren. He sighed heavily. I know. I didn't mean it to come out like that. Did you know that Sean called Joey Dada until he was 2? I interrupted sharply. My eyes were wide and full of unshed tears, my hands balled into fists and shaking at my sides. Sean actually thought his brother was his daddy. I suppose it would be an easy mistake to make, considering Joey sat up most nights during his night feeds and changing his nappies when Mam was working nights or drowning in her depression. So go ahead and tell Sean how irrelevant Joey is. Or better still, tell Ollie and Tyke that every time Joey slept outside their bedroom door for fear our father would go after them was irrelevant. Tell them about how all the beatings Joey took for them was irrelevant. Tell them how irrelevant the brother who fed us when we were starving, stuck up for us when we had no one, gave us money when we needed it for school. My voice cracked, and I dragged in several deep breaths before I could continue. Tell me how irrelevant he is, Darren, I strangled out, feeling the burning protest of my lungs from the sudden exertion. Go right ahead and do it. I didn't mean it like that, he sighed. Of course he's not irrelevant. That was a shitty thing for me to say. Yeah, I strangled out, chest heaving. It was. What I was trying to say is that Joey's over 18. Legally, he's an adult, and the social workers aren't interested in him. They're concentrating on the minor children, you, Tig, Ollie, and Sean. He's not on their radar. Have you met Sean yet? I heard myself ask, tone harder than I knew I was capable of. Ollie got big, didn't he? Tig too. What age were they when you last saw them? 3 and 6, wasn't it? I knew I should stop and rein it in, but I couldn't. I was so furious that he could be so flippant with his words. It hurt to hear him call Joey irrelevant, because I knew that was exactly how Joey was feeling when he stormed out earlier. I was 10. Joey was 12, barely older than Tig is now. Do you think we've changed, Darren? A lot has changed, he whispered. Yeah, it has, I agreed, voice warbling. And the mother that was so good to you, the ma'am you remember, isn't the one we experienced. She's still your mother. See, you keep calling her that, but I only remember having one of those. Shannon, his name is Joey, I choked out, fisting the sheets. The irrelevant one. He's been our mother, Darren, when our real one checked out. Tears pooled down my cheeks as I spoke, forcing myself to get it out and for him to hear it. When you left, something died inside of her. She wasn't the same. Everything went dark. You think you know, but you don't. You can't know because you didn't see. I've seen enough, Shannon, he replied wearily. Believe me. Whatever you saw, it was during a time when she was present, I bit out. I wasn't saying any of this to hurt him. I just needed him to get it. She hasn't been present in a very long time. Look, I'm not going to force your hand here, he finally replied. Whatever you want to do is your choice. But this isn't about you, he filled in. Tig, Ollie and Sean's futures are at stake here too. So you have no choice. Ma'am is trying, Shan, he coaxed. She's willing to do whatever it takes to make this work. You're trapped. She just needs some guidance, he whispered. So, if you just trust me and follow my lead on this, I promise you that I can give you guys a better life. You won't have to worry about him coming back because I won't let that happen ever again. And once the guards get your statement and this goes to court, you'll never have to worry about... What? I'm not going to court, I strangled out, hurrying to get there first. I'm not going against him, Darren. I shook my head, body shaking violently. No way. Shannon, he can't hurt you any more, Darren urged. I swear this will be... You just told me that he wasn't arrested for this, I bit out. That means he's out there. I bit back the urge to scream and gripped the mattress. This is bad, Darren. You don't get it, but I do. I see. This will all go away. She'll take him back, and then he'll make me pay for getting him into trouble. Sniffling, I reached up and roughly wiped away the tears from my cheeks. Joey's right. There's no justice for people like us. He'll get a slap on the wrist, and that's if we're really lucky. No, I'm not saying anything about him. He has to pay, Shannon. Easy for you to say, I shot back, trembling, when you're not the price. What? Darren frowned. Shannon, that makes no sense. Whatever, Darren, you wouldn't understand. I sniffled. He loved you best. Darren balked like he couldn't believe the words that had just come out of my mouth. You couldn't be more wrong, he strangled out. You're so fucking wrong, Shannon. You got words, I hissed defensively. Cruel words, horrible words, things that never should have been said to you, and I am so sorry for that. But you didn't get what we got. I had to stop and take a few steadying breaths before I could finish. However bad you think it was when you lived at home, however many slaps you think you took, I promise that it got 1,000,000 times worse after you left. I promise you that Joe and I took more. And neither of you got what I got, he snarled, losing his cool with me. You got a nice little family for 6 months. You got ice creams and fucking hugs. You didn't get what I got, Shannon, and be very fucking glad about that. I flinched from his words. Darren dropped his head in hands. I'm sorry. Yeah, I whispered. Me too.
6. I'm not a liar. Johnny. I had been lured into a false sense of security yesterday by the very people that had brought me into this world with promises of action. However, the minute I was helped back into my bed and the nurse was called, it became pretty clear to me that I'd been duped. It became even clearer when I was told that a good night's sleep in my own bed would clear my crazy thoughts. Fuckers. Sleep didn't ease a damn thing in my mind. When I woke up this morning, it was the thoughts of Shannon and a rage so hot in my stomach that I was sure I'd develop an ulcer. My body was restless. My mind shot to hell the entire drive home from Dublin. When we finally crossed the border and re-entered Cork, I swear, I'd never been happier to return to the rebel country, which was beyond ironic considering I spent the last 7 years plotting and scheming to get out of this place. But things were different now. I was different. I had people to see and shit to attend to. My first priority being Shannon. In the past 24 hours, I'd called the local Garda station in Ballylagan more times than I could count. After the 7th or 8th phone call, with zero information being sent my way, relations had broken down between myself and Garda Daly, who had warned me that I was skating on thin ice, and to call one more time if I wanted to spend the night in the barracks. I'd plenty I wanted to say right back to him, but my parents had confiscated both mine and Gibbs's phones before I could cause any more damage. Nobody was telling me a damn thing. That was the problem. All they had to say was, "We checked on her, and she's fine." That's it. That's all I wanted to hear, and I would have been appeased. Instead, I received a standard. We're looking into it, and I'm afraid we're not at liberty to discuss this with you over and over again. It was complete bullshit. This is bullshit. I verbalised my feelings aloud when my father pulled the Mercedes up outside our house, and not Shannon's, like I had been promised, before killing the engine. I should have known better than to trust a lawyer, especially when said lawyer dropped Gibbsy home and then proceeded to take the back road to our house and not the main road to Ballylagan town. "I need to see her." "No," Mam answered for him as she turned in the passenger seat to give me a stern look. "You need to lie down and rest. Doctor's orders." Resisting the urge to roar, I gripped the leather interior beneath me and hissed, "I'm fine." "And we want you to stay that way." Mam agreed. "Which is why you're heading straight to bed." "You're not listening to me." Scrubbing my face with my hands, I shook my head and looked out the window at the rain hammering down outside. "Why is nobody fucking listening to me?" "Because you're under a world of stress, Johnny," Dad explained calmly. "Not to mention the world of medication." "Exactly." Smiling sympathetically at me, Mam added, You've had a terrible setback with the rugby, love. It's okay if you're not feeling yourself right now. I know what I'm saying, I shot back, furious. I know he's hurting her. Mam groaned loudly, and Dad turned in his seat, levelling me with a hard look. Johnny, you're throwing a lot of accusations around, and you need to settle down before you get yourself into trouble. They're not accusations when there's proof, I spat, glaring back at him. I have proof. My father rolled his eyes. Literally fucking rolled his eyes at me. Friday night, you were so delirious that you were convinced Pat Kenny was in the room with you. Saturday night, it was the Russian from the Rocky film. Sunday night, you accused the nurses of trying to poison you. Mam offered with a grimace. Now it's Shannon father, Dad finished, and expelled a frustrated breath. What are we supposed to believe? You're supposed to believe me, I growled. Because I'm telling the bleeding truth, Dad. Dad arched, a disbelieving brow. I threw my hands up, exasperated. Obviously I was wrong about Pat Kenny and the Russian. Although the nurses trying to poison me is still up for debate. I shook my head, forcing myself to stay on track. But I'm clear-headed now, and I'm telling you that I'm right about this. I'm right about him. Fine. Dad nodded stiffly. You say you've proof? Show it to me. Oh yeah, I sneered. Let me just go pull Shannon's body out of the boot for you. Less of the attitude, Jonathan, Mam warned. We're trying to help you. And who's helping Shannon? I demanded, voice cracking. Who's helping her? Johnny. I'm telling you both that if you don't take me over there, I'll find my own way. You're not. I'm not a child, I roared, unbuckling my seatbelt and pushing open the car door. I'm almost 18, damn it. So don't push me into a corner and expect me not to push back. Grabbing my crutches, I clumsily manoeuvred out of the car. You may be unsure, but I know, I insisted. I fucking know. And if you won't help me, I'll sort this myself. Where are you going? They both demanded in unison as they filed out of the car after me. Ignoring both of them, I leaned heavily on my crutches and wrestled with my pocket for my phone. Yanking it out, I unlocked the screen and dialed Gibbsy's number. Don't even think about it, Mam warned. You're not going anywhere. I need you to come and get me, I said the second Gibbsy answered, not giving him a chance to greet me. Please. Say no more, was his automatic response. I'm already on the way. Thanks, lad. Ending the call. I gripped my phone with more force than necessary and stared right back at my parents, who were gaping at me in disbelief. I knew why. This wasn't me. I didn't act like this. I didn't speak to my parents like I just had. I'm not a liar, I told them. Never have been. Never will be. Trembling, I added. I know what I've seen. What I've heard. I'm right about this, and you're making a very dangerous mistake by not listening to me. We don't think you're a liar, Johnny, Mam sobbed, but we are worried about you. And I'm worried about her, I tossed back, voice thick with emotion. Rain was hammering down on all of us, but I wasn't moving. I couldn't. I'm terrified for her. Fine. I'll make you an offer, Dad said, clearing his throat. Go inside and lie down, and I'll make some calls and see what I can find out. I slumped in relief. Really? My father nodded and pushed his damp hair out of his eyes. If you're that concerned, I'll drive down to the station myself and make some inquiries. You're not fucking with me? I asked, mirroring his actions. You'll check on her? Dad nodded stiffly. But I sincerely hope you're wrong, son. Yeah, I croaked out, feeling my mother's arm come round my wrist. Me too. The sound of my phone ringing caused me to pause mid-sentence. Glancing down at my phone, I read Joey the Hurler flashed across the screen, and my blood began to boil. Where the fuck have you been? I demanded the minute I accepted his call. I've been calling you non-stop for days, Joey. Jesus Christ! Yeah, I know, he replied, in what sounded like a hushed tone. It's been a complicated few days here. Complicated? I balked and almost smashed my phone. Yeah. See, that word doesn't work for me, I snarled. Complicated doesn't explain or excuse the marks on your sister's body. Staggering towards the car, I ignored the horrified looks etched on my parents' faces and continued to rant. Complicated doesn't explain why she constantly flinches and cowers away from confrontation at school. And complicated doesn't fucking explain why, when I asked her who was beating the shit out of her, she said, your father. Johnny, you told me to tell your sister that there was a family emergency that day. You left her at my house. I continued, interrupting him, unable to restrain myself as my rage consumed me. Do you remember that? You told me to tell Shannon that her father was back. And do you know what happened, Joey? Do you know what she said? I had to inhale several calming breaths before continuing. She broke down and cried. She shook so fucking bad, I didn't know what to do to make it better. I couldn't make it better, because you lied to me. I asked you straight to your face who was hurting her, and you lied to me. I didn't lie, was his clipped response. It only infuriated me further. You didn't tell me the truth, I snarled, furious. I was standing right there, asking you, fucking begging you, to just tell me what was happening to her, and you didn't. I couldn't. You asked me to look after her, and then you took her away from me. You took her back to him. I roared, chest heaving. Because I had no choice, he hissed. You have no idea what I've been dealing with. That's a cop-out answer, I spat, running a hand through my hair. Everyone has a choice, and every fucker has an answer for every other fucker's problem. Until it's their own fucking problem, then they're fucked. Joey sneered. You think you know, but you've no idea. This has been going on for years, hasn't it? I demanded. And you all just buried it? It wasn't an everyday thing, he snarled down the line. Our old man has a drinking problem. I'm usually there to prevent shit going on. I fucking try, okay? But I wasn't on Saturday. I had training. I didn't know. I didn't expect anything to happen. How's I supposed to know? I thought she was safe. I thought she was in Dublin with you. His bad day is Wednesday. Oh, I'm sorry, I sneered, sinking down into the back seat of the car. I wasn't aware that he had a beaten schedule. Is it only Wednesdays he likes to knock her around? Should I pick her up on Tuesdays and drop her back on Thursdays? Would that suit him? Listen to me. Where is she now? I demanded. Are you with her? At your house? Is he there too? I knew I was going to lose my mind if he gave me the wrong answer. In my mind, there was only one answer to this fucked up question. Their father needed to not be there. He needed to be as far away from her as humanly possible. I couldn't fucking bear the thought of it. Putting his hands on her, looking at her, touching her. Is he near her? I strangled out. Has he touched her? Would you just stop talking and listen to me? I should have trusted my gut. I spat, interrupting him. I knew there was something off about your family. I bleeding knew it. That night, you came and picked her up. Everything inside of me was screaming to keep her with me. And instead of listening to the red flag shooting up in my head, instead of opening my goddamn eyes, I pushed it down. Because I kept thinking, no, this guy loves his sister. He wouldn't stand by and let anything happen to her. I had to bite my knuckles to stop myself from driving my fist through the window of my father's car. More fool me. Fuck you, rich boy. He strangled out. It's easy for you to judge me. You've never seen a hardship a day in your entire life. I did everything I could for my family. Except for the right thing. I shot back, livid. You are aware that's how he has so much power over you, right? I gripped the phone tighter. Keeping quiet solves nothing for you and everything for him. She's 16, asshole. Joy roared down the line. What do you think would have happened to Shannon if I went running to the guards? She'd been thrown into care home. That's what. And there's more than just her to think about. I've 3 little brothers to look out for. I opened my mouth to protest, then quickly stopped. He was right. I dropped my head. Fuck. Yeah, fuck. Joey sneered. This isn't a movie, Kavanagh. This is our life. It's real. It sucks. And you don't know a damn thing about it. We have been in care. We've lived through that. For Christ's sake. Our brother was... He stopped, short, and exhaled a ragged breath. We have been in the system. We know the score. So before you throw blame at me for not doing something, ask yourself why we'd prefer to stay with him than go back. It took me a moment to absorb his words before speaking again. Well, here's what I do know. I know that I'm on the way to your house right now. And I know that if I find him there, if he's anywhere near your sister, I'm going to bring the world of trouble to the scumbag's doorstep. She's not at the house, asshole. Joy erupted in my ear. That's what I've been trying to tell you. She's at the fucking hospital. My heart stopped dead in my chest. I took her there myself on Saturday evening. He strangled out. After old man beat her to within an inch of her life for messing around with you. Some asshole teacher from Tommen called the house and reported that he found her getting off with you in the changing room. So, fuck you back, Johnny Kavanagh. If this is on me, then it's on you too. The line went dead, and I just sat there, numb to the bone, feeling a million different emotions evade my body. I stared blankly at the phone in my hands. I could hear my parents talking rapidly to each other, but I couldn't make sense of what they were saying. A few seconds later, my father climbed into the driver's seat and cranked the engine. I told you, I said, eyes locked on the back of his head. as the car tore off down the driveway. I'm not a liar.
7. Not today. Shannon. I spent the rest of the day in a state of barely contained panic. The headache I'd been nursing since I opened my eyes had intensified to epic proportions, made worse by the constant stream of questions being thrown my way. First, by the Gardaí, and then Patricia, a social worker who wanted me to think of her as a friend. Yeah, sure she was my friend. I knew what her friendship would bring me. I wasn't that naive. Darren had remained in the room the entire time the Gardaí were present, a silent watch owl, keeping guard over my tongue, making sure I didn't mess this up. This wasn't the first time I'd been in this position, facing the threat of authority with a family member lurking close by, making sure I knew what my role was in this. Usually, it was my father or my mother standing by to make sure I minded my P's and Q's. Today, it had been Darren. He didn't need to worry. I knew my role. I perfected it down through the years. I said all the right things, hid all the bad things, and remained silent for the ones I knew were trick questions, the ones I knew were traps. Doctors and nurses had come and gone from my room all day, poking and prodding at me, asking me questions they didn't want the answers to. Disheartened, I did what I had to do to keep our mother out of trouble, wanting nothing more than to just be left alone. When they finally finished questioning me and the nurses gave up on probing me, I felt worse than I had in a very long time. Through it all, only one thing stood out to me, and all I could think was, I hoped Tig, Ollie and Sean found the Easter eggs in my school bag on Easter Sunday. I knew they wouldn't have any otherwise. Dad had spent the children's allowance money at the beginning of the month. There wouldn't have been any money spare to set aside for eggs. Joey didn't come back that evening to visit me, but Mam did. My heart sank at the sight of her, because I knew what was coming. Hello, Shannon. With teary eyes and a blotchy face, she walked over to my bed and enveloped me in her arms, holding on to me like I was something of importance to her. In a way, I knew that I was, because she needed to keep me quiet. She was coddling me because she was afraid of what I might do. She didn't need to worry. It wasn't her life that would be ruined if social services got involved. It would be ours. When I didn't reciprocate or make any move to return her hug, Mam released me and took the seat Darren had vacated when he left an hour ago. How are you feeling? Unwilling to answer her, I remained rigid and motionless, my eyes taking in the faint bruising on her cheekbone on her gaunt face. Why do you do this to yourself? I wanted to ask. Why do you let him treat you this way? I spoke to your doctors, Mam said in a shaky tone as she fiddled with the sleeves of her oversized raincoat. They're talking about letting you come home the day after tomorrow, or maybe even tomorrow if your next round of tests look good. Home? I asked, giving her a blank stare. Or care? Home, Shannon. Mam exhaled a ragged breath and nodded. You're coming home. Tears filled her eyes as she spoke. I'm so sorry, baby, for all of this. I dropped my gaze to stare at my fingers. What did she expect me to say? That it was okay and I forgave her? Nothing about our lives was okay. And Dad? I forced myself to ask, keeping my eyes trained on my trimmed fingernails. What happens now? Your father won't be coming back. Lies. Yeah, I muttered under my breath. Sure. It's true, Mam urged, voice thick with emotion. I went to court. There's a temporary protection order in place to stop him from contacting any of us. I go back to court in 3 weeks. My solicitor assured us that we'll have no problem getting a permanent order against him. More lies. Until you decide you don't want a permanent order, I shot back, feeling empty inside. Until you decide that you want to brush this under the table, like you always do. I mean it this time, she assured, voice hoarse and cracked. I won't take him back again. I won't. Christ, look at what he did to you. What he did to me? I strangled out, outraged. What he did to me this time, ma'am? I blinked back the traitorous tears that were blurring my vision. What he did to me this time. Baby, I'm so sorry. I didn't respond. Everything is going to be different from here on out. Her voice sounded weak, just like she was. Weak and broken and undependable. Darren's home now, and he'll help us get back on our feet. I promise it's going to get better. I shook my head, furious with her words. I don't give a shit about your precious Darren, I spat, hating myself for crying in front of her. He means nothing to me. That's your anger talking, Ma'am choked out. Not you. My anger talking. Blinking away my tears, I glared at her. What planet are you living on, ma'am? I don't know Darren. I have nothing to do with him, and I don't want to. Shannon, Ma'am sobbed, that's not fair. Not fair? Have you even checked on Joey? I demanded, voice raspy. She had always been about Darren. Darren this and Darren that. Joey never got a look in. Our father was the one who had been obsessed with Joey, but again, that notion had only sparked after Darren left. Joey was simply tossed into a role no one wanted him to play, least of all Joey. You haven't, have you? I continued. You would just let him out of this. You went right ahead and made decisions about our lives with Darren, a person none of us have heard from in over half a decade. And you never once thought to ask what your son, who actually stepped up and raised us, might think. Hiccuping, I wiped my nose with the back of my hand and forced myself to continue. I might be the one in a hospital bed, ma'am, but Joey's the one you and Dad both broke. He won't speak to me, she sniffed. He hasn't come home in days. I wonder why, was all I replied. I don't know what to do, she choked out. How can I fix this if he won't speak to me? You can't fix this, ma'am, I replied, trembling. It's like that story about Humpty Dumpty. Nothing will put him back together again. Dad threw him off the wall, and you lost the pieces to put him back together. Oh, God. She dropped her head in her hands and sobbed. I'm so sorry. You should have seen him today, I said, wincing when a jolt of pain shot through me. He was completely shattered. Shannon, Ma'am sobbed. Weak, fucking weak. Just give me a chance to make this right, baby, please. You can't. You'll never fix this. I know I can turn this around for all of us. See, you're talking, you're saying all the right things, but it's just words. Shaking my head, I lifted my gaze to hers. It's all words with you, I croaked out bitterly. All the same words I've heard 1,000,000 times before, to go with all the same promises you've repeatedly broken. So, what are you saying? She cried, dabbing her cheeks with a crumpled-up tissue. You don't want to be with me anymore? I'm saying that I'll do what I need to for Ollie, Tig, and Sean, I choked out, drowning in my feelings. To keep them safe and out of care, I'll give this plan of Darren's a chance. And I hope you're right, ma'am. I really hope you are telling the truth this time. But I hope that for the boys' sakes, not mine. I pray that you can turn this around for them and be the mother they deserve. It's too late to turn this around for us. I don't know what to say, she sobbed. I'm just so sorry, Shannon. I know I can't fix this, but I just don't know what to do anymore. I know you're not a bad person, ma'am, I whispered, snatching my traitorous hand back when it moved of its own accord to comfort her. And I know he hurt you too, in ways I don't understand, and I am sorry that happened to you. I know you were scared, and I'm so sorry that you had to live in fear for all these years. Furious with myself, I angrily swatted my tears away and exhaled slowly before continuing. But that doesn't mean you get a free pass from us. I sniffled and wiped my nose with the back of my hand. It doesn't make it okay because you knew what he was doing. You saw it and you did nothing. You just left us, ma'am. You were there, but you weren't. Joey was right when he called you a ghost. I don't know. Maybe it was your way of surviving, making it through each day in one piece, but you had more power than us. You were the grown-up. You were our mother, and you just... I shrugged helplessly. Checked out on us. Do you think, in time, you'll forgive me? She whispered, looking up at me with lonesome, tear-filled blue eyes. Do you think you ever could? Maybe, I shrugged again. But I know that I don't forgive you today.
8. Bulldozer. Johnny. I need you to keep your head, Dad instructed, as he walked down the corridor of the CUH toward 1A, with his hand clamped on the back of my arm. No outbursts, he added in a low tone, and for the love of God, no accusations. What's there to accuse? I growled, hobbling along my crutches. We both know what happened to her. Like I told him. Like I told everyone. Jesus, he put her in the fucking hospital, Dad, Johnny. Pulling me to a stop in the middle of a bustling corridor. Dad pinched his brow and turned to look at me. You're upset. I understand. I get it. I'm sorry for doubting you, okay? You were right. I was wrong. But this... He waved a hand around, gesturing to where we were standing, is a sensitive situation. One you have zero experience with. This is a domestic violence issue, Jonathan. The Garda and social services will already be all over this. Do you understand? There'll be a criminal investigation. One you cannot interfere with. Emotions will be running high, and the last thing you need to do is run in there all guns blazing. It might feel good and justifiable, but it won't help Shannon in the long run. So, if you want to see her, then I strongly suggest you keep your opinions and feelings to yourself, and let me do the talking. I gaped at him. I'm going to see her. There's no if about it. My father gave a look that said, not likely. I'm going to see her, Dad, I repeated, furious. Then keep your head and don't bulldoze, he replied, before releasing my arm and walking on ahead of me, glaring at the back of his head. I adjusted my crutches and hurried to catch up. I don't bleeding bulldoze. I rounded the corner, haunting my father's silhouette as he slipped through another set of double doors and out of sight. Fuck. My dick and these bleeding crutches. He was clearly walking ahead of me on purpose. He wanted to get there before me so he could assess the situation in that cool, unfeeling, calculated way of his, without his headstrong son there to make a hash of things. When I finally caught sight of him again, standing at the nurse's station at the far end of the long corridor, I upped my pace, using my upper body strength to sling myself along on the metal sticks, peeking through the glass windows of each door as I went. I was passing the 6th door on the left when my body came to an abrupt halt and my heart jackknifed in my chest. Shannon was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and her hands tucked under her cheek. She was facing the door, and at the sight of her, I had to stop, catch my breath. 1,000,001 emotions battered through me as my eyes took in the bruising, dusting her face. She was black and blue, to the point of being almost unrecognisable. Almost. I knew that face anywhere. I felt it now. The deep sense of guilt drowning me. The sadness on her face every time I dropped her back to that house. The fear in her eyes when I knocked on her door that first time. The second and third time too. She was always so skittish, so demure and obliging. She asked for permission for just about everything. She wasn't allowed to go anywhere. She told me that once. Said her folks were protective. But she went with me anyway. Can you save me? Do you need me to save you? What happened here? What's this from? My dad. The signs were there. Had been for months. And I just bulldozed past them. My eyes were open, but I had been looking in the wrong direction. I didn't hear. I didn't listen. I didn't pay enough attention. I didn't take it in. I didn't see the hints. I couldn't hear the cries for help, but I was hearing and seeing them now. And now? She was lying in this hospital bed because I kissed her. Because I kissed the shite out of her and got us into trouble. That's what Joey had said. Their father did this because she was messing around with me. My mind drifted to Joey. Every time I met Shannon's brother, if it was sporting some fresh bruise on his face, I never thought twice about it though. I just put it down to hurling and brushed it under the table. God knows I spent most of my time nursing wounds, but this, my father was right. I could never understand this. My heart galloped wildly in my chest, my hand moving of its own accord. As I reached out and clicked open the door, casting a quick glance towards my father, who was still at the nurse's station, speaking to who I presume was the ward sister. I pushed the door open and slipped inside.
9. Don't let me down. Shannon. The sound of metal clanging loudly caused me to jerk out of a fitful sleep. A chair scraping against the tiled floor came next. For a few uncertain moments, I wasn't sure where I was. A part of me felt like I was back in my kitchen, so I kept my eyes clenched shut and braced myself for the impact. When it came in the form of a hand covering mine, I peeked up and found myself staring into a pair of achingly familiar blue eyes.
Hi, Shannon.
Was this real? Was I imagining this? The wild, erratic beat of my heart and the heat of his hands on mine assured me that I was very much awake. Stunned, I looked down to where my hand was taped with wires and wrapped tightly in both of his before returning my gaze to meet his. Hi, Johnny.
When did we suddenly switch places?
Johnny teased. His tone was light, but his eyes were dark and stormy.
Are you trying to steal my thunder, Shannon, like the river?
I cracked a smile. I guess I wanted some of those drugs for myself.
Stay away from those drugs. They'll fuck with your head.
He gave me a sad smile before looking around.
So, are you here on your own?
A deep frown was etched on his face.
Alone?
I shook my head. My mother is around here somewhere. She might be outside smoking. Johnny leaned forward and opened his mouth to speak, only to stop himself short. Blowing out a breath, he rolled his lips between his teeth and asked,
So, when are you getting out of here?
Maybe tomorrow, I replied with a small smile, or the day after. Johnny nodded stiffly, and I knew he wanted to say more, but he stopped himself.
I'm not supposed to be here,
he said then, shifting his gaze back to me.
At least, I don't think I am.
I'm glad you are, I whispered. Having him here, hearing his voice and seeing his face, settled something deep inside of me. Something shifted into place, an almost relieved sensation fluttered over my skin, soothing something deep inside of me. I felt like I was home. I knew that sounded crazy. It was more than crazy. It was downright insane, but I felt it. It was real, raw, and pushing me to move closer, be closer, keep him. In this moment, I felt something align itself deep inside my body, and when it did, the weight I was feeling, the heaviness in my heart, and the pressure on my shoulders just fell away.
Me too,
he replied gruffly. So, when did you get home? I asked, feeling hoarse and off balance.
This evening.
He raised my hand and pressed a kiss to my knuckles.
Took me forever to get back to you.
His words caused a shiver to roll through my body. I'm glad you're back to me. I knew I was opening myself up to heartache, not to mention the world of pain if he rejected me again, but I had to say it. I really missed you, Johnny.
Christ, Shannon, I don't know what to...
Johnny exhaled a huge breath and then proceeded to lift my hand to his mouth.
You're okay,
he whispered, pressing a kiss to the back of my hand, wires and all. Inhaling deeply, he placed my hand on his cheek and leaned into the touch.
You'll be okay, won't you?
Nodding, I cradled his cheek in my hand and whispered, Are you okay?
Don't ask me that.
His blue eyes burned holes inside of me so deep I felt like I could never be repaired as he said,
Not when you're the one lying in here.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Clenching his eyes shut, he bowed his head, still clutching my hand to his cheek.
I'm the sorry one.
He released a pained groan and pushed into my touch, rubbing his cheek against my palm.
I just need you to be okay,
he croaked out. His lashes were so thick and hooded, I could hardly see the blue hidden beneath them.
I know I was a complete spanner when I came around after the surgery, and I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry for pushing you away. I was just embarrassed and ashamed, and I was petrified of scaring you off, but I should have stopped you from leaving. I should have handled myself better. I should have asked you to stay with me.
Twisting his face, he pressed a kiss to my palm and whispered,
I wanted you to stay with me.
My heart skipped a beat. You did?
I always want you to stay with me, Shannon,
he replied, clearly agitated.
And if I just manned the fuck up about my feelings and asked you to stay, I could have stopped this from happening.
No, you couldn't. I interrupted him, trembling. I would have had to go home at some stage. Staying an extra day or two would have only made things 1,000,000 times worse.
Worse?
He clenched his jaw and balked.
Shannon, look where you are. How can it get any worse?
Things can always get worse, Johnny, I whispered.
So he did this to you?
He came straight out and asked me,
Your da?
I opened my mouth to respond, but Johnny got there first.
Before you say anything, I want you to know that Joey called me and told me everything I needed to know,
he said, staring into my eyes.
Not that I needed him to. I figured it out on my own.
His hand tightened around mine.
All those times you came into school black and blue and all fucked up.
His voice broke off, and I watched as a vein in his neck bulged and pulsed.
All those times you lied to me. It was to protect him.
I don't want to talk about it, I whispered, falling into my lifelong learned pattern of avoidance.
No, we're not doing that.
Johnny stared hard at me, calling me right out on it.
You don't get to shut me out, Shannon. You don't get to do that to me again, because I won't go this time. Do you hear me? I'm here, I'm in, I care, and I'm not going the fuck away.
My mind was reeling, struggling to make sense of what he was saying. Did he mean... was he... did he want... you care? A pained groan tore from his throat.
Yeah, I care.
He leaned closer.
I care so fucking much I can hardly breathe.
My breath hitched. What do you want to know?
How about you start with telling me what's wrong with you?
He suggested, blue eyes glued to mine.
What's the damage?
A few cuts and bruises, I admitted, and a collapsed lung.
Jesus Christ.
I watched with my heart in my mouth as Johnny's face drained of colour before returning with blood-red vengeance.
Fuck.
Releasing my hand, Johnny leaned back in his chair and pressed the heels of his hands against his forehead, putting space between our bodies and his temper. He didn't say a word. He just sat there for several moments, breathing deep and hard, obviously wrestling with his emotions. His dark hair was cocking up in 40 different directions, and he was sporting several days' worth of stubble on his jaw. Unsurprisingly, the dishevelled look worked for him. He had on a pair of loose grey sweatpants and a navy hoodie. The hospital admission band he'd been wearing the last time I saw him was still strapped to his left hand, and a set of metal crutches lay at his feet.
You should have told me the truth,
he finally said.
What was happening to you?
Dropping his hands from his face, he leaned forward and snatched my hand back up.
Could have helped you.
You couldn't, I breathed. And I couldn't.
No?
His voice was sad, matching his eyes.
Why not?
Because... My heart was hammering violently against my rib cage. Because...
Because...
Johnny offered, voice gentle and coaxing as he shifted closer to rest his elbows on the edge of the mattress.
Did you think that I wouldn't believe you?
He leaned closer, settling his chin on top of our joined hands.
'Cause I would. Every single time.
Because he's an alcoholic, I squeezed out, feeling suddenly starved of oxygen. And I was trying to keep my family safe.
Safe?
He continued to probe, luring me into security with his irresistible coaxing, with the promise of safety.
From him?
I shook my head, eyes wide and full of unspoken fear. The foster system. My heart felt like it had climbed into my throat, making it hard to get the next part out. Been there before. Releasing a pained exhale, I held onto his hand, taking comfort in the way he made me feel grounded. Don't want to go back.
When?
When I was little. I swallowed deeply, feeling the burn. It wasn't good. Johnny nodded, and the heated interest in his eyes told me that he was committing my words to memory. Everything about this boy was intense and larger than life. He was far too intelligent to insult him with any more lies or watered-down truths. So I didn't. Instead, I went with the truth. They don't want me to talk about it with anyone. And especially not with you.
Who's them?
My mother, I told him, feeling uncertain and weary. And Darren. Johnny's brows creased in confusion.
Darren, as in the brother who doesn't live in Cork anymore.
I nodded. He's back. His brows shot up.
Since when?
Since this. I gestured to myself, feeling embarrassed. He says he's home now, and that he's going to help Mam with the kids, and my father. I cringed at the last part. The father part.
He says.
Johnny narrowed his eyes. See? Too intuitive for his own good.
So you don't believe him?
I don't know what I believe any more. I shrugged wearily, too tired to put up a barrier between us. A lot of grown-ups are saying a lot of things. They're all talking around me and above me, and I'm just
done with the bullshit,
he offered, squeezing my hand. Yes. I nodded, grateful for his acute interpretation skills. I'm so done with the bullshit, Johnny.
Where's your father now?
I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
His tone was sharp, even outraged.
He wasn't arrested.
He's missing. Slipped out after it happened and hasn't been seen since. I whispered, feeling panicky at the thought of my father being out there somewhere. Darren says he will be found and charged, but Joey isn't so sure. Nobody's telling me anything. Well, except for Joey. Joe reckons that Dad's probably staying with friends of his in Waterford, keeping his head down until the dust settles, and Mam takes him. I expelled a defeated breath and mumbled, back.
Back?
Numb, I shrugged. I'm really not supposed to talk about this with...
It's me,
he told me, tipping my chin up with his fingers. Meeting my gaze, he added,
You can tell me anything, okay?
I'm scared, I confessed, biting down on my bottom lip. I don't want to go home.
With your ma?
I nodded stiffly.
Because she let you down,
he said quietly.
Because you don't trust her.
She makes promises, but that's all they are, empty promises. Shaking, I moved to wrap my arms around myself, only to think better of it and latch onto his warm arm instead. We're supposed to feel sorry for her because of what she went through, because she's a victim too, and I know that, I truly do, but I can't find it in me to feel that way. The usual fear and uncertainty that consumed me whenever I was in his presence was absent now. I felt stripped down to the bone and laid bare to this boy, and he was still here, still looking at me with the same eyes, still wanting more from me. She's getting support now, and the Gardaí and social services are obviously confident in her ability to parent us. That's why they're working with her. They're setting her up with all types of services and counselling.
But you don't?
Johnny asked.
You don't think she can?
I know she would never hurt us, I whispered. Not on purpose, at least. She's not violent, Johnny, and she's not cruel. She's just weak. Darren keeps saying that we need to have patience and give her a chance, but I can't get my hopes up. Gripping his forearm with both hands, I squeezed. Because I've seen this all before. She'll take him back, I know she will, and then what? What happens then, huh? Shaking my head, I furiously fought with my emotions, blinking away treacherous tears. Nothing will happen just like always, and I'm just so done with it all, Johnny. I exhaled a ragged breath. I want to get out of this town, go far, far away, and never come back.
Can you tell them?
He asked.
That you don't want to go back with her?
And where would I go? What would happen to my little brothers if I did that? They want to stay with her.
Are you sure?
Ollie and Sean do. I don't know about Tig. He's not saying much, and Joey's over 18, so he can legally live wherever he wants. I sighed in defeat. If I push back on this, if I tell them that I don't feel safe with her, they'll whip us all into care and we'll be split up. My brows furrowed, and I cringed before admitting, I tell lies like I breathe air. Even to myself, half the time I don't even know what's the truth or a lie. I have to actually think long and hard about it because that's all I've known. I've been covering things up for so long that I'm not even sure if I'm thinking clearly. And now I'm doubting myself because I keep thinking, what if I'm wrong about her? What if I'm wrong to think badly of her? Johnny was silent for a long time, not making a sound, just being there, being with me, sharing the weight, shouldering the pain with silent support. And I think I loved him more for what he didn't say in that moment. He didn't make the promises he couldn't keep. He didn't offer more than he could give. He just stayed. Several minutes passed before he spoke again.
When did it start?
I don't remember a time when it wasn't like this, I admitted, feeling exposed and helpless.
And me?
Johnny swallowed deeply.
When did it start because of me?
He was always paranoid, I told him, deciding I had nothing left to lose. But once that picture of us was published in the paper, he had his own version of proof. Johnny dropped his head.
Fuck, Shannon, that was months ago.
I know, I sighed wearily.
I made it worse for you.
He strangled out. You made it bearable, I whispered.
Where else?
To words that seemed to be torn from deep within him. His gaze roamed over me slowly, unabashedly darkening, until finally settling back on my face.
Is there more?
His fingers trailed over my cheek.
Show me where he hurt you.
I hesitated to respond, feeling cautious and uncertain.
You can trust me,
he said in a voice so low it was barely audible.
I'm not like him, Shannon. I won't ever hurt you. I couldn't. Not in any shape or form.
I knew this. Aside from Joey, Johnny Kavanagh was the only other person I did trust. It was with this knowledge that I slowly pulled my aching body into a sitting position.
Take it easy,
he coaxed, leaning over to help me sit up.
You okay?
Yeah. Letting my legs dangle off the side of the bed, I sat facing him and reached for the hem of my pajama blouse I had changed into earlier. Gingerly, I lifted the fabric up to reveal the left side of my black and blue ribcage. Johnny sucked in a sharp breath at the sight.
Fucking bastard,
he snarled, and then seemed to check himself because he swallowed down whatever else he was about to say, clenched his jaw and whispered,
I need to see everything. Show me everything. I need to see it all.
So I did. I showed him my arms and legs, my neck and thighs, and with every bruise and cut I revealed, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. And they made a hole here, I explained in a shaky voice, clumsily unbuttoning my pajama blouse to reveal the fresh bandage strapped to my chest and side. Shivering, I cupped my tiny breasts and twisted sideways to show him. To help me breathe. Johnny's eyes flicked to the bandage, and I watched his entire frame stiffen. He wasn't looking at me in a sexual way. No,
'Twas a look of pure horror. Jesus Christ! He dragged his chair closer to the bed until my legs were nestled between his knees. Is it sore? Resting one hand on my thigh, he gently grazed at the bandage with his free hand. Are you in pain? Yes. I'll be okay, I replied, turning back to face him, and the doctor told me it will heal in a week or two. He did this to you because of me. Pausing, Johnny caught a hold of the fabric on either side of my chest and began to snap the buttons back into place, keeping his eyes on mine the entire time. Because of what happened in the changing room. When he was finished redoing my blouse, he shook his head, expression torn. 'Cause you're not supposed to be with me. I shrugged helplessly. I couldn't lie any more. Not to him, at least. He saw it anyway, the truth in my eyes, and it caused a low, pained groan to tear from his chest. I'm so sorry, Shannon. Resting his forehead against my stomach, he wrapped his huge arms around my waist and whispered, I'm so fucking sorry. My body was shaking so hard, I was struggling to hold it all back, to keep my feelings buried down, when all I wanted to do was fold into this boy and never come back up for air. Trembling, I cradled his face to my stomach and exhaled a broken sob. It's not your fault, I choked out, feeling the sting of hot, salty tears as they trickled down my cheeks. It's not. If it wasn't for you, he would have found something else to hate me for. That's the way it is in my family. My father doesn't need a reason to do things he does, Johnny. He just needs a notion. Shaking, I trailed my fingers through his hair, forcing myself to keep my touch gentle and not cling to him and beg him to take me away, like I so desperately yearned to do. Don't be sad for me. Sad? I'm not sad, Shannon. I'm fucking devastated. He strangled out, lifting his head. I was positive it was someone at school. Fuck, I was obsessed with figuring this out, and I was looking in the wrong direction the entire time. Johnny, I drove you back to that house. He groaned, distressed. I watched you walk into that fucking house, and I went home to a warm, safe bed, knowing in my heart something wasn't right, but not opening my mind enough to see it. Shaking his head, he released a frustrated growl. I'm so fucking sorry. You didn't deserve to have another person let you down. It's okay, I croaked out. No, it's not. It's not okay. He exhaled a heavy sigh and whispered, Shannon, did he... Johnny blew out a breath and shook his head before trying again. Did he... Flinching, he closed his eyes. Hurt you? It was a statement, not a question. Physically. He opened his eyes and looked at me once more. Did he do anything else to you? What do you mean? I need to know if he... His voice was pained as he struggled to get the words out. Did he ever make you do things that you didn't want to do? Like what? I strangled out, panicking. Did he ever touch you? The words came out of his mouth in a rush. Sexually. He closed his eyes as a pained groan tore through him. Did he do that to you? Opening his eyes, he looked at me, expression torn, and said, Did he rape you, baby? No. No? Relief flooded his eyes for the briefest of moments before doubt poured back in. You can't lie to me, okay? Not about this. I need you to tell me the truth. He didn't touch me like that, I croaked out, heart bucking wildly in my chest. Nothing like that ever happened to me. Johnny stared hard at me for the longest moment before releasing a shaky breath. Okay. Nodding to himself, he whispered, Okay. Several more times as his shoulders sagged. I'm sorry for asking you that, but I had to.
It's okay.
But I need you to know that you're not on your own in this. Not anymore.
His voice was steady and strong now.
You have me.
My heart leapt in my chest. I have?
Absolutely.
His brow touched mine then, achingly soft, and his blue eyes bore into mine, silently asking for permission. To do what? I had no clue, but I was willing to say yes to whatever he asked of me.
I'm here,
he whispered, stroking my nose with his.
and I'm going nowhere.
Oh, God. Johnny? My hands moved of their own accord, knotting in the fabric of his hoodie. If you're going to let me down... Dropping my head, I closed my eyes and inhaled several shaky breaths before tipping my chin up and opening my eyes. Then I need you to do it now, okay? Don't wait until it's too late, and please, please don't make it hurt. Johnny silenced me by putting his lips on mine. Stunned, I could do nothing but sag against him, giving him all of my weight and trusting him not to break me. It was a soft, innocent, almost feather-like peck on the lips. But it was everything in this moment, and it meant everything to me because it was from him. Because for the very first time he kissed me first.
I won't,
Johnny whispered, brows touching, lips gliding against mine as he spoke.
I'll always be careful with you, Shannon, like the river.
Exhaling a shaky breath, he tucked my hair behind my ears and cupped my face in his hands.
I promise.
I'll be careful with you too, I told him, trembling from head to toe. He smiled.
That's good to know, because I've got a feeling you could do some serious damage to my...
I'm not sure where he is now. He was right behind me. But if he could just have a minute with her... Never mind. A familiar voice said, I found him.
Shite.
Johnny mumbled. Releasing my face, he leaned back in his chair and offered a half-hearted salute with his hand. Oi da. Glad to see that your listening ears are as absent as always, son, Mr. Kavanagh replied in a mild tone.
Shannon.
He gave me a sad smile. It's lovely to see you again, although the circumstances aren't ideal. Hi, Mr. Kavanagh, I whispered, feeling my walls rise up at a rapid pace. I wasn't sure if it was the sight of Johnny's mild-mannered father that caused this reaction, or the furious look on my mother's face as she stood in the doorway beside him. Well, Mam strangled out, clearly upset. I think he's had more than a minute. Mam, I began to protest, but Mr. Kavanagh interrupted me. Understood. He looked at Johnny and inclined his head. Let's go, son. What? I stared in horror at my mother. Why? Because I said so, Mam replied, tone shaky. No. I shook my head and looked to Johnny. No, you don't have to go anywhere. Yes, he does, Shannon, Mr. Kavanagh interjected. Come on, Johnny. Johnny looked how I felt, completely torn as he looked from his father to me. Several long moments passed in tense silence before Johnny finally nodded in defeat. My heart sank as I watched him retrieve his crutches and climb unsteadily to his feet.
I'll be back, Shannon.
I would prefer it if you didn't, Mam was quick to say. Come back, that is, at least for a while. We're going through a deeply personal issue. It's a family matter, and I really don't feel like it's appropriate for you to be here. My jaw fell open. Mam!
Oh, no,
Johnny shot back, not masking the anger in his voice.
Well, I would prefer if you shoved your feelings up the highest part of your... Jonathan!
Mr. Kavanagh barked. Time to go. You've done enough damage to this family already, Mam snapped, trembling. Whether you realise it or not, so don't show your face around here again. You're not welcome.
Mrs. Lynch,
Mr. Kavanagh interjected calmly. I think we all need to calm down. Keep your son away from my daughter, Mam snapped. She's 16 years old, and I don't want her messing around with him. She's in here because of him, because he wouldn't stay away. So keep him away. Do you understand me? Keep that boy away from my daughter. What are you talking about? I strangled out, feeling my heart gallop to the point where I felt dizzy. He hasn't done anything wrong.
I'm coming back to see your daughter, Johnny growled, eyes locked on my mother. I played by your rules once before, and look where it got her. So you can rest assured that I won't be doing that again.
Johnny, let's go, Mr. Kavanagh barked. Now.
Jesus Christ, Da!
Now.
Tearing his heated gaze off my mother, Johnny turned to look at me. Ignoring our parents, he closed the space between us, cupped the back of my head with one hand, and leaned down. I'll be back, he whispered, before pressing a lingering kiss to my forehead. Straightening up, he looked down at me and winked. I promise. Wide-eyed, I stared up at him and whispered, I'll be waiting. Johnny turned back to my mother and hissed, I'm watching you.
Come on.
Mr. Kavanagh sighed wearily and placed a hand on the back of Johnny's neck. Get out of the room before I take your crutch and beat you with it. Nice choice of words, Da. Johnny groaned, allowing his father to lead him out of the room. Real fucking tactful. Oh, Jesus, Mr. Kavanagh muttered, turning in the doorway. His face was a deep shade of red as he said, My sincerest apologies for the tasteless remark, before closing the door behind them. What was that? Mam asked, tone accusing, eyes narrowed on me. That was Johnny, I replied, daring her back with my eyes. What was that? I asked her right back. What the hell, Mam? He came to see me and you ran him off? He had no business being here. What? I gaped at her. He's my friend. And is your friend planning on making a habit of kissing you? She demanded. In front of your mother? God, I hoped so. I shrugged noncommittally. He's too old for you. He's 17, I shot back defiantly. I'm 16. I don't like this, Shannon, she muttered, looking concerned. Him. I don't like him. There's something about him. He's too what, ma'am? Much for you, she filled in. He's too old and too experienced and definitely too arrogant. Well, he's not your choice, I told her. He's mine. Does he know? Mam whispered, eyeing me with extreme wariness. About our family. He knows everything, I confirmed quietly, feeling a tsunami of misplaced guilt rise up in me. Logic told me I didn't need to feel bad, but my heart was confused. My heart called me a traitor. I had to tell him, I choked out, explaining myself. He saw the marks. Jesus, Shannon, Mam strangled out. No. She shook her head. No, this isn't right. Look where I am. My cheeks burned. I couldn't keep lying to him. Not that, Mam snapped. I mean you and him. She shook her head again. No, you're vulnerable and he's taking advantage of a bad situation. What? I gaped at her. I can't believe you just said that. Are you sleeping with him? What? Are you having sex with that boy? Oh my God, you're so unbelievably disconnected. I bit back a scream. Darren was right. You need help. He hurt you, Shannon, Mam choked out. He knocked you out, put you in the hospital. Accidentally, I spat, unlike the man who you left in our lives, who likes to hurt us on purpose.
I gestured wildly to myself. I'm in the hospital again, ma'am. Are you going to blame this on Johnny too? Ma'am flinched. If he had left you alone in the first place, then your father wouldn't have had a reason to. Don't, I warned, voice cracking. Don't you dare blame me for what he did to me. I'm not, she sobbed, crying again. I'm sorry. I'm just terrified for you. Hurrying towards me, she sank down on the bed beside me. Your father knows about him. What if he tries to find you through him? What if he sees you with him and it makes things worse? He already knows where we live, ma'am, I said with a weary sigh. If Dad wants to get me, he will. Shannon, Ma'am sobbed loudly. Don't say that. It's the truth, I replied, feeling emotionally drained. If he wants to hurt us, he doesn't need to go through my friends to do it. All he has to do is knock on the door, and you'll welcome him in with open arms. No, she sniffled. I won't do that again. We'll see. I knew this would happen, she whispered, reaching for my hand. You knew what would happen? I asked, snatching my hand away. I saw the way he looked at you that day. At the school when I came to pick you up? She exhaled a broken sob. I knew he was going to be trouble. He's not trouble, I urged. He's a good person, ma'am, a great one. He's training to be a professional rugby player, for God's sake. He already plays for this country. He's smart and driven and kind. He's so kind, ma'am. He doesn't take drugs or mess around like everyone else his age. He's not the monster you've invented in your head. Do you think I don't know what it's like to turn the head of a boy like that? She asked. Your father was all of those things. He wasn't a bad man when I first knew him. He was wonderful. He was a star in his own right with the hurling. Everyone wanted to know him. He was adored, you know, Ballylagan's golden boy. It's not the same thing, I strangled out, feeling my body grow hot and panicky. None of this is the same. It's all the same, she shot back brokenly. And look at me now, Shannon. She waved a hand aimlessly around the room. Look where boys like that get girls like us. One mistake is all it takes. One slip-up and your life is over. You'll be settled down with more responsibility than you can cope with, and he'll blame you for everything. He'll blame you for taking his future from him, for changing the course of his life, for making him a father when he's still a boy. Repeat my mistakes, Shannon, and that boy will blame you and resent you and break you until there's nothing of you left to hurt. I'm not you, I choked out, and he's not Dad. Yet, she replied sadly. Not yet. Stop talking. Ma'am balked. What? You don't get to do this to me, I said, shaking. You don't get to scare me away from the one good thing in my life. I'm not trying to scare you, Shannon. I'm trying to help you, she pleaded, trying to protect you. Yeah, from the wrong person. No, she shook her head, from making the same mistakes as me. Well, you asked me earlier if there was a chance I'd ever forgive you. Swallowing deeply, I clutched the edge of the mattress, looked my mother dead in the eyes, and whispered, Drive him away, and the answer will be never again.
10. Accusations. Johnny. I am sorry, Johnny, my father said when he parked the car at the back of our house, beside my Audi, later that night. I should have listened to you. I know that. Exhausted, I unfastened my seatbelt and swung the door open. He should have listened to me, but I couldn't talk about it now. I was struggling with my feelings, desperately trying to hold the fuck on to my emotions and not lose it. It wasn't easy though. And every time I thought about Shannon lying in the hospital, and I thought about those marks on her body, I slid closer to the edge. I couldn't get her out of my head, which, to be fair, was nothing new. But now it was different. I was confused. My feelings all fucked up and laced with nervous desperation. I didn't want to leave her back there. If I had my way, I'd steal her away from that horrendous fucking family and keep her all to myself. Helping me out of the passenger seat, Dad closed the door behind me and hooked an arm round my waist. I was glad of his help. My head was in pieces. My body weary and sore. And I didn't think I had a whole pile of juice left in the tank. I won't make that mistake again, son. Grateful for the boost, I gave up on using my crutches and threw my right arm round his shoulders instead, leaning heavy against him. I'm in bits, Dad, I admitted through clenched teeth, feeling the red-hot burn in my thighs and lower abdomen. My body's wrecked. Good lad, Dad coaxed, as he tucked my crutches under one arm and guided me to the door. That's it. Mind the steps, son. I've got it, I bit out, forcing down a scream as I struggled over the doorstep. I'm good. When we stepped into the kitchen, Mam was standing beside the cooker, with her apron on and a wooden spoon in her hands. The minute she noticed us, she dropped her spoon into the pot of stew, her staring forgotten, and hurried over to me. Are you okay, love? She asked, cupping my face in her hands, brown eyes, warm and laced with maternal concern. Are you sore? What about Shannon? Did you see her? Is it true? Did you get to talk to her? Adele, love, Dad interjected, with a small shake of his head. Not tonight. The lad is dead on his feet. Mam's expression caved. Oh, God. Her hands dropped to her sides as she stared up at me and Dad in horror. It's true, isn't it? It's true, love, Dad confirmed, grimly. He was right all along. Mam covered her mouth with her hands. Her father? Dad nodded stiffly. Oh, John. Tears filled my mother's eyes. That poor child. It's not just her, though, is it? I snapped, bristling with agitation. There's a fucking ocean of children in that house. Man flinched. And you think? I don't know what I think anymore. Swallowing down a surge of anger at the complete fucking injustice that it was to be a teenager in this world. I swiped my crutches from my father and growled. I have no bleeding clue. Brushing past him, I hobbled to the door. I'm going to bed. Do you want to talk about it? Mam called after me. Johnny! I need some space, I muttered, not looking back. I need some time to process this shitstorm. Johnny, love. Adele, leave him be. But John, he can't manage the stairs on his own. Adele, let the boy be. at a snail's pace. I made it down the hallway to the staircase, ignoring my parents as they argued between themselves. My breathing was laboured from the sheer exertion it took to get my body to comply and move. When I finally made it to the top of the stairs, having deserted my crutches 3 steps up, I felt faint. Digging deep into the storage tank of will inside me, I steeled my spine and pushed on. It wasn't until I was inside my room, when my door closed behind me, that I let it out. Staggering over to my bed, I sank down on the edge and dropped my head in my hands. Suki, my Labrador, stored from her porch at the foot of my bed and bounded towards me, closing the space between us, clearly thrilled to see me again. How's my baby, huh? Did Ma leave you in here? Good girl. Bone weary, I scratched her ears and neck while my attention shifted to the newspaper lying open on my nightstand. Leaning over my dog, I grabbed the newspaper and flicked it over to the page it was open to. The minute my eyes landed on Shannon's smiling, unmarked face as she snuggled into my side, I felt like I had been sucker punched in the chest. I fucked up, Sook. Wrapping my arm around my dog, I buried my face in her neck. Exhaling a pained growl, I blinked away the sting of tears as my mind frantically flicked through every bad memory I had of Shannon, until I felt like I would explode. I fucked up so bad, girl, I confessed, clenching my eyes shut as a harsh sob tore from my chest. Christ! A low knock sounded from my bedroom door. Johnny, can I come in? No, I bit out, tensing up. I was surprised that my mother was actually asking my permission for once in her life. Just leave me be, Ma, please. There was a long pause, and then the sound of footsteps retreating filled the silence, getting quieter and quieter before spinning around, growing in volume. My bedroom door flew inwards. A man strode in. I'm sorry, love, but I can't do that. And they call me a bulldozer. I know you're mad at me, she said, closing the space and sitting down beside me. And you have every right to feel that way. I'm mad at me too. Reaching out, Ma'am ruffled Suki's ears before rolling her out of the way and shifting closer to me. But you've been through hell these past few days. Placing her hand on my shoulder, she added, I need you to know that I am here. I need to be here for you. I know you're here, Ma, I muttered, focusing my gaze on the door of my ensuite bathroom. Never thought you weren't. I talked to Dad about what happened to Shannon, she added gently, squeezing my shoulder. I know you must be feeling confused right now. I sighed heavily. That's one way of putting it. It's okay to feel off balance over this. I don't know how I'm feeling anymore, I mumbled, pinching the bridge of my nose. Everything's just railroading. Dropping my head, I inhaled several calming breaths, wondering how in the hell my life had taken on this fucked up route. I feel like I'm drowning in their pain, Ma, I admitted harshly. I feel like I'm drowning in horror. You're a smart boy, Johnny, but you're not emotionally equipped to deal with what you were exposed to tonight. And that's okay. There's nothing okay about any of this, I bit out through clenched teeth. A grown man beats the living daylights out of his daughter, fucking terrorises her for years, puts her in a hospital bed, and just slips away into hiding. I threw my hands up in frustration. Do you think Shannon is emotionally equipped to deal with that? Because I honestly can't see how. I leaned my head back, more upset than I can handle. I don't get it, Ma, I hissed, feeling the anger rise up in me once more. I don't understand how a man could do that to his kid. I clenched my jaw and inhaled through my nose, needing to keep my cool more than anything right now. How anyone could do that to her. Sometimes people do horrendous and unexplainable things, love, Mam replied softly. There's no sane way of understanding madness, love, so don't drive yourself crazy trying to. But I just care about her. Mam interjected gently. We know, Johnny pet. Months, Ma, I choked out, feeling anxious. I've known Shannon for months, and knowing that every day of those months she was going home from school to that piece of... I shook my head and took several deep, calming breaths before continuing. I let her down. I'm just one more in a long list of people who let her down. You didn't let her down, Johnny. You didn't know. I knew something was wrong, I argued. I knew that much. Because you've always had a good sense of what was right and wrong, Mam replied. That's what makes you special, love. You've always drummed to your own beat, defended the underdog. You've never been one to fall into line or follow the crowd, even when you were little. You walked your own line, Johnny. That's not really helping, Ma, I grumbled. What I'm trying to say is you obviously saw something in Shannon. Something that you wanted to protect. But it's not your job to save the world, Johnny. You weren't to know what was happening to her. So don't put this on your shoulders. Yeah. Well, apparently he's an alcoholic, I sneered. Like that's an excuse to use your kids as the punching bag. It's not an excuse, Mam agreed. It's a crime. I hate them, I spat, practically choking on my outrage. I want to hunt, to creep down and do some serious harm to him. But you won't. No, I won't. I glared down at my legs, because I can hardly take a piss on my own right now. No, Mam corrected, rubbing my back. Because you're on the cusp of a career you've worked your entire life to have. And that's not worth throwing away for a punch-up, no matter how satisfying it might feel in the moment. You know, Ma, I knew something was off the very first day I met Shannon. I fucking knew something wasn't right. Like, she had secrets, but I let my words trail off and shrugged. I didn't think they were this. How could you know, Johnny? And her? I continued, glaring at nothing in particular. I don't trust her. Her? Shannon's ma, I spat out. There's something seriously off about her. Like, how? How in the name of God do you let your kids live in a home like that? I looked to my mother for the answers. How, ma? How does that work? I don't know, Johnny. Shouldn't she be in some sort of trouble? I balled my hands into fists at the thought. For not stepping in? Isn't that neglect? For failure to step the fuck up? Mind your language. Really? I arched my brow. You're going to lecture me tonight, of all nights, really? Ma'am sighed heavily. What did Shannon say about it? About her mother? Stuff, I muttered, dropping my gaze to my lap. Stuff? I'm not talking about what she said to me, ma, I replied. It's private. But I've got a bad feeling about that woman. Dropping my hand to my thigh, I began to smooth the ache that was building up in my body. She's supposed to come home either tomorrow or Thursday. But that means she'll go back there, to that house, with that woman. I looked to my mother and asked, how the fuck does that even happen? I don't know, love, Ma'am replied, voice turning hard. But your father told me how that woman spoke to you tonight. She had no bleeding right. Jesus, I muttered, mentally cursing my father for telling her. It doesn't even matter. It does matter, she corrected hotly. She has no right to look down her nose at my son. She wasn't looking down her nose, I muttered. She was pissed that I was there. Shrugging, I added, the woman doesn't like me. She never has. Exhaling heavily, I shifted around, trying to get somewhat comfortable. Not since I hit Shannon with that bleeding ball. I cringed at the memory, still feeling guilty. She doesn't want me near her daughter. Well, she needs to step the fuck back from my son, Ma'am growled, visibly trembling with anger. I won't have it, Johnny. Do you hear me? I won't have it. She's a very lucky lady that it was your father with you tonight, and not me. Step the fuck back. My mouth fell open. You're planning on throwing down, ma? She tried to have you suspended in January, Ma'am growled, cheeks turning pink. She put her hands on my minor child on the school grounds. Something Mr. Tomey conveniently forgot to disclose when I spoke to him about it. She narrowed her eyes. No one messes with my kid. I frowned. When did you talk to Tomey about this? Ma'am bristled. I phoned him up after Shannon told me what happened, before I went back to London. I gaped at her. Why? Because I'm your mother, and I had the right to be notified of any issues involving my child at school. She shot back, snippily. I know that woman has been making trouble for you. I also know that they threatened you with impending suspension because she pushed for it. That they made you out to be a bully. Ma'am balled her small hands into fists. I might not like the rugby, but how dare anyone put all you've worked for in jeopardy because of an accident? It's completely unacceptable. The school had no right to do that to you. And no grounds. I made that perfectly clear to your principal. Smirking, she added, before I threatened to pull both of you and your family's generous funding donations from Toman. Ah, Jesus, ma. running my hand through my hair in exasperation. I looked up at the ceiling and groaned. Just so you know, she barely touched me. She put her hands on you, Mam repeated angrily. She pushed you. She threatened you. She lashed out at you in anger. That might fly in her household, Jonathan, but it sure as hell doesn't in mine. I arched a brow. Says the woman always clipped me round the ear. Those are clips of love, Mammy corrected. And you're missing the point. Fine, I shrugged in defeat. What's the point? The point, love, is that she had no right to treat my son the way she did. She has no God-given right to lay down the law where you're concerned. That's my job. She needs to take stock of the glass walls surrounding her house before casting stones at mine. Your father should have told her just that, but he's too bleeding diplomatic. Puffing out the breath, she added, It's the culture in him. I smirked at her comment. I think it's a lawyer in him, Ma. Mam huffed again. Well, had your father spent 36 hours on the flat of his back trying to push all 8 pounds 12 ounces of you out of his arse, he might feel different. Jesus Christ! I shuddered at the glorious visual of my entry into the world. Thanks for the mental image. Mam smirked. I know you think that I'm an overbearing nag, but I can't help it. That's what mothers do. We nag and worry and hover until we're cold and in the ground. She leaned over and rested her cheek on my shoulder. You're my boy, Johnny. She sighed heavily. You might be towering over me now, but no matter what happens, or how far you go in life, you'll always be my baby. You know I love you back, I mumbled, embarrassed and uncomfortable. You might drive me demented most days, but I'd be lost without you. I know, love. Mam sighed and patted my hand. I know. Ma, please don't hate Shannon over this, I added, my words barely more than a mumble. I know you're pissed with her mother, but don't hold it against her. Oh, God, I don't hate Shannon, love. She hurried to soothe. She's a smashing girl, and I would never judge a child based on my feelings towards their parents. Reaching over, she pressed a hand to my cheek. After all, your Nana and Granda Kavanagh never judged me, and look what I came from. True. My mother's side of the family were colourful, to say the least. She'd been dragged up, literally dragged from pillar to post and passed between various relatives until, at the age of 16, she finally had enough and split from Dublin, without a penny in her pocket and only her wits to get her by. She smuggled herself onto a bus urn coach with no destination in mind and landed in Cork. Hitching a ride to Ballylagan, she landed on my grandparents' farm with a serious attitude problem and a willingness to earn her keep. 4 years later, she was living in London, attending college, and married to my father. But I will say this, Mam added, nudging my shoulder with hers. If Mary Lynch wants to start trouble with you, she'll have to go through me first. I shook my head and sighed heavily. I'm defending a woman, but she's probably just projecting. Shrugging, I added, they're all going through the ringer right now. I understand that, Johnny, Mam agreed. I do, love. I can't comprehend how her poor children must be feeling. Standing up, Mam soothed her apron down before adding, but she won't be projecting onto you. Her eyes narrowed. Over my dead body. I need to go back tomorrow. I watched my mother as she pottered around my room, sweeping up clothes off the floor. To the hospital. Mam didn't respond. Ma, I pushed. I need to go back. Mam sighed heavily. I don't want you going anywhere near that woman, Johnny. Not when she's throwing around accusations about you. I'm not going for her sake, I snapped, bristling. I'm going for Shannon. Wait. I narrowed my eyes. What do you mean, accusations? Are you talking about the fucking ball again? Because I've already explained that was a bleeding accident. Mam shook her head. No, love. Then what? I snapped, bristling. What's she saying about me? She said some things to your dad, she replied. Some things that make your father and I uncomfortable about letting you go over there. Like what? Look, Johnny, you need to steer clear for a while, she finally said, not elaborating any further. I'm not saying forever, but until the dust settles, it'd be best if you give that family some space. The fuck did she say about me? I haven't done anything, Ma, I growled, feeling defensive and on edge. So whatever she's saying about me, it's complete bullshit. Look, just get some sleep and we'll talk about it in the morning, she replied, not meeting my eyes. You still need rest, Johnny. You're running on empty. I was running on empty, all right. An empty tank of patience. Ma! I watched my mother as she walked over to my door. Ma, what did she say? Get some sleep, love, was all she replied. She moved close to the door behind her, only to stop in her tracks. Oh, I almost forgot. Sliding her hand under the front pocket of her apron, she retrieved a small, folded-up piece of paper. I found this when I was washing your clothes, from Dublin. Walking back over to me, she handed me the paper. You're a sweet boy. Smiling, she stroked my cheek with her hand before turning back for the door. I'm proud of you, Mam added, before closing my bedroom door out behind her. Confused, I unfolded the piece of paper and stared down, feeling a swell of emotion hit me, straight in the chest. Shannon like the river. Will you please be my friend? The friendship contract. Fuck. Carefully refolding the letter, I tucked it into my bedside locker and sighed. Be okay. I mentally prayed. Please be okay, Shannon like the river.
11. Homeward bound. Shannon. I had always felt unsteady. For most of my life, I remained in a state of constant unease, trying and failing to predict the next bad move, the move that would bring pain and misery. As I stood in the doorway of my childhood bedroom on Thursday afternoon, I felt more unnerved and doubtful than ever before, because I couldn't predict the danger. I just knew it was lurking somewhere. My body was on high alert. The survival instinct inside of my head was screaming at me that I wasn't safe. Feeling powerless, I took stock of my room and noted that it looked exactly the same as it always did. Small, neat and tidy. I'll get you some new stuff for in here, Darren announced as he stepped around me and placed my hospital bag on the foot of my single bed. Some new paint and curtains,
a new bedspread, whatever you want, Shannon. Just tell me what colours you'd like and I'll get it done. How about a new life, or a new family, or just some inner peace? I'm fine, I replied, throat still raw and hoarse. I don't need you to buy me anything. Forcing my legs to move, something I was finding difficult since stepping through the front door earlier, I walked over to my bed and sat down. My mind automatically shifted to the memory of Johnny sprawled out on my mattress, teaching me maths, and my lips tipped up. But then I made the mistake of glancing at the wall beside the door, my one good memory of this house obliterated into thin air, replaced with the memory of my father throwing me against the wall so hard my head made a dent in the plaster. I was 7 at the time, and had refused to hand over my Holy Communion money. That had been a mistake, one I had paid for with both my money and my body. Are you okay? Darren asked, dragging me from my dark thoughts. Shannon. Where is everyone? I asked, forcing the memories back down. The boys are over at Nanny's, he explained. I couldn't take them with me to pick you up, and Mam's at that class Patricia organised. Patricia, being the social worker assigned to our family, and the class, being a parenting skills group. I almost rolled my eyes at the notion. What were they going to teach her there? Not to let her husband beat her children? Not to run off for days and leave her children without food? Not to take to the bed for weeks on end and leave us to fend for ourselves? Common sense should have told her all that. Of course, the social workers didn't know all this. They were fed the poor battered wife trying desperately to keep her children safe line Darren had made us rehearse until we were blue in the face. I cringed at the thought of how he worded that spiel to the younger boys. They must be feeling so confused. She's as much of a victim as the rest of us, Darren had said. To a point, I agreed with him, or at least I used to. There came a time in my life when I stopped making excuses for my mother, and that time came and went months ago. Do you want to talk? Darren asked, hovering in the doorway now. About Dad? I shook my head. Are you sure? I gave him a blank stare. I wasn't sure what he was expecting me to do. Confide in him? I didn't think so. He was as much of a stranger to me as the countless authority figures I'd been forced to speak to lie to. What about Joey? I asked the question that was most important to me. Where is he? Darren sighed heavily. I don't know. Well, has he been home? I asked, my tone hardening with my outrage. Has he slept here since you got back? He shook his head. Haven't seen him since the hospital. Did you call his girlfriend? I demanded, feeling my pulse flutter wildly. Do you know if he's with Aoife? Joey's his own man, Darren replied. He's an adult, over 18. Barely, I strangled out. It suited them for Joey to be gone. Without Joey, everything would fall back into place. Joey was a complication neither Mam or Darren seemed to want to deal with. He turned 18 at Christmas, and he's still in school. That hardly makes him an adult. Shannon, if he wants to stay out, there's nothing I can do about it. He doesn't want to stay out, Darren, I snapped. We were all a product of our environment. And Joey? Joey was angry. He wants to not be in a house with her. Well, whether he likes it or not, she happens to be his mother. Darren snapped. He has a room in this house if he wants it. The door is always open to him. It's his choice if he wants to act out and not cooperate. I can't make him stay. Act out? Not cooperate? I narrowed my eyes and forced down the urge to scream. He's doing this because he's in pain and nobody is hearing him, and especially not you. Then he needs to sit down and talk about how he's feeling. Darren groaned. Not run around banging his fists on his bloody chest. He ran a hand through his dark hair, clearly frustrated. I want to help him, Shannon, I do, but I can't do that if he won't let me. I opened my mouth to respond, but just shook my head instead. There was no point in continuing with this conversation. Darren didn't get it. He either couldn't or wouldn't see this from Joey's perspective, and I wasn't wasting any more of my energy trying to make him. You're failing him, I whispered, unable to stop the words from pouring out. Just like they did. Shannon. Darren flinched like I had physically hit him, and I guess I had, with the truth. I'm here for all of you, he choked out. For whatever you need, day or night. Yeah, all of us except for Joey. Then can I use your phone? I asked, already knowing the answer before asking. Narrowing my eyes, I added, You said you'd be there for whatever I need. Well, right now I need to make a phone call. My brother stiffened. If it's to call him, then no. You heard, ma'am. I didn't need him to elaborate on who he was referring to. We both knew he meant Johnny. Then can I get a phone of my own? Darren let out an exasperated sigh. Shannon, we need to focus on the family right now. We have social workers breathing down our necks and the Gardaí up our asses. We don't need any more hassle. I know you think we're being unfair, but it has to be this way for now. Then I don't need anything from you, I replied coldly, except to close the door behind you. Shannon. She's wrong about him, I hissed, having heard it all before. It had been 3 days since I'd seen Johnny, 3 days since he'd arrived at the hospital to see me, and 3 days since my family had decided he was a bad idea. Ma'am never liked Johnny, and now I knew why. He made her nervous. He knew too much and it scared her. It should. And you're listening to it. I'm not listening to anything, he replied, tone wary. I don't even know the lad. Exactly, I hissed. You don't know him. I do know that Ma'am is right about you being in a vulnerable state of mind right now, he interjected. It's not healthy to attach yourself to him. Oh my God! I closed my eyes and fought back the urge to reach out and break something. You're both disgusting. Snapping my eyes open, I glared at my brother. He's my friend, Darren. I'm allowed to have friends, you know. A friend that you were caught straddling with your skirt around your waist in some changing room by your teacher. I flushed beetroot red. Damn you, Mr. Mulcahy. We were kissing, I choked out. That's it. I'm not judging you, Shannon. I'm questioning your judgment. There's a difference, he was quick to say. It would be very easy for someone in your position who's been through severe trauma and neglect to dive headfirst into something you're not emotionally ready for because you've had a taste of affection. And, he added cautiously, it would be very easy for someone to take advantage of a person in that state of mind too. You are so wrong about him. Just hear me out on this, okay? He interrupted again. I'm not saying this to hurt you. I'm just trying to make you aware. His tone of voice was soft and gentle, but his words were patronizing and made me feel sick. You're 16, he continued. You've been through hell, and suddenly there's a young fella knocking around saying all the right things, making you feel wanted and alive. I get that, Shannon, I do. We've all been there. But you need to take a step back. Think about what you're doing and why you're feeling the way you are before you jump over a ledge you can't come back from. I don't want you to do anything that you're going to regret later on. You don't get it, I whispered. I get it. Everyone in the history of the world gets it. You think you're in love. You're convinced this boy will be the boy that saves you. But it's not real. It's all hormones and growing pains. Darren sighed wearily. Your emotions are heightened when you're a teenager, and yours are especially because of what you've been through. I can't believe these words are actually coming out of your mouth, I hissed, feeling like I was being attacked. You, of all people. It's trauma bonding, he continued. Maybe not completely, but you're definitely attaching yourself to him. Because I love him, I snapped, losing my cool. Blinking wildly when I realized what I had said, I debated taking it back before stealing my resolve. I love him, I repeated, firmer this time. And that has nothing to do with trauma or my family and everything to do with him. You're a baby, Shannon, Darren sighed, belittling me once more. You don't even know what love means yet. Are you finished? I deadpanned, feeling the hot sting of tears. Because you can go now. Darren stood in the doorway for a solid minute longer, looking at me like he wanted to say something, but didn't. Eventually he shook his head and turned to leave. I'll be downstairs if you need me. 12. I'm alone. Shannon. I had been home from the hospital less than a week, and already the cracks were starting to show in our newly formed family unit. Mam was withdrawn, and when she wasn't at work, she spent most of her time locked away in her bedroom or sitting like a zombie at the kitchen table, smoking cigarettes and staring off into nothing. This wasn't anything new to us, but without Joey around to compensate, the household was falling into a state of anarchy. It didn't seem to matter what Darren said or did. Ollie and Tig weren't impressed and constantly challenged him. Even little Sean was resisting our new setup. He hadn't spoken a word to anyone since Dad left. I knew Darren was trying, and a part of me felt bad for my oldest brother, but a bigger part of me held infallible allegiance towards Joey. Joey hadn't come home in days, and with his notable absence from our younger brother's daily routine, something they had been used to, came confusion and rebellion. I had a feeling Darren was regretting ever coming home. He was snowballing under the pressure of the role he had taken on, drowning in the bills and debts our parents had recklessly amassed, and smothering in the responsibility of caring for younger siblings and a weak mother. On top of the meetings with solicitors, sessions with counsellors, and house visits from social services and the Gardaí, the boys still had training sessions and matches most evenings. They had routines to uphold, and even with Nanny helping out, it was a lot for one person to manage. The pressure was immense, and without Joey around to smooth everything over like he usually did, and steer Darren in the right direction, cracks were showing and tempers were rising. The only good part about the whole mess was that our father was still missing. The bad part was that I knew in my heart that my mother was pining for him. She was pining for the man who made our lives a misery. That gave me little hope for a long-term future without him in it. Without a phone or Joey, I had no way of contacting the outside world. 4 months ago, that wouldn't have bothered me in the slightest. 4 months ago, I would have been grateful to curl up under my duvet and hide from the big, bad world. But that was before Tommen. That was before Johnny. Something was happening to me, I realized. Something was shifting deep inside of my mind, and for the first time in my life, I felt restless. I felt like I wanted to pull on the chains shackling me to this house and break free. I had no idea where the notion had come from, but it was there. It was real, and it was encouraging me to dust myself off and fight back. To be brave and turn this life around for myself. Not even the warnings from the Gardaí encouraging me to stay at home while they searched for my father, or the constant whispering in my ear from Mam and Darren, could dissuade the yearning I had inside of my heart to break free. I found it strange that now, with more bruises on my body than ever before, I wanted to push the boundaries. But that's what was happening.
Have you heard from Joey?
Tig's voice cut through my thoughts, bringing me back to the present. I swung around to find him leaning against the bathroom wall, his arms folded across his chest, watching me. No, I replied, turning back to face the mirror I had been staring into before he distracted me. I haven't. Using my free hand, I ran my fingers through my hair, flinching when pain ricocheted through my scalp. I haven't seen him since the hospital. You know this.
And you're not worried?
He pushed, tone hardening.
Or do you not give a fuck like the rest of them?
You know I care, Tig. Forcing my hand to steady, I reached up with the scissors I was holding and tried again. I give a lot of fucks.
Why isn't he coming home, Shan?
I wanted to scream, because she's here, but I held it back and forced out, I don't know, Tig, instead.
What are you doing?
He asked then, sounding distracted. Setting down the scissors on the sink, I turned around and gave him my attention. I'm trying to fix my hair. He arched a sardonic brow.
By hacking it off?
I'm not hacking it off, Tig.
Then what are you doing?
He repeated, tone challenging. I released a heavy sigh. I'm bald.
How'd you figure that?
His brows furrowed.
Your hair looks the same as always to me.
Walking over to the toilet, I closed the lid and sat down. Come here.
Why?
So I can show you. Looking rather hesitant, Tig walked over to me.
Fine. Show me.
Here. I lowered my head. See the side part? I felt his fingers brush against my scalp before stilling.
There's a chunk gone,
he deadpanned, yanking his hand away.
Size of a fist.
I know. Swallowing deeply, I battled down my emotions and cupped the side of my head. I was trying to bring some hair from the other side of my parting over to cover it up, but it's all uneven at the ends. He was silent for a long time before asking,
Do you have a comb?
I nodded. On the sink. Without a word, Tig walked over to the sink and grabbed both the comb and scissors. Whoa! I spluttered, eyeing the scissors warily. What are you doing?
Fixing it,
he growled.
Do you want my help or not?
I debated the dangers of letting my 11-year-old brother loose with scissors on my hair for the briefest of moments before shrugging in resignation. Go for it. Whatever he did couldn't look worse than walking around with all of my hair tossed over one side. I'm trusting you. Tig's response to that was a clipped, but his fingers were achingly gentle as he worked.
Do you think she'll take him back?
He asked after a long stretch of silence.
When the dust settles?
Yes.
No. Liar,
was all he replied. 20 minutes later, and I was staring in the mirror and admiring his handiwork.
I moved it over,
he explained, still scowling, as he stood behind me and stared at the mirror.
And then I just evened out the ends on both sides so you don't look stupid.
Instead of my elbow-length hair parting down the middle of my scalp like it always had, it now parted on the right, with the extra hair concealing the bald patch from where my father had torn clumps of my hair off. Thanks, I squeezed out, feeling a huge swell of emotion surge up inside of me. I turned around to face him. I owe you one. Tig shifted around, looking uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, if you want to do me a favour, then find my brother.
My heart cracked. He'll come back, Tig. Tears filled my eyes as I said, Joey would never leave us.
We're alone,
he whispered, dropping his gaze to his feet.
No. I shook my head and moved towards him. We're not. Don't you get it yet? He spat, backing away from me. Haven't you figured it out by now? We're all alone. He shook his head and glared at me. All of us, on our own, by ourselves, and that's it. Tig, that's not true. No one fucking cares, Shannon. He told me, voice flat and void of all emotion. Not about us. If they did, they would have come by now. And Joey doesn't care either, he cried before storming away.
13. Cashing in on favours. Johnny. Days had passed without a word from Shannon, and I was going out of my mind with worry. Between that and being banned from training and the gym, I was at a complete loss. Seriously. I'd no fucking clue what to do with myself. I attended my physio and OT sessions, but without the distraction of my usual jam-packed schedule, my mood was worsening. I also received a huge ass bollocking via phone from my coaches at the academy for putting my body at risk the way I had. What had seemed like a good idea at the time had come back to bite me in the ass. My doctors and coaches didn't trust me anymore, and I knew that it would be a very long time before they would again. It was depressing. The one upside to my downtime, and I begrudgingly admit this, was that my body seemed to be thriving with the rest, recuperating at a much more rapid pace than I had anticipated. I could move more freely now, and the bruising and swelling in my balls and groin that had plagued me since Halloween was slowly beginning to fade. It also didn't hurt to take a piss anymore. I still wasn't taking any chances on the whole pulling my dick thing. But the morning hard-on I sported on a daily basis didn't cause me the discomfort I once had. None of that consoled me, because my entire focus was on Shannon. Because of my father and his anal attitude towards upholding the law, I hadn't been able to see her. Apparently, Shannon's brother, Darren, had called my parents, making it clear in no uncertain terms that I wasn't to return to the hospital. I understood that my father dealt with this kind of thing on a daily basis. He was used to watching dysfunction unfold around him, but I wasn't. This was personal for me. She was personal for me, and being kept in the dark was driving me insane. My mother, the turncoat, was on my father's side, but she had her own agenda. She didn't want me going anywhere near Mrs. Lynch. Her back was up over the whole suspension threat, and she didn't want me going next to, nor near, a woman like that. Her words, not mine. Because of my inability to get myself from A to B since my surgery, I couldn't get there without my parents' help, leaving me pissed off and careless, betrayed and sulking. I remained in bed for most of the week, ignoring my mother every time she popped her head around the door to check on me, which happened to be every 20 bleeding minutes, and mulling in my bad mood. I was smothering inside my house, fucking losing my mind with the restlessness inside my body. I wasn't used to sitting still and doing nothing. I was cranky and on edge, driven deeper into my own head with every passing day, and no word from Shannon. By the following Monday, I was resigned to my bad mood. After an intense physiotherapy session with Janice this morning, followed by a further 2 hours in the pool, I was depressed and agitated. on the flat of my back, with Suki tucked at my side. I wasted the rest of my day tossing a rugby ball into the air and catching it, all the while contemplating the worst possible scenarios that had been relentlessly plaguing me. What if Shannon's dad came back and he didn't get prosecuted? What if my body didn't heal in time for the tour? What if he came back and her mother took him back? What if the coaches overlooked me? Or that Danny Miller kid from Galway? What if she didn't come back to school next week? What if this wasn't for me? What if she was put into care and had to change schools? What if I played my last game for Dublin? What if she got hurt again? What if? I should have kept her in this room with us, Sook, I muttered. I should have kept her here, period. My faithful Labrador's response was to nuzzle into my side and yodel softly. Yeah, I know, baby. Exhaling heavily, I tossed the ball across the room and wrapped my arm round her. I fucked up real bad. Johnny, something's come and Dad has to go back to Dublin. Mam's voice filled the room moments before she arrived in my doorway. Killian called. You remember Killian, don't you, love? Killian Moore? One of the bloodthirsty solicitors who worked under my father. Yeah, I remember him. Hotshot little fucker. Well, there's been some issue with a client's bail hearing, and your dad needs to be there to clear it up. Killian's handling the case, but something's popped up, and your father is on better terms with Judge O'Leary. I snorted loudly. Glad to know where his priorities lie, as usual. Don't be like that, Mum said with a sigh. He spent half the night on the phone last night. Again, calling around for your benefit. Arching a brow, I levelled her with a stare. And nothing, Mum replied. He's not at liberty to discuss anything he found out with us, if he found anything out. She sighed again. You know all of this, Johnny. Not bothering to respond, I turned my glare to the ceiling above me. He left some paperwork in his study, and I need to drop it up to him, Mam continued to say. I'll only be a few hours. I'll definitely be back tonight, but just in case, I've called Jared to come over and keep you company while I'm gone. He knows you're not to leave the house, love, so don't even try to coax him into doing the wrong thing, or there'll be consequences for both of you. My ears perked up at the sound of Gibbs's name, and instantly I was plotting mutiny. I cared about a grand total of two things in my life: rugby and Shannon, and right now both have been taken away from me without warning. I was losing control of the reins of my own life, and it was making me crazy. What the fuck was I supposed to do? Stay in bed and take my medicine like a good little boy with a broken dick? I think fucking not. Stay in bed, Mam added sternly. George can let himself in, so don't trouble yourself with the stairs, love. And I know you said you were not hungry, but there's a pot of soup on the stove and some fresh bread rolls on the table if you're feeling peckish later. Yeah. My mother might not have gotten the pram she wanted with my discharge papers from the hospital, but she had gained more control over my life than she had in years, and she was exercising that with newfound power. I was out of commission, and she was thrilled to have me under her maternal watch 24/7. Are you listening to me, Johnny? Man pushed. Did you hear a word of what I just said? I hear ya, I grumbled. Gibbsy's coming over to babysit me. I apparently can't be trusted to be left on my own for an hour. I rolled my eyes. Even though I've taken care of myself for months on end without either one of my folks around. Mam rolled her eyes right back at me. "Don't be such a drama queen." I gaped at her, resisting the urge to scream and prove her right. "Enjoy your trip," I said instead. Mam arched a brow. "Enjoy your strop?" Give me strength. "Goodbye, mother," I bit out. Mam smirked. "Farewell, my bouncing baby boy." Jesus. I waited until Mam had closed my bedroom door behind her before throwing the covers over myself. 20 minutes later, I was fresh from a shower and wrestling with a pair of socks when my bedroom door flew inwards. "I'm so fucking bored," Gipsy announced, strolling into my room. "We're on our Easter break, and how am I spending it? Locked up in my room, studying for an exam I'm not even sure I can spell, let alone take next year. And all because you decide to break your dick and leave me alone." Dropping his overnight bag on the floor, he flopped down on my bed and exhaled a dramatic sigh. "You're so selfish." "Sorry for inconveniencing you," I grumbled, as I balanced against the bathroom door frame and tried to tuck myself in without causing harm. My stitches were healing nicely, but I was still sore and bruised. "I forgot that it's all about you, Gibbs." "Whoa! That's a lot of swollen dick," Gipsy groaned, dropping a hand over his face. "You're all there, aren't you, lad? Kinda wish I didn't come over now. Feeling kind of emasculated and a little hard done by. Maybe I should learn to knock." "Stop talking," I muttered, settling the waistband on my hips. "You're being all fucked up again, and I need you to be normal for an hour." He arched a brow. "Only an hour?" "Gibbs," I snapped, impatient. "Okay." He held his hands up. "I'm being normal." "Good," I sighed. "Because I need you to take me somewhere." "Oh, no, no, no." He sat straight up and pointed at me. "Bed rest, Johnny. For 7 to 10 days, lad." "Yeah, and it's been 10 days. I shot back. 9 days, if we're being technical." He huffed as he stood up and began to pace. "And your mother specifically mentioned 10 days bed rest when she called me earlier, not to mention the serious physical pain she would inflict on me if I so much as thought about aiding and abetting you and leaving the house." "Well, I need to see her." Shrugging on the loosest pair of sweatpants I owned, I reached for a fresh t-shirt and quickly threw it on. I can't drive for at least another week, and I took my bleeding car keys. So I need you to take me." "No can do," Gibbs shot back, with a firm shake of his head. "Mommy Kavanagh will have my balls, and I'll end up sharing a surgeon with you." He shook his head, again, to emphasise his displeasure. "I love you, buddy, but not that much." "Come on, Gibbs," I snapped, frustrated. "Help me." "I'm always fucking helping you," he groaned. "Yeah," I deadpanned, "because I'm always helping you right back." "You need to let her family deal with this, lad," he said, tone serious. "I'm not joking around here, Johnny. You need to take a step back here. You told me what they said, how her mother warned you to stay away." He threw his hands up in despair. "So just stay away for a while. They obviously want to handle it themselves. Give her some space. And you'll see her when we go back to school." "And what if I don't see her?" I demanded. "What if she doesn't come back to Toman?" "Of course she'll be back. How do you know?" Gibbsy rolled his eyes. "Maybe because she goes to school there." Sinking down in the bed, I exhaled a pained breath and tried to wrestle in my emotions before speaking again. "Listen," I began, slightly calmer now. "I'm not asking you to take me to the gym. I'm not going near a bleeding rugby ball. I'm not asking you to lie for me." Looking him dead in the eyes, I said, "I'm asking you to take me to her because I can't fucking get there on my own. And I need to. And she needs me to." My words broke off, and I pinched the bridge of my nose. "If you don't help me, and something happens to her, I swear, I'll never forgive you for it, Gibbs." "I'll never forgive me." "That's emotional blackmail." "That's the only hand I have," I replied steadily. "She'll kill me," Gibbsy pointed out. "You do know that, don't you? Your mother will murder me." "I'll take full responsibility," I countered. "Just do this for me, Gibbs." "Fine," he snapped, throwing his hands up. "Call your fucking doctors. Ask them if they're familiar with surgery that involves removal of a woman's high heel from someone's asshole. Because that's what's going to happen to me when I take her baby out of this house, Johnny. She's going to hurt me." Groaning, he added, "Tell them to book me a bloody bed. I'm going to need one." 14. Jailbreak. Johnny. "Okay, we need to think this through," Gibbsy announced, as he pulled onto the main road near my house. "Bring some sort of deflection with us. A carrot to dangle in case they turn us away." "A carrot?" I turned my head and glared at them. "The fuck you talking about? We don't need carrots and deflections, Gibbs. We're going to drive over to her house, park the car, and knock on the bleeding door." Gibbsy rolled his eyes. "You have no tact? Here, pull my phone out. It's in my pocket." "I don't need tact," I grumbled. But I did as he asked. He took the phone from my hands, and I steered while he dialed. "You'll get points on your licence for this," I muttered, grateful to be in control of something for once, even if it was only a steering wheel. Gibbsy grinned and pressed the phone to his ear. "Only if I get caught. Hey, how's it going, babe? I need you to be outside in 5. Yeah, 5 minutes. Why? Because I'm picking you up, that's why. Yeah, don't waste time asking questions. Just put your coat on and meet me at the bottom of your driveway. It's cold outside, so wear the red one." He grinned, clearly getting a mouthful down the line before saying, "I know you're at home because I saw you watching me from my bedroom window earlier. Yeah. I know you stalk me too. Yeah, you hate me, I know. I've heard it all before, babe. I love you too." "We're bringing Claire?" I asked when he ended the call. Gibbsy nodded. "It makes more sense than 2 lads showing up on their own." Shrugging, he added, "Shannon's her best friend, lad. She hasn't been able to make contact with her since Dublin. Girl's a nervous wreck over it all." I shrugged. Fair enough. 5 minutes later, we pulled onto Hughie and Gibbsy Street, and were greeted by a scowling Claire, who was standing at the bottom of her driveway, holding a neon-pink umbrella to protect herself from the March downpour. "What's this about, Jared?" "What's the big emergency?" she asked, climbing into the back seat when Gibbsy pulled up beside her. "Oh, hey, Johnny," she added, softening her tone a little. "I hope you're feeling better." "All good," I replied, feeling uncomfortable, knowing that she knew. "Cav here has coerced me into driving over to Shannon's house," Gibbsy added. "Thought you'd want to come." "I do," leaning forward Claire poked her head out between our seats. But they won't let you through the front door? I had Hugh drive me over there on Friday to see her, but her mother told me she was in bed. Claire scrunched her nose up as she spoke. She wouldn't even hear me out, guys. She said Shan was too tired for visitors, and just dismissed me. Fury raced through me. No goddamn way was I going to be dismissed by that woman, or any member of her family. Simmer down, Cap, Gibbsy instructed calmly. It was only then that I noticed my knuckles had turned white from the force of clenching them. We'll see her. You're damn fucking straight we will. I know she lives in Elk Terrace, Gibbsy said. But that's a huge terrace. 95. She lives at 95. Claire and I said in unison. Jinx! Claire chuckled. You know, Claire Bear, if you want to unjinx yourself, you can always touch my wood, Gibbsy offered. No thanks. I don't like wood, Claire shot back. Or penises. I remember, Gibbsy chuckled. Wait, is that the plural for penis? Penises? Probably, Claire replied, placing a hand on his shoulder. I mean, plural for vagina is vaginas. So it sort of has to be, doesn't it? I thought the plural for vagina was vaginae, he offered. And then, after a thoughtful pause, added, You know what? I think plural for penis is peni. Oh my God, Jared. Literally, nobody says peni or vaginae, Claire scoffed. It's penises and vaginas. He mused. Sounds weird, though. When it comes to human genitalia, I think it all sounds a little weird, Jared. I zoned out of their conversation, too concerned about Shannon to entertain either of them. Instead, I cranked the stereo and drowned my thoughts out with one of Gibbsy's eclectic mix CDs. I kept my eyes trained on the windscreen, not blinking and barely breathing, until we ascended the huge hill and pulled onto our straight. Shit, Gibbsy muttered. I pulled up outside her run-down house in Elks Terrace. Bad luck, eh? Yeah, lad, I muttered. You have no idea. Turn down the music, Jared, Claire scolded, when Gibbsy pulled up outside the house. What's wrong with my music? Gibbsy asked, looking comically wounded. Knocking on heaven's door? Glaring, Claire slapped his shoulder. Really? After what's just happened to her? Leaning between the seats, she switched off the stereo. That's so insensitive. But, she's not here. Killing the engine, Gibbsy turned to look at her. Confusion was etched on his face when he said, And it's Guns N' Roses? It's a bad song choice. Hang on. What about this one? His words trailed off as he switched the stereo back on and flicked to track 7. The guitar riff of Tin Lizzie's Jailbreak blasted from the speakers. Better? Gibbsy asked, waggling his brows. More suited for the occasion, Sweet Pea. Much? Claire replied, tone approving. Good job, Shuffle Bunny. Thanks, babe. You're both bleeding ridiculous. Shaking my head, I shoved the car door open and used my crutches to pull myself out. This is serious. I know, lad, Gibbsy replied, joining me on the footpath. I know. So, what's the plan? Claire asked, climbing out after us. Do we just... She shrugged. helplessly. Go in there? Well, I'm going in there, I told her. Not waiting for either of them to respond, I rounded the wall that separated the overgrown garden from the footpath and hopped awkwardly to the door. Tension was emanating from my body in waves as I slipped my hand out of one of my crutches and rapped my knuckles against the door. Keep the head, Cap, Gibbsy instructed quietly in my ear. Reaching around him, he caught a hold of Claire and shoved her in front of both of us. Smile, Claire Bear, he coaxed, keeping his hand on her hip. No one could say no to the sun. Finally, after what felt like an age, the front door swung inwards, and we were greeted by what I could only describe as the male version of Shannon. Dark brown hair, piercing midnight blue eyes, full of secrets. Yes? He asked politely. Can I help you? Who are you? I decided to come right out and ask. I already knew this was Darren, but I wanted him to confirm it. You're at my door, the man replied. Who are you? Fighting down the urge to reach over and drag him out of my way, I asked, Is Shannon here? Darren leaned against the door frame and folded his arms across his chest. Who wants to know? Me. He arched a brow. And who's me? I'm her. He's her Johnny, Claire blurted out. Nice, Gibbsy chuckled, tugging her under his arm. And since we're making introductions, she's my Claire Bear, and I'm his flanker. I remember you, Darren said, giving Claire a curious look. You've grown up. Look, is Shannon here and that? I snapped, clinging to my patience by the skin of my teeth. I need to see her. No. God damn it. Well, can you tell me when she'll be back? I bit out through clenched teeth, so I know how long I'll be waiting in my car. Because I'm not going anywhere, fucker. No. Furious, I leaned on my crutch and hissed, Where is she, Darren? He shook his head and reached for the door. Go home, Johnny. Don't do it, Cap, Gibbsy warned, placing his hand on my shoulder. Don't fucking bulldoze. I heard him. I did. But I couldn't see beyond the red haze fog in my mind, smothering me, making it hard to think clearly. Nope, I growled, shaking off his hand. I'm not going anywhere. I shoved a crutch in the doorway to block Darren from slamming the door in my face. I know all about your family. I glared behind him, about the shite that goes on in this house. And if you think I'm walking away without seeing her, then you've another thing coming. You don't have a clue, he growled. You think you do, but you don't have no goddamn idea. Johnny, maybe we should just go. I'm going nowhere, I roared, feeling furious and sore from standing. I'll stand right fucking here until he either lets me in or brings her down. Straightening, I looked him dead in the eyes and said, You decide. I'm good with either. Do you have any idea of what my family is dealing with here? He demanded then, his cool facade slipping. What we're all going through right now, trying to work through. He glared at me before continuing. I'm holding my family together by the skin of my teeth here, kid. I spent the best part of a week at my sister's hospital bedside, trying to manage the shitstorm that I've walked back into. My family has enough problems right now, issues more complicated than you could ever understand. So I need you to go back the fuck up and give us some breathing space. I'll give you all the space you need, I shot back hotly. After I see Shannon. The last thing Shannon needs is you rolling up and confusing her, he snapped. She's been through hell. She needs rest and peace. I'm trying to give her that. I'm trying to make her life better. And you storming in and bombarding her with questions is only going to traumatise her even further. Then Shannon can tell me that herself, I countered, unwilling to give an inch to my face. Darren shook his head. Jesus Christ, Johnny. My mother already explained this to you. I spoke to your father and explained this to him. What aren't you getting here? Why can't you understand that what's happening in our family is private, and we need time to process everything? What are you so afraid of? I taunted. That she'll talk to me, confide in me, tell me all the shite she should be telling the authorities, but isn't, because you're keeping her locked up like a fucking prisoner. I looked him up and down and sneered. Yeah, I know there's more. I know that fucking much. And I also know that you might be able to control her, but you can't control me. And I've no problem with blowing the roof off your dirty little secret. And here's another thing you can't do. I straightened my spine. You can't make me leave. You need to calm down, he instructed. Stop puffing your chest out and looking for a fight, Johnny. My sister's fine, and you need to leave. She was neglected and abused in her own home. She was tortured outside of it. It's a fucking miracle she's still standing, so no, I won't fucking calm down. I snarled. I want to see her, and I'm not going till I do. If you don't leave, I'll phone the Garda, he replied. I don't want to, but I will if you don't go. Then go for it, because I'm not going anywhere, asshole, I roared, losing all touch with my self-control. Go right ahead and call the fucking guards, because quite frankly, I'd love to speak to them. Oh, Jesus, his mother's going to kill me, Gibbsy groaned. It's bad enough that I took him out behind her back, but now he's going to be arrested, and then I'll be arrested because I'm a good friend, and it's just bad form to let him go to prison on his own. She won't see it that way. No. She'll see her baby in a cell, and I'll be dead, ballless, Egypt, beside him. Oh! Shut up, Gibbs, I barked. Stop the world, Gibbsy groaned. I want to get off. Jared, calm down. Nobody is going to prison. Johnny. Claire placed a hand on my arm. Come on, let's go. I'm going nowhere, I hissed, for the 15th fucking time, keeping my eyes locked on Darren. Not until I see her. See? Gibbsy croaked out. You heard him. He's going nowhere, and I'm going to heaven. What are you hiding? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Nothing. Then why can't she see me? I demanded. Why can't I see her? What is your fucking problem with me? My words broke off when a small figure darted out from under Darren's arm and sprang towards me. My brain barely had a chance to process that the figure I was seeing was Shannon before she lunged at me, wrapping her arms round my neck and causing me to stagger back a step. Hi, Johnny, she whispered, tumbling off the doorstep as she clung to me. You came back. Hi, Shannon, My crutches fell to the ground as I wrapped my arms around her body, holding her in place. "I promised I would," I replied, keeping my eyes narrowed, and looked on her brother.
15. Beautiful Boys and Broken Brothers. Shannon. At first, I ignored the angry voices penetrating the quiet bubble of my bedroom, presuming Darren and Tig were going head to head again downstairs. But then I remembered Tig and Ollie were at a birthday party. Sean was with Nanny, Joey was AWOL, and Mam was at work. That left Darren and... Dad? My breath hitched to my throat, and I dropped the pen I'd been using to scribble revision notes into my copybook with. For a moment, I just sat there on my bed and held my breath, waiting for my bedroom door to fly inward and my father to appear. When it didn't happen, my anxiety lowered to the point where moving my limbs was possible again. Unnerved, I climbed out of bed and walked over to my window to investigate. Pushing it open, I leaned out, rested my elbows on the sill, and searched for trouble. The sight of the familiar silver Ford Focus parked outside my house caused my heart to thud rapidly. I knew that car. It belonged to Jared Gibson. And wherever Gibbsy was... "Then go for it, because I'm not going anywhere, asshole!" An achingly familiar voice with a thick Dublin accent boomed. "Go right ahead and call the fucking guards, because, quite frankly, I'd love to speak to them." "Johnny." Because of the veranda under my window blocking my view of the front door, I couldn't see him, but I could hear him, and oh God, my heart thundered violently at the sound of his voice. For a moment I stood there, in a state of shock, absorbing his voice and the realization that he was actually here, for my brain kicked into gear and my legs started to move. Every inch of my body was aching, and the bruising on my face was darker now, more purple and prominent, but I didn't care. I pushed past my pain, forced down my insecurities, and got dressed in record time. The jeans I threw on were loose and needed the support of a belt, but I knew I wouldn't find one in my wardrobe, so I used my hair tie to hold them up. Slipping my feet into my runners, I grabbed one of Joey's hoodies off the back of my door before hurrying into the landing. Feeling skittish, I clutched the banister and half stumbled down the stairs in my haste to get to him. When I reached the bottom step, I had to stop for a moment and catch my breath, my lungs protesting against the sudden movement. Darren was standing in the doorway, obstructing my view of him, as they both argued back and forth. Moving purely on instinct, I hurried over to the door and slipped under Darren's arm. Johnny's brows shot up in surprise at the sight of me, but I didn't give him a chance to say anything. Instead, I practically fell over the step of the door as I threw my arms around his neck and clung to him, feeling a rapid sense of instant relief spread across my skin like a hot flush absorbing me. "Hi, Johnny." Clenching my eyes shut, I held onto his body for dear life. "You came back." "Hi, Shannon." I heard his crutches clatter to the ground as his arms came around me, and then I was enveloped in the warmth and security I felt like I had been chasing my whole life. "I promised I would." "This isn't safe for you," my mind protested. "You feel too much for this boy, too deeply. Getting attached to him is a bad idea." "Shan!" Claire's voice filled my ears and my head snapped up. It was only then that I noticed her and Gibbsy standing slightly back from the door. She looked back at me, brown eyes filled with tears, and waved awkwardly. "Hi!" At the sight of her, something snapped inside of me and a sob tore through my throat. I strangled out, as I detangled myself from Johnny and moved for her. "God!" She met me halfway, wrapping me up in a hug so tight I flinched. "Are you okay?" she demanded. Sniffling loudly, she released me and stepped back, letting her gaze trail over my body. "Oh my God, Shan, what happened? I don't even know what to..." Girl, you better be okay. Grabbing my hoodie, she dragged me back in for a monster hug. I'm so mad at you, she hissed as tears dripped freely down her cheeks. And I'm so mad at me. And him. She glared at Darren, who was still standing in the doorway. He's not as nice as I remember. I'm okay, I squeezed out, patting her back. Just please be gentle. Of course, she sobbed, loosening her hold once more. Oh, God! Her words broke off, and her face contorted in pain. Your face! I'm okay, Claire, I gently reminded her. I'm here. I'm alive. I just love you so much, she cried. You don't even get how important you are to me. Can I get in on this action? Gibbsy asked, and then wrapped his arms around the both of us. Group hugs, he mused, ruffling both our heads before stepping back and pulling out a box of cigarettes from his jeans pocket. Good for the soul. Smiling to himself, he placed a cigarette between his lips and sparked up. Hi, Gibbsy, I sniffled, wiping my eyes with my sleeve. Little Shannon, he replied with a wink. You good? I nodded weakly. Damn straight you are, he said, tone encouraging. Little fighter. You look like a panda bear, Claire croaked out, touching the dark circles under my eyes. Are you sleeping? Not a wink, because I'm tortured with nightmares. It's just bruising. She flinched. I'm sorry. It's okay, I whispered, offering her a watery smile. It'll be okay. Ask her now, Johnny barked, drawing all of our attention back to where he was still locked in a stare-down with my brother. Ask your sister what she wants. Ask her if she wants us to leave. Go on. Fucking ask her. I've already told you, Darren growled. She's not. I want to stay with my friends for a while, I mumbled, surprising everyone. I felt 4 pairs of eyes land on my face and my cheeks burned. Stiffening my spine, I looked at my brother and said, I'm going to spend some time with my friends. Darren looked at me in defeat. You shouldn't be outside after your procedure. He ran a hand through his hair and stifled a groan. You shouldn't be going anywhere without me or Joey. He gave me a meaningful stare. Think about this. I didn't need to think about it. I already knew what he was referring to. Dad. He was out there somewhere, and Darren was terrified of him getting a hold of one of us. My old friend Fear roared to life, sucker-punching me in the gut, and I physically flinched. What if he finds you? What if he comes back? What if she takes him back while you're gone and he's in the house when you get home? What if... I'll look after her, Johnny announced in a tone so sincere there left no room for doubt. Darren didn't respond to him, so Johnny turned his heated gaze on me. I'll look after you, he repeated, blue eyes locked on mine. I will. Exhaling a ragged breath, I nodded. Okay. Relief flooded his features. Okay. Yeah, I breathed, nervously clasping my hands together. I want to go with you. I flicked my gaze back to Darren and saw the disappointment in his eyes, but held my nerve. I'm going with him, Darren. Darren shook his head, muttered something unintelligible under his breath, and then stepped outside. Retrieving Johnny's crutches off the ground, Darren handed them to him and hissed, You better mean that, because this isn't a game, kid, before walking back inside. Remember what I said, Shannon, he added. When the front door slammed shut behind him, I released the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Claire beamed at me. Girl, my pride levels are so high right now they could not possibly be measured.
She took my hands in hers and squeezed. How does it feel to finally stick up for yourself and win? I shrugged, feeling confused. Unnerving? I know the appropriate song for this, Gibbsy said, draping an arm over Claire's shoulder. Tossing a cigarette butt in the neighbour's garden, he waved a hand in front of them and said, Bon Jovi, It's My Life. Perfect, Claire chirped, wrapping an arm around his waist as they strolled down the garden path towards his car. You know what, Gerard? You can be pretty smart when you're not being pretty stupid. Laughing, he pulled her into his side. I know, right? Shannon. Johnny's deep voice came from behind me, causing a shiver to roll through my body. Are you okay? I'm not sure, I admitted quietly, resisting the urge to lean back and feel his body pressed to mine. Do you still want to come with me? He asked, standing so close to me that I could feel the heat emanating from his body. It's okay if you don't. I'm just happy that I got to see you. Nodding, I turned to look up at him. That's the one thing I am sure of. The sound of car tires screeching loudly caused me to startle, and I stiffened, instantly panicked and on edge. Johnny shifted closer to me, and I automatically burrowed into his side. It's okay, he coaxed, frowning at something over my head. I think it's your brother? My brother? Frowning, I spun around to see Joey stumbling face first out of the back of a moving car. Joey? I called out, hurrying towards him. Joe! The car that had deposited my brother beeped twice before speeding off down the terrace. I narrowed my eyes and glared at the black, souped-up Honda Civic as it tore off out of sight. Awareness dawned on me, cold and ugly as I registered who that car belonged to and what said person represented to my brother. Nothing good. Was that Shane Holland? I demanded when I reached him, out of breath and panting. What the hell, Joey? I thought she left it behind you. Shan, Joey slurred, laughing to himself as he rolled onto his back and sighed in contentment. How's it going? Get off the road, you idiot, I growled, feeling a mixture of relief and terror course through me. Joey, get up right now. He mashed his lips together and sighed. I missed you. You're going to get killed, I hissed, glaring down at my brother. Get up before someone drives over you. Let them, he laughed. I don't give a fuck anymore. Clearly, I grumbled, dropping to my knees beside him. Does Aoife know about this? Shh, he groaned, covering his face with his hands. Don't. No, of course she doesn't. Reaching over, I checked his pockets and groaned in despair. Well, your wallet's gone, I informed him. And your phone. I fucked up, Shan, he whispered then. I'm always fucking up. My heart cracked in my chest. Joe, just get up off the road and I'll help you, okay? Groaning, he shook his head. I'm done. What did you take? I asked in a hushed tone, leaning close to his ear. What was it, Joe? What did they give you? He's high, Johnny asked, standing over us. I debated denying it and lying, but then thought better of it. What was the point? My brother was lying in the middle of the road in broad daylight. I could hardly pass this off as an accident. Yeah, I choked out, shoulders sagging in defeat. Sighing heavily, Johnny handed me his crutches and reached down. You're going to have to help me out here, lad, he grumbled as he caught a hold of Joey's hand and pulled him into a sitting position. The movement caused Johnny to hiss loudly and release Joey's hand. The moment he did, Joey flopped back down on the tarmac. Fuck. Mr. Rugby,
Joey slurred. Joey the hurler, Johnny acknowledged as he reached for Joey's hand again. Joey, get up, I ordered, feeling flustered and embarrassed. I had tried so hard to keep our demons hidden, and now here they were, on full display. I couldn't cope with it. It was too much. I felt too exposed. Please. Come on, lad, Johnny grunted as he tried and failed to pull Joey to his feet once more. He was seeing the worst part of my life, and he was wading in, throwing himself into the mix, crutches and all. You need to work with me here. What have we got here? Gibbsy asked. Kneeling down beside me, he reached over and pulled Joey's eyelids open. Ooh, you're good and stoned, aren't you, Lynchy? He mused, and then patted his chest. Oh, fuck, Joey groaned, twisting away from us. Not that mad bastard. Gibbsy laughed. Glad to see I made an impression. I need to get him out of here, I strangled out, panicked. Those guys might come back, and I don't trust Darren not to call the... No worries, little Shannon. I've got him. Catching a hold of Joey's shoulders, Gibbsy dragged him clean off the ground in one clean sweep. Now it's your turn not to puke in my car, he told Joey as he carted him over to his car and deposited him in the back seat. Mortified, I wrapped my arms around myself and just stood there, frozen to the bone and drowning in my emotions. Does he do that a lot? Johnny asked, coming to stand beside me. I shook my head and handed his crutches back to him. Not usually. He arched a brow. Not usually. I blew out a harsh breath. Not for a long time. Nodding in silent understanding, Johnny adjusted his crutches and gently nudged my shoulder with his. Come on, Shannon, like the river. 16. Back to the manor. Shannon. Feeling completely exposed, I sat in the back seat of Gibbsy's car with Johnny and Gibbsy in the front and Claire and Joey beside me. The radio was off. Not one single word had been uttered since we pulled away from my house, and if I had a knife at my disposal, I was fairly sure I could have cut the tension enveloping the 5 of us. Joey was sprawled across the back seat, with his legs on top of Claire and his head in my lap. To her credit, Claire didn't complain or shove him off her. Instead, she proved the theory I had that she was the kindest person in the world by removing her coat and draping it over his trembling body. Numb, I kept my eyes glued to his face, watching as his features contorted every time Gibbsy hit a pothole or took a sharp turn. You're so stupid, I whispered, gently pushing his blonde hair out of his eyes. Do you hear me? Hanging around with Shane Holland and his friends again. You know he's bad news for you. They don't care about you, Joey. They never did. They only care about what they can get from you. He'll bleed you dry. I stroked his cheek, my fingers tracing the discoloration on his face. God, I'm so mad at you, Joey. Shan. Groaning, he clenched his eyes shut and stiffened. Fuck. Yeah, fuck, I muttered, wrapping an arm around him when Gibbsy took the turn-off for Johnny's house. What did you take? I leaned closer, keeping my voice low. I know you're drunk, and I can smell the weed off you, but there's more, isn't there? What was it? What did they give you? He groaned again and clutched his stomach. Sorry. Stop saying sorry and start telling me what you took, I hissed. Was it tablets or something more? Joey, tell me, damn it. Please don't hate me, was all he replied, his words a muffled slur as he shook violently in my arms. Devastated, I glanced around the car and felt my cheeks burn in embarrassment. Gibbsy and Johnny were both staring straight ahead, and Claire was dutifully looking out the window, but I knew they were listening to us,
They couldn't not. Tightening my hold on my brother, I remained silent for the rest of the journey, holding back the emotions threatening to overpower me as I debated the bleak future that was laid out in front of us. No money, shitty parents, painful memories, fear and resentment. Always the fear. By the time we pulled up outside Johnny's house a little while later, I was completely disheartened and beginning to understand my brother's need to just forget for a while. I knew that's why he did this. Escape and forget. Killing the engine, Gibbsy climbed out and walked around to Claire's door. "Cav, give Claire your keys to unlock the door," he instructed, helping Claire out from underneath my brother's body. "You good, Claire Bear?" "All good, Jared." Johnny, who was outside the car and wrestling with his crutches, slipped a hand into his pocket and retrieved a set of keys before tossing them over the bonnet and pulling my door open. "It's the silver one, in the middle." "On it!" Snagging the keys mid-air, Claire rushed ahead of Gibbsy to unlock the door. "Thanks," I croaked out as I scrambled out of the car and closed the door behind me. "Are you okay?" Johnny asked quietly, watching my every move with sharp, intelligent eyes. "Where are your dogs?" "Huh?" "Bonnie and Cupcake?" "Oh, right, yeah. They're out back in their run." He gestured to his crutches and grimaced. "Can't exactly fend them off at the moment." I shrugged, unable to form a response, and turned my attention back to Joey. "Okay, buddy, let's do this." Reaching inside, Gibbsy dragged Joey out of the car. Tossing him over his shoulder, Gibbsy proceeded to carry my brother towards the house. "Don't puke on my—" The words weren't out of Gibbsy's mouth when Joey began to vomit profusely what I could only describe as a black charcoal substance. "Back," Gibbsy groaned in defeat. "Don't puke on my back." "That's a good thing," Johnny said, clearly noticing my horrified expression. "It's better out than in." "I'm so sorry about this." Shaking my head, I wrapped my arms around myself and fell into step beside him as he hobbled towards the house. "I seem to bring a constant stream of trouble into your life." "Don't worry about it." Pressing a crutch against the door to keep it open, he gestured for me to go inside. "I'm growing fond of your trouble." "You shouldn't." Sadness was blooming inside of me, the cold, hard reality of my brother's current predicament eclipsing the excitement I had felt when I saw him at my door earlier. "It's not a good thing." Johnny frowned, but didn't object. "Come on," he said instead, inclining his head towards the entry hall. I hurried inside from the rain, too worn out to worry or ask questions that I didn't need the answers to. It didn't matter if his parents were home or not. It didn't matter if my insecurities made me question whether he truly wanted me here or not. The facts were, my brother had taken some type of illegal drug, probably an obscene amount of illegal drugs, and was currently being carried up the staircase of Johnny's house. Whether I was mad with him or not was quite frankly irrelevant. He needed me, and I would be there. God knows I owed him one. "Do you want to tell me about it?" Abandoning his crutches, Johnny held onto the banister and climbed the stairs at a snail's pace. "Joey, I mean," he added, stopping mid-step. "What happened back there?" "I don't know." "Don't lie," Johnny said quietly. "Not to me." Scrunching my nose up, I blurted, "He was going down a bad path last year, hanging around all the wrong places with the wrong people and accepting all the wrong kinds of things." "Last year?" I nodded. "Before Aoife came along." "She steadied him up?" "Apparently not." I shrugged helplessly. "I thought so." "What was he on?" "I don't know," I replied, and this time it was the truth. He was definitely going out drinking with his friends, and I know he was smoking weed, but I'm not sure about the rest. Maybe yolks, like ecstasy or some form of tablets? I heard my parents talking about it once, but I'm not sure how he would get his hands on anything else. He wouldn't have the money. I shrugged, feeling at a loss. But I know he used to go off in that car during big break at school and come back for the last 3 classes with bloodshot eyes and a faraway look. I heard myself explain. I think he was trying to escape. Things weren't great, and it was his way of coping with what was happening at, well, you know. Tucking my hair behind my ear, I let my shoulders sag in defeat. It's not like we had anybody to talk to about that kind of stuff. Johnny watched me carefully as I spoke, taking in every word I was speaking. Was it a problem? I don't know, I replied, sticking with the truth. Joey doesn't talk. Not to anyone, not even me. All I know is things were bad for him, worse than usual, and he was getting into more fights at school. More fights at home. He was having trouble at training. Our father... My throat bobbed, and I had to swallow several times before I could continue. Well, he was furious because there was talk of Joey being thrown off the team. But then Aoife came along, and within a few weeks he had cleaned up his act. He wasn't walking around with bloodshot eyes or bouncing off the walls. He wasn't fighting as much at school. He was just... I shook my head, trying to find the words to explain all of this. She settled something inside of him. It was like she grounded him somehow, gave him something he clearly wasn't getting from... I let my words trail off. I didn't need to finish the sentence. Johnny's eyes were locked on mine, and the word home hung heavily between us, unspoken and painful. Feeling exposed and vulnerable, I tore my eyes away and climbed the rest of the steps. Concern roared to life inside of me as I watched Johnny struggle up the remaining steps. Hey, are you okay? I asked when he finally reached me, jaw tight and shoulders rigid. He stiffened, and for a moment I expected the same cold brush-off I was used to receiving when I asked him about his pain. But he surprised me by turning to face me. I'm okay. His tone was soft, eyes gentle. Leaning against the banister railing, he released another heavy sigh. I'm sore, he offered with a small vulnerable shrug. I'm stiff, and I despise being slowed down, but I'm on the mend, okay? I studied his face, looked for the lies, and when I didn't find any, I nodded. Yeah, okay. What about you? Me? Yeah, you. Reaching out, he traced his thumb across my cheekbone. How are you feeling? Same as you? I offered, in a small voice, unable to suppress the shiver that rolled through my body when he put his hands on me. Stiff and sore, but on the mend. I paused, thinking of something positive to say. I can breathe again, I blurted, and then cringed when I said it. Sorry. Pain flickered in his blue eyes. It's killing me, he admitted, voice low and gruff. Knowing what happened to you, seeing what that bastard did every time I look at your face and not being able to fix it. I released a shaky breath. Johnny. I've spent days waiting for this. He quickly hurried on, his words coming fast, his accent thickening as he spoke. To get time with you, to just be with you, and now I have you here. His hand snaked out and entwined with mine. Where I know you're safe. All I want to do is just... Shaking his head, he pulled me closer. Keep you right here with me, and never give you back. Oh, God. I want that too. I want you to keep me. I know you have a lot of stuff going on in your life right now with your family, and there's a shitstorm falling down around us. he added, voice gruff. I know there's a conversation we need to have, Shannon, an important one, but I just want you to know. No, I need you to know that I'm... A little help, Cav? Gibbsie's voice boomed down the landing. We have a cold puke situation going on in here. Jesus Christ, Johnny hissed, throwing his head back. Can't catch a bleeding break. I'm sorry, Claire croaked out as she barreled towards us, holding her stomach. But I'm a sympathetic vomiter, and that boy is spewing his guts up in there. Flustered, she gagged before adding, Honestly, I'd love to help, really I would, but I had a heavy meal before I came here, and if I stay in that room, it will be carnage. Oh, God. Turning, I moved to go check on my brother, but Johnny tugged my hand and pulled me back to him. Don't go in there, he said, releasing my hand. He doesn't need his sister seeing him like that. Yeah, Shan, Claire agreed, coming to stand beside me. Let the boys take care of him. He's my brother, I countered, shakily. Your naked brother, Claire shot back. Jared had to take his clothes off because he's covered in... She paused to gawk. Oh, it smells so bad. He needs a shower, and you can't do that in your condition. You remember the layout of the downstairs? Johnny asked, directing his question to me. Where everything is? I nodded, flustered. I think so. Take Claire downstairs with you, he instructed calmly. Make whatever you want in the kitchen or chill out in the sitting room. Whatever you want. Gibbs and I will sort him out. Are you sure? I asked, not feeling very sure at all. Positive. He gave me one last final look and then walked stiffly in the direction of his bedroom. I've got this. You know, Claire mused, when I signed up for this jailbreak, I didn't anticipate vomit. Wrapping an arm around my shoulders, she led me down the impressive staircase to the entrance hall. Or penises. Peni, I corrected with a defeated sigh. Huh? Mrs. O'Leary, our science teacher, says that's the appropriate plural. Not that it even mattered. Oh. She scrunched her nose up at the notion. Well, I don't know anything about peni. I must have zoned out during class, but this house is amazing. It's like muckras or something. That's what I said, I whispered, taking comfort in having her with me. You'll be okay, Shan, she added quietly. You both will. Yeah, I hope so. Now, come on, she said, tightening her hold on me. I want to know everything.
17. Dangerous pussy. Johnny. I had no explanation for how my life had unravelled to the point where I was sharing a semi-comatose, drugged-up hoarder, other than this. I fell in love with a girl who had more layers and complications attached to her life than a Rubik's Cube. A Rubik's Cube I could solve. Shannon Lynch's life, not so much. Did you get under his arms? Gibbsie asked, as he stood fully clothed in my shower, holding a very naked Joey the hoarder up. Make sure you get the creases. How is this happening to us, Gibbs? I asked my best friend. 1 minute, we're playing rugby for Thomond, hanging out at biddies with the lads and running drills, and the next, we're hosing puke of a hurler from BCS. Shaking my head at the absolute lunacy of the situation, I squirted another dollop of body wash on Joey's chest and aimed the shower hose, careful to avoid the bruising. How did we fall into this, lad? You love his sister, and I love his sister's best friend, Gibbsie replied, scrubbing Joey down with a sponge. It's safe to say that pussy got us into this, Kev. Wasn't that the fucking truth? Here, Gibbs said, as he turned Joey in his arms. Make sure you get the back of him again. Bile rose in my throat as my eyes took in the sight of bruise after discoloured bruise and scar after faded scar on his body. His entire back was littered with a mixture of blemishes, faint lines and scars. Jesus Christ. I studied his bare skin with cool, calculated eyes. It didn't take a genius to figure out who had put those marks on his body. Their piece of shit father. Maybe he used a belt. Or maybe he used something worse. Fuck, I didn't know. But he had scars everywhere. How the fuck had this gone unnoticed? What about his girlfriend? Or their mother? His trainers? Did nobody see him? This is so wrong, Gibbsy grumbled, voicing my thoughts aloud. He turned them back to face me and wrapped an arm around his chest to hold him up. So fucking wrong, Johnny. Yeah, lad. I bit out, careful not to spray the areas on his stomach with fresh bruises. I know. Stop! Joey groaned, shivering violently, as he pushed against the arm Gibbsy had wrapped around him. I'm going to be... Gibbsy swung them both round just in time for Joey to shower the wall with a fresh coating of chunks. Lad, Gibbs said as he scrubbed the sponge over Joey's face. You don't ever mix your drugs? Like you know, I scoffed. Well, I presume it's similar to mixing your drink, Gibbsy shot back. A big fat no-no. It's better he gets it all out of his system. Leaning around them both, I hosed down the vomit on the wall before re-tackling the never-ending stream of vomit coming from Joey. They'd only pump him out in the hospital anyway. Exactly, Gibbsy agreed, patting Joey's cheek. Consider this your own personal free-range stomach-pumping session, Gibbsy style. Fuck off, you creepy bastard, Joey groaned, shaking from head to toe. Normally, I'd take offence to that, Gibbsy huffed. But considering we're in a shower together, and your naked ass is pressed to my dick, I'm going to let that comment slide because I, too, find this situation slightly creepy. He's saving your neck, I growled. We both are. So why don't you show your appreciation by shutting the fuck up and puking out the poison? Fuck you, Kev. More vomiting. That's it, Gibbsy coaxed, dabbing his mouth once more. Puke out all the expensive Class A drugs. Good job. Let the water wash your sins and wages down the drain. My phone began to ring loudly in my pocket, and I frowned, my eyes shifting to Gibbsy. You're here. Gibbsy rolled his eyes. I'm not the only one with your number. Wiping my hand on my t-shirt, I slipped my hand into my pocket and dragged out my phone. Shite. I stared at the name flashing on the screen and groaned. It's my ma. Oh, Jesus. Gibbsy joined me in groaning. She knows, doesn't she? Of course she fucking does. He continued to scrub Joey down as he ranted. She probably has a tracker on your ass. Get off me, Joey slurred, slapping at Gibbsy's hand. Christ! Keep him quiet, I warned, eyeballing Gibbsy as he clicked accept and put the phone on loudspeaker. Ma, how's it going? Johnny, love. Mam sighed down the phone. Are you all right? You took a long time answering me. I'm grand, Ma. What's up? Oh, love. I was calling to let you know that I might not... Stop! Joey groaned loudly. It burns! Gibbsy and I both froze and stared at each other in horror. What burns? Mam demanded. Are you okay? Oh, fuck me! Joey continued to flinch and hiss. It's too hot! Glaring at Gibbsy, I mouthed, Shut him up! Gibbsy gaped back at me, whisper hissing, How? Give me strength. I aimed the hose at his face and mouth. With your hand, genius! With water spluttering from his own lips, Gibbsy slapped the hand over Joey's mouth, and I nodded in approval. Leaning over the tub, I adjusted the setting on the shower and lowered the temperature of the water. Happy now? I mouthed, glaring at Joey as I hosed him down. Johnny, is Jared messing with the cooker again? Mam asked, sounding flustered. Tell that boy he better not touch the matches. There's a hole melted in the extractor fan from his last outing with flammables. That was you, Gibbsy mouthed, outraged. No, Ma, he's not cooking. Shaking my head, I looked up to the ceiling and blurted the first thing that came to my mind. That was just some fella on the television. The television? Yeah, we're, narrowing my eyes, I aimed the hose at a stubborn chunk of puke on Joey's shoulder. We're watching a film. Oh, Johnny, Mam grumbled. Not one of those dirty ones. The doctors warned you to avoid interfering with yourself until your stitches healed completely. Gibbsy snickered. Jesus Christ. I let my head fall back in silent despair. No, Ma. We're watching. You're watching what, Johnny? My left foot. Gibbsy blurted out loudly. For the leaving cert, Mammy K. I'm doing Gatsby, you bollocks. I mouthed, glaring. Ah, and that's lovely. Mam cooed, mollified. Good boy, Jared. Very educational. Gibbsy arched a brow and grinned. Did you need something? I asked, getting back to the point. Because I'm trying to watch Christy Brown here. Oh, right. Well, here's the thing, love, Mam said, tone hesitant. I rolled my eyes with impatience and waited for her to get to the point. I might not make it back home tonight. Thank you, Jesus. That's a shame. Traffic wasn't saying getting on in bumper-to-bumper backlog is more than I can handle. Gibbsy gleamed in approval. Then you should definitely stop over at the old house with that, I replied, tone soothing. You're tired, Ma. Too tired to be making that journey. On your own, in the dark? Gibbsy offered. Alone and female? Gibbs, I warned. Sounds too dangerous, if you ask me, Mammy K, he continued, ignoring me. Driving through Dublin City at night, all by your lonesome. She's from Ballymun, you spanner, I grumbled. She'd take your culty arse out in a heartbeat. Boys, Mam snapped, and then sighed heavily down the line. I'll be home no later than lunchtime tomorrow, to take you to your physio appointment. If you're sure you'll be okay without me. I'm sure, I quickly interjected, leaving out the snippet that I'd been just fine without either of them for years. I'll be grand. Leaning over the tub, I reached up and switched off the shower. We both will. Grabbing 2 towels off the rack, I tossed one to Gibbs and tucked the other under my arm. No worries. I love you, Johnny, Ma'am finally said. Yeah. Balancing my phone on the side of the tub, I draped the towel over Joey's shoulders before snatching my phone back up. Love you too, Ma. Oh, before I forget. Gotta go, Ma. Bye. Bye-bye. Ending the call, I slipped my phone back into my pocket and exhaled a huge sigh. Oh, thank Christ for that. I'll say, Gibbsy agreed, dropping his hand from Joey's mouth. I'd say we're in the clear, lad. Jesus! Joey hissed, teeth chattering. You're a mammy's boy, aren't you? Do you want to be gagging again? I narrowed my eyes. Because that can be arranged. Fuck you both, Joey mumbled, breathing hard. Don't do me any favours. My mouth fell open. Are you shitting me right now, Joey? I think the word you're looking for is thank you both, Gibbsy interjected cheerfully. He cast me a meaningful look and shook his head in warning. And you're both more than welcome, Joseph. Holding my tongue and reining in my temper, I took a step back and watched as Gibbsy helped him out of the tub. Don't fucking touch me! Roughly shoving Gibbsy away, Joey staggered backwards and collapsed on the floor. I don't need your help. Well, tough shit, because you're getting it, I snapped, whether you want it or not. You're a little fucked up, Joey the Hurler, Gibbsy mused. You know that, right? Yeah, I'm fucked up, Joey sneered, shaking from head to toe. And you're just plain fucked in the head. Indeed, Gibbsy agreed solemnly. Breathing hard, Joey dropped his head in his hands and pulled on his hair. Where's my phone? Exhaling a choked breath, he hissed. I need my phone. I need to call my... Fuck! You don't have a phone anymore, lad. Or a wallet, Gibbsy replied calmly. Your sister said you sold it, right along with your dignity, for that horrendous pain you're in. Grabbing another towel off the rack, Gibbsy tossed it on his lap, covering him up. All that shit flushing its way out of your system right now. Everything you puked out of your body. It cost you exactly one wallet, one phone, and one soul. Pretty high price, eh? I sure hope it was worth it. He patted his shoulder. Now, if you both excuse me, I need a shower of my own. Peeling his drenched shirt over his head, Gibbsy tossed it in a laundry hamper next to the door before strolling out of the bathroom. I half expected Joey Lynch to erupt, right there in the middle of my bathroom. But he didn't do a thing. Instead, he wrapped his arms around his knees and dropped his head. Fuck! Cupping the back of his neck with one hand, he rocked back and forth, muttering the word fuck over and over. What did you take? Silence. Okay. Lowering myself onto the edge of the tub, I rubbed a hand down my thigh and tried a different approach. Why did you do it? Don't judge me, he hissed, swinging his gaze to meet me. Don't you dare fucking judge me. Squeezing his eyes shut, he balled his hands into fists and made a hitched sound in his throat as his body trembled violently. Not until you've been in my shoes, seen what I've seen, heard what I've heard. I remained still as a statue, and resisted the urge to reach over and steady him. I'm not judging you, lad. No. Tortured green eyes locked on mine. You saw her. Saw what he did to her. And I didn't. I couldn't. His words broke off, and he dropped his head in his hands. Fuck it. What's the point? It's not your fault, I replied slowly, brows furrowing. You have to know that. More silence. I didn't mean it. I tried again. What I said on the phone, it was my panic talking, lad. Nothing. His lack of response caused a trickle of unease to creep up my spine. You're not responsible for your father's actions, I repeated, fighting down the huge swell of sympathy flooding my body. You're not. So don't fuck up your life and your future by thinking you are. Dropping his gaze to his knees, he whispered, I couldn't protect her. Shaking his head, he exhaled a broken sob. I couldn't protect any of them. That's not your job. My heart hammered wildly in my chest. Jesus. I felt like I was drowning in his pain. You're not supposed to protect them. They're supposed to protect them. They're supposed to protect all of you, lad, including you. I thought she was dead, he confessed, in a voice so low it was barely audible. All the blood. On the floor. On the walls. On my clothes. Coming out of her mouth. Those gargling sounds she was making because she couldn't breathe. Because she was fucking dying. And then the silence. The sound of nothing at all. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes and hissed, I can't get the image out of my head. And believe me, I've tried. Jesus Christ. Reeling, I sat there, cold to the bone, and listened to his truth. I couldn't get him off me, he strangled out, chest heaving. I knew she needed help. I fucking knew it. But I couldn't fight them off. I couldn't do anything. Shaking his head, he let out a humorless laugh as tears trickled down his cheeks. And my brother, my 11-year-old baby brother, had to get him off me. Sniffing, he wiped his nose with the back of his hand and choked out a harsh sob, while she stood by and did nothing. Your mother? Who else? I let that sink in for a moment before asking. And now? My voice was thick with emotion, but I forced myself to keep my shit together and continue. What happens now? The same thing that always happens, he muttered. Nothing. With your ma? I pushed, pressing my hand to my knee to stop it from shaking. I mean, the guards obviously know what your dad was doing to you, and they'll arrest him. Then they'll find him. But her? I shook my head, struggling to take it in. There's no consequence for taking a back seat. You're just supposed to go back and live with her. I swallowed down my anger and hissed, In that house! Joey shrugged. Didn't you hear? She's a victim too. She needs to be supported. Shannon told me. I muttered, rubbing my jaw. That's so messed up, lad. Yeah, well, it's on Darren now. Joey spat, blinking back his tears. He can figure it all out because I'm done. I can't fucking... His words broke off, and he exhaled another hitched sob. To do this anymore. He finished with a sniffle. I can't forget, and I won't ever forgive. I didn't know what to say to that. I didn't know what to say to any of it. Nothing in my life had prepared me for this conversation, for these people and their pain. Your sister loves you, I told him, feeling the need to tell him that, so that he knew at least one person in his world cared. My sister loves you, he replied wearily. She needs you, I added, ignoring the way my heart slammed wildly in my chest. And from what I hear, your little brothers need you too, lad. Because I'm the foundations, he choked out. That's it. That's all I am to them. Foundations? I frowned. What does that mean? It means I'm the guy who goes around cleaning up everyone else in my family's shit. He dropped his head and clasped the back of his neck. It means I'm the fucking mother. Well, I exhaled heavily and stretched my legs out, trying to ease the burn in my thighs. You're one hell of a mother, Joey the hoarder. Someone has to be, he muttered, as he ran a hand through his hair. Well, you did a good job, I told him, and you've come too far to throw it all away on a temporary high, lad. The fuck would you know about it? He sneered. I know you're trying to escape, I shot back. That much is perfectly clear. You want to forget about the shite for a while, and Jesus, I don't blame you. But it's temporary. It's not real, Joey. And it's not going to fix anything. All your problems will still be there waiting for you, regardless of how much powder you snort up your nose or how many tablets you toss back your throat. You can smoke all the weed you want, drown yourself in a bottle of whiskey, shoot yourself up with every drug known to mankind, and it won't change a damn thing, because life will still be waiting in the wings to kick your ass when you come to. I also know that if you keep going down this road, you'll get to a point where you won't be able to find your way back. Easy for you to say, he shot back, tone bitter. You've never seen a hard day in your life. You're absolutely right, I agreed. I don't know what you're going through. I have no fucking clue what it feels like to be you. And I'm damn glad for that. But I have my own demons, lad. My own choices I had to make. Where it would have been so much easier to pop a few tablets to kill the pain. When my body was falling the fuck apart from the inside out. Or use steroids to build up my body instead of grafting in the gym 6 hours a day. I know that sounds like nothing in the grand scheme of things. Not compared to your family's shite. But I didn't do it, Joey. Not one single time. Because I knew that putting that shite in my body would only be a choice for so long before it stopped being a choice and started being a necessity. Shit, he choked out, and then laughed humorously. Where the fuck were you when I was 16, Kavanagh? Sniffing, he wiped his eyes and sighed dejectedly. Could have done with the pep talk back then. Wrong school, I offered, with a half-hearted shrug. Wrong life, he whispered. I sighed heavily. Yeah. There was a long stretch of silence before I spoke again. Can I help? I finally asked, feeling like a spare prick. Can I do something for you? Yeah. With shaky hands, Joey clutched the basin of the sink and pulled himself to his feet. You can loan me some clothes? We both knew that clothes wasn't what I meant, but I didn't push him. Not when he seemed to be clinging to the edge. Without saying another word, I stood up and walked back into my room, pulling random items of clothing out of my dresser. I tossed them into the bathroom and left him to it. Confused and on edge, I walked stiffly over to my window and stared out into the darkness while I waited for him to come back out, watching as droplets of rain pelted against the pane of glass. So this is their life, I thought to myself. This is what she was hiding from you. Gripping the windowsill, I ignored the pain in my body and concentrated on my whirling thoughts, desperately trying to find a solution for something I wasn't entirely sure could be solved. One thing I knew for sure was that I could never untangle myself from this guy. And what's more, I didn't want to. I knew this wasn't good. Jesus, a blind man could see I needed to run far, far away from this situation, but I couldn't. Fucked up as it all seemed, I was quite content to remain right here, wrapped up in her personal breakdown. More than that, I wanted to wade in and do something, anything, to help her brother. It wasn't even just about Shannon for me anymore. It was about Joey and 3 other little kids I hadn't even laid eyes on. I wanted to help them all. My conscience demanded nothing less from me. Several minutes passed before the bathroom door swung open and Joey appeared in the doorway. He was dressed in a pair of my grey sweats and a white t-shirt, and looking like absolute shite. Clean shite, I mentally acknowledged, minus the vomit and smell. Thanks for the clothes, he muttered, eyes bloodshot, face deathly pale. Do you have a phone I could use? My jaw ticked. I wasn't sure about this. Was he planning on busting out of here? Why? Because I need to call my girlfriend. I eyed him wearily. Your girlfriend? Yeah, my girlfriend, he hissed. Can I use your phone or not? Uncertain, I took my phone out and handed it to him. You don't have to leave. You can stay, Dad, for as long as you need. Ignoring me, Joey leaned against the dresser and stabbed his trembling finger against the keypad of my phone, messing up repeatedly, to the point where he threw his head back and roared, "Come the fuck on!" "What's her number?" I asked, taking the phone from him. "Call it out, and I'll dial it for you." "I warned her off you, he said, handing the phone back to me. "Told her you'd be leaving. Told her not to get her hopes up on you." I shrugged, not one bit surprised given my current popularity status with his family. "What's her number?" He muttered a string of numbers before saying, "Don't let her down. Whatever you're doing, Kavanagh, don't fuck my sister over." I tapped in the number and pressed call before handing it back to him and saying, "I won't." With weary, mistrustful eyes, Joey placed the phone to his ear, body shaking and jolting violently. "Aoife," he whispered a few seconds later, "it's me." Whatever his girlfriend said in response to that caused Joey to shudder. Like, visibly fucking shudder. "I know," he whispered, clenching his eyes shut. "I know, okay? I know. I promised. I fucked up." Turning his back to me, he ran a hand through his hair and choked out, "I'm so fucking sorry, baby." Feeling uncomfortable, I decided to go downstairs in search of the others and leave Joey Lynch to his phone call, grovelling. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear it anyway. Not when my head was already bursting to the seams with more information than I could process. Gibbsy was shoveling coal into an already roaring fire when I walked into the sitting room, and the girls were curled up on the couch. Correction, Claire was curled up on the couch with her legs tucked beneath her. Shannon, on the other hand, was sitting as straight as a poker on the edge of the seat beside her friend. Gibbsy had obviously dragged the couch over to the fire, something we always did when the weather was bad out, and I was grateful. I wanted her to be warm. I needed the peace of mind. I cleared my throat before stepping inside, making a conscious effort not to startle her. She jumped clean out of her skin anyway, sprang off the couch, but the small smile she gave me assured me that I was a welcome surprise. "Is he okay?" she asked, wide-eyed and panicked. "Not even close." Nodding, I forced a smile. "Oh, thank God." Her small shoulders sagged, and she pressed a hand to her chest. "Are you sure?" "No." "He's sure," Gibbsy answered for me, placing the shovel back into the coal bucket. He stood up, stretched his arms over his head, and winked over at me. "All's well in the world again." "See," Claire added, giving her an encouraging smile, "I told you that you had nothing to worry about." Shannon didn't look so convinced. Her gaze flicked between Gibbs and Claire before returning to me. "Are you sure?" she asked, looking at me with those haunting blue eyes. I opened my mouth to lie, to tell her what she needed to hear, that everything was okay and she had nothing to worry about. But the words, "No, I'm not sure," came out instead. I fucked it even further by saying, he's in a bad way. Actually, a really bad way. And then I topped it off with, I'm worried about him. Shannon's face fell, and both Claire and Gibbsy groaned in unison. Nice one, Cap, Gibbsy muttered. We only spent the last hour telling her different. Yeah, very comforting, Johnny, Claire added, sulkily. Well, I'm not going to lie to her, I snapped, running a hand through my hair in frustration. I looked at Shannon. I'm not going to do that, okay? Shannon nodded, stiffly. I shall go check on him. She hurried past me, only to pause in the doorway. Is it okay if I go up and check? Go, I told her, before she finished. Don't ask for my permission, Shannon. You don't need it. She nodded once more before slipping out of the room. Maybe once in a while you could attempt to twist the truth, Gibbsy offered, waving a finger around aimlessly. You know, romance the situation up a tad to spare feelings and unnecessary stress. By lying to her. I narrowed my eyes at them. Yeah, lad, that sounds like real solid advice. Tell me how that's going to work for me. Gibbsy shrugged. Fuck if I know, lad. But that girl is buckling under the weight of some pretty heavy issues right now. So I'm thinking a few white lies might be easier to take than the blunt truth. I opened my mouth to protest, but stopped myself. You're right. Yeah, I know, Gibbsy mused. Contrary to popular belief, mostly my mother's, it does happen sometimes. The Crazy Frog Axel F song blasted through the room then, loud and annoying as fuck, and causing Gibbsy to reach for his phone and me to groan in sheer fucking despair. It's mine, Claire chirped, holding her phone up. She glanced at the phone and grimaced. It's my mam, again. Don't tell her that you're with me, Gibbsy warned. Whatever you do, babe, do not tell that woman that I'm with you. Claire glared at him. Who else would I be with? Besides, there's no point since she saw me getting into your car. He shrugged uncomfortably. She'll kill you. Yeah, George, I know, she hissed, before clicking receive and putting the phone to her ear. Hi, Ma'am. Yeah. I know what you said. Yeah. I know, Ma'am. But it's not what you think. Putting her head down, Chloe hurried past me, speaking so low and fast that I couldn't make out a word of it. Why would her mother kill her? I asked, eyeing Gibbsy with suspicion. What have you done that you haven't told me about? Looking everywhere but my face, Gibbsy muttered something about a huge fucking mistake, before bolting after her. I hope for Gibbsy's sake he didn't make that kind of mistake with Claire, because Hughie Biggs had a temper on him when the notion took him. And I wasn't in my fit state to stop them from killing each other. Well, shite, I mumbled, staring after them both. The drama just keeps on coming.
18. Stay with me. Shannon. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find when I walked into Johnny's bedroom, but my brother passed out and his bed wasn't it. He was lying diagonally across the foot of Johnny's huge bed, but his feet were still planted on the floor. Slipping inside, I quietly padded over to the bed and stared down at Joey's sleeping form. His lips were slightly parted, and his breathing was deep and even. I sagged in relief. For a moment, I'd feared he was dead. My gaze flicked to where he was still clutching Johnny's phone. Reaching out, I gently pried it out of his hand, careful not to wake him. I was terrified of what would happen when he did wake. Where would he go? Would he come home? Go to Aoife's? Go back to Shane Holland and his scumbag friends? I honestly didn't know, and the uncertainty worried me more than my father's disappearance. Because I cared about Joey. He was important to me. For most of my life, he was the most important person in it. The thought of something happening to him was unbearable. It was too much to take, and I honestly didn't think I could take a whole lot more of anything. I remembered how it was last year. The fighting at home had been terrible, the mood exceptionally Arctic. Dad was spending all of his time at the pub, and Mam was rotating between working herself into the ground and falling apart in her bedroom. You see, Dad had been having yet another affair with one of the barmaids, an affair that had come out in glorious fashion a few short months later, and Mam knew. She knew, and instead of throwing him out, she took to the bed. Sean hadn't yet turned 2 and was a handful. Between cutting his back teeth and screaming through the night, all of us were exhausted. Things were getting worse for me at BCS, and Joey was losing his temper more often. Talking back to teachers, getting into brawls at school and even bigger brawls at home, until one day he had a new group of friends. Friends who were too old to be hanging around with a schoolboy. Friends who had no business showing up to the school for drop-offs. After that, Joey began to withdraw. He turned secretive and disconnected. He didn't care about anything, not school or hurling. He was just disappearing. Until one day at school, one of the girls from his class, the pretty blonde who always watched him, a girl I was sure Joey had never spoken more than 2 words to, chased him outside to the schoolyard and stopped him from climbing into that car. I knew this because I too had followed at a distance. The girl had caused an unmerciful scene in the car park and waved her phone around at those older boys in the car. And then she did something that had shocked me. She fisted his school jumper in both hands and dragged his face down to hers, kissing him right there, without thought for suspension had they been caught. I never did find out what Aoife said that day, but whatever it was, it caused Joey to walk away from the car and climb into hers instead. After that, things slowly started to change for him. He started to come back to us piece by piece. Because Aoife gave him something that day, something to cling to. Hope for the future. And then my father took that something away from him again. He took his hope. I saw it in his eyes when he visited me at the hospital. The light bulb Aoife had switched on inside of him had been slowly dimmed out to the point where he was back to darkness. If he could just sleep it off, sleep whatever he had taken right out of his system, then maybe he would wake up with some clarity, clear head, and the ability to do some calm, rational thinking. Maybe he could... Shan? My mam called, and I need to go home. Claire's voice cut through my thoughts, and I swung around to find her standing in the doorway. Pressing my finger to my lips, I begged her with my eyes not to make a sound as I slowly crept out of the room. Sorry, she whispered, when we were both standing in the landing with the bedroom door closed behind us. I didn't realize he was asleep. I didn't respond until we were at the top of the staircase and far away from the door. It's okay, neither did I. On shaky legs, I descended the steps, feeling the burn in my lungs as I moved. Since leaving the hospital, I'd spent the majority of my time holed up in my room. All the walking today had taken it out of my body. Niggling pains and aches were resurfacing,
and without the prescribed pain relief I'd forgotten to take before I left the house, I was feeling every one of them. "What were you going to tell me?" "I need to go home," Claire replied in a huffy tone. "My mam's calling non-stop." She rolled her eyes for emphasis. "She says if Jared doesn't bring me home by 10, she's locking me out of the house." Huffing out a breath, she added, "It's 10:15 now." "Would that be such a bad thing?" Gibbsy waggled his brows, joining us in the hallway. "You could always stay with me." Claire rolled her eyes again. "It's an empty threat. She would never lock me out, but he needs to take me home," she continued, wisely refraining from going back and forth with Gibbsy. "And I was wondering if you wanted to sleep over." "Sleep over?" I squeezed out. "Yeah," Claire nodded. "I mean, it's totally fine if you'd prefer to go home or whatever." She scrunched her nose up at that, making it very clear that she thought me going home was anything but fine. "But I can get my mam to call your mom if you'd rather stay with me." "I won't be allowed," I admitted with a sigh. Going home was the very last thing I wanted to do right now, but I couldn't exactly not either. "They'll hit the roof if I don't go back." I thought about all the trouble we were going through with the authorities, and while nobody had said I couldn't spend the night at a friend's house, I knew it wouldn't go down well with Mam. No, because she would spend the whole night wide awake, stewing in her own panicked paranoia until I returned. It's probably easier for everyone if I just go home. With all due respect, Shan, fuck them. My eyes widened. It was beyond rare to hear Claire curse, and never about parents. Fuck them, she added with a meaningful stare. Yes, fuck them, Gibbsy cheered. You tell her, babe. Shush, Jared, Claire said before turning her attention back to me. You are 16 years old. We are on our last week at Easter break from school, and you should be having normal teenage girl experiences like staying over at your best friend's house. Instead, you've spent the first week of break lying in hospital and dealing with more crap than anyone our age should have to. So, you do you, Shan. If you want to stay with me, then damn it, you stay with me. Darren will get upset. I didn't agree with a lot of what he said, and I wasn't pleased that he felt he could order me about. But I knew Darren's heart was in the right place, and I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt anyone. That was the problem. Darren will get over it, Claire shot back, rolling her eyes. He's your brother, not your keeper. You had one of those, and look where it got you. Look what he did to you. I grimaced, and Claire cringed. Okay, she soothed. Maybe I worded that wrong and was a tad insensitive given the circumstances, but you know what I mean. I'm saying this because I care about you, because I love you, Shan, and I'm done with watching people push you around, and quite frankly, you should be done too. Stop worrying about everyone else and think about yourself for a change. Live your life. She was right, but it was hard to break the habit of a lifetime, especially when the consequences had always resulted in pain. I was programmed to do as I was told. It was a basic survival skill that I had honed to perfection. It was what had kept me alive up to this point. What about Joey? I asked, glancing nervously at the staircase behind me. Excitement, mixed with a huge dollop of anxiety, rose up inside of me. The prospect of not going home tonight growing more tempting by the second. He's asleep, and I don't think I should leave him. You can stay here, Johnny announced, joining us in the hall. You both can. His blue eyes locked on mine. If you want. Whoa there, stallion, Claire said, waving a hand in the air. Steady up. I said she needed normal teenage experiences, but don't go jumping the gun here. Gibbsy snickered. Boom. I'm not jumping the bleeding gun, Johnny shot back, tone defensive. My folks are in Dublin and I've an empty house. Her brother's already here. She's already here. His cheeks turned a deep shade of pink as he shrugged. I was offering the obvious solution.
Solution? Claire arched. Uh-huh. Yeah, if that's what you're calling it.
I was, Johnny replied with a frown.
Yeah, Claire scoffed. You were jumping the gun.
No, I bleeding wasn't. Johnny looked to me for help. I swear I wasn't.
I believe you, I offered up. Sure, Claire drawled. Keep telling yourself that. Why don't we all stay here? Gibbsy piped up. Call it a solution or compromise or a slumber party or whatever the hell you want. We can even order a pizza. Just stop addling my brain with all the back and forth. I can't, Claire said with a heavy sigh. Not since Mam found out that you... She snapped her mouth shut. Her face turned a deep shade of red, and she gave Gibbsy a look that said, "And you know why," before hurrying on, "I just can't." I was surprised to see that Gibbsy actually blushed too.
Well, 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 Johnny mused, voice dripping with sarcasm. Looks like someone else. He paused to make air quotations. Jumped the gun.
I most certainly did not, Claire huffed, folding her arms across her chest. The only thing I jump, Johnny Kavanagh, is a skipping rope.
Uh-huh.
Johnny arched a brow and mimicked her earlier words back to her. You keep telling yourself that. We don't all think about our genitals, she countered.
Considering my genitals were recently sewn back on with a needle and thread, I'd say that's very true.
He shot back huffily.
Needle and threads, Gibbsy snickered. Nice visual, lad.
Shut up, Gerard, Johnny and Claire both growled in unison. You know, if you're looking for a stallion, you can always saddle me up, Gibbsy tossed back. Shut up, Gerard.
Shutting up, Claire Bear.
I think I'll stay here, I blurted out, partially because I wanted to defuse the situation and partially because I wanted to help my friend. Whatever was happening with her and Gibbsy, Claire was deeply private about it. She would talk when she wanted to. Until then, I wasn't going to push it. After all, I owed her years' worth of not pushing for information. Johnny visibly relaxed. You'll stay? I nodded slowly. If you want me to?
I want you here,
he told me, never taking his eyes off mine.
I want you to stay with me.
Oh, God. My heart, these words, this boy. Are you sure? Claire asked, giving me a look that relayed she was both grateful for my intervention and disappointed by my response. I'd rather stay and make sure Joey's okay. I turned to Johnny and my heart rate spiked. Liar, liar, you want to stay with him. If you're sure that's okay. Johnny was grinning triumphantly at Claire, but quickly sobered his features to a sombre nod when he noticed me staring.
Absolutely, he replied. I want you.
Gibbsy snickered. Boom, boom.
Here,
Johnny quickly amended, casting a warning glare in Gibbsy's direction. He looked back at me.
I want you here with me.
My heart rate jumped clean off the Richter scale. Thank you. Fine, Claire huffed, pulling me in for a hug. But you call me if you need me, okay? Okay, I replied, not bothering to tell her that I no longer had a phone. Knowing Claire, she would go right out tomorrow and spend all of the money she earned from babysitting to buy me a new one, and I didn't want that kind of relationship with anyone. As depressing as it sounded, I would much prefer to be alone than to be with people purely because they pitied my circumstances.
I wasn't entirely sure who I was as a person yet, or where I fit in the world, but I did know that I needed my friends to like me for me, and not because they felt sorry for me. I'll see you soon, okay? Releasing me, she walked over to Gibbsy, who was standing at the front door with it held open for her, only to stop in her tracks. And you, turning back to Johnny, she gave him a scathing look. Jump skipping ropes, not bones.
Won't be skipping those either.
Johnny shot back sarcastically.
Needle and thread, remember?
Yeah, well, just keep your penis in your pants, she replied, flustered. And don't get any notions, that's all I'm saying. Having said that, she spun back around and practically floated out of the front door with Gibbsy hot on her heels. The door closed behind them, and I was alone for the first time in what felt like forever with Johnny Kavanagh.
Hi, Shannon,
he said with an awkward half-shrug, giving me his full attention. Feeling shy, I tucked my hair behind my ear and smiled back at him. Hi, Johnny.
So,
sliding his hands into his pockets, he looked around briefly before locking eyes with me. My heart sped up as awareness of our surroundings consumed me. I could feel it in the air, the electricity crackling around us.
what do you want to do?
Everything. Whatever you want to do. Remembering I was still clutching Johnny's phone in my hand, I closed the space between us and thrust it against his chest. Thank you for helping my brother. My cheeks burned when he reached up to take it, and his fingers brushed against mine. And me. Taking a step back, I clasped my hands together in front of myself and exhaled a pained sigh. For helping me too. It was pained because I was so socially awkward I could hardly stand it. And for letting us stay here, I added, taking another uncertain step, this time to the side. So, yeah, thanks. Johnny stared down at me with a look of puzzlement.
Are you okay?
I nodded eagerly. It's good. He smirked.
It's good.
Me, I corrected with a heavy sigh and dropped my head. I'm good.
What are you thinking?
I shrugged and kept my gaze trained on my runners. I don't know. Johnny sighed heavily.
What am I going to do with you, huh?
Snaking a hand out, he clamped my waist and pulled me flush against him. My head snapped up of its own accord, my breath escaping my lungs in a rush.
Keep that pretty head of yours up, Shannon, like the river.
Tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, he grazed my neck with his knuckles.
Makes it kind of hard for me to know what to do when I can't take your measure.
He traced my chin with his thumb, heated blue eyes locked on mine.
I can't read you if you don't look at me.
Okay, I agreed, and then backpedaled. Wait, huh?
Your eyes,
he said, tone gruff.
I need them on me.
I blew out a shaky breath. You do? Johnny nodded slowly, tightening his hold on my waist.
How else am I supposed to know what you're thinking?
I don't know. I breathed, chest rising and falling a little faster now, his close proximity wreaking havoc to my internal wiring. Unable to stop myself, I reached up and placed my hands on his chest, resisting the urge to knot my fingers in the fabric of his hoodie. You could just ask me?
I did ask you, but you wouldn't tell me.
He corrected, tone gentle and coaxing.
I asked you what you wanted to do, but you wouldn't tell me that either.
My pulse galloped wildly when he leaned closer and lowered his forehead to rest against mine. The feather-like contact was too much, and not nearly enough all in one breath.
I need you to take the lead here, Shannon.
He whispered, "You need to tell me what you want from me." I could feel his heart hammering hard in his chest. The rhythm seemed to match mine. "Because I'm not making any mistakes with you." "Kiss me, Johnny. Kiss me. I want you to kiss me." When I didn't respond, because, quite frankly, I couldn't get the words I'd formed in my head to come out of my mouth, Johnny smiled and took a step back. "Come on," he said, with a small rueful shake of his head. Taking my hand in his, he led me towards the sitting room. "There's no rush." His movements were stiff and slow without his crutches. "You can tell me when you're ready." Pushing the sitting room door open, he gestured for me to go ahead of him. "I'm not going anywhere." Feeling lightheaded, a little breathless, and a lot disappointed, I released his hand and walked inside, feeling the absence of his touch all the way down to my toes. "You can sit down, Shannon," Johnny said when I hovered near the couch. He walked stiffly over to the window and drew the curtains, cloaking us in semi-darkness before moving for the television. "It's okay." Wordlessly, I dropped onto the couch and kept my gaze trained on the roaring fire, soaking up the heat and peace and quiet. "What's your favourite pizza topping?" I looked up at him. "Huh?" "Pizza," he repeated as he pulled his phone out of his pocket and tapped at the screen. "What's your favourite topping?" Standing in front of the fire, he flicked on the huge TV and then turned back to face me with his phone pressed to his ear. Pineapple," I mumbled. "Why?" He gaped at me in horror. "Are you serious?" "What?" I blushed. "It's delicious." Suppressing a shudder, he began to speak into the phone. "Hey, can I place an order for delivery?" Wait, you don't have to do that." "Pick a film," he mouthed, gesturing to the remote on the coffee table before continuing calling out his food order to the person on the other line. Stunned, I picked up the remote and did exactly what I was told, scrolling through the bazillion channels he had and settling on the first film I found. "The food will be here in half an hour," Johnny announced when his phone call had ended. "You didn't have to do that," I whispered, mortified. "Buy me food, I mean." Johnny stared at me for a long moment before blowing out a breath. "Yeah, we're not doing this anymore." "Huh?" I stared at him, wide-eyed and petrified. "What do you mean?" "I'm going to buy you dinner, Shannon." Closing the space between us, he lowered himself down on the couch and turned to face me. "Sometimes we'll eat here and sometimes we'll go out, but it's going to be a regular occurrence, so don't overthink it, okay?" I had no clue how to respond to that, so I just nodded. "Okay." "Tonight it's a shitty pizza," he sighed, "because I can't drive and all the good spots in town are closed early on Mondays, but I'll do better next time." "I don't need better," I said softly. "I like pizza, but I love you." "Maybe not, but you deserve better," he said quietly. "I can't give you anything back," I blurted out, feeling heat creep up my neck. "I can't buy you dinner or pay for the cinema," I added, thinking back to the film he took me to see. "I want to." I dropped my head, too exposed in this moment to keep his gaze. "But I just can't." "If you had £1,000,000 in your arse pocket, I wouldn't have you pay for me," Johnny interrupted, tipping my chin up with his fingers. His blue eyes bored holes in mine as he spoke. "And you can call that a sexist or an old-fashioned way of thinking, but in all honesty, I don't give a shite. If we're eating together, I'm feeding you." "Just a bit," I offered quietly. "Old-fashioned, I mean." "Yeah?" Johnny shrugged. Then you can blame my ma for that. I'd say she did a pretty good job, I breathed, shivering when he stroked my chin with his thumb. Yeah? He smiled and leaned closer. How good of a job, would you say? I'd give her full marks, I whispered. Definitely 10 of 10. His eyes blazed. And I'd give you full marks. Me? Always you, he whispered, eyes flicking to my mouth. I love this. His thumb traced the tiny dimple in my chin. It's fucking adorable. His gaze flicked back to my mouth, and he dragged his bottom lip between his teeth, biting down hard, before releasing it on a groan and leaning back. I stifled a groan of my own, devastated to lose his touch. Tearing his eyes off mine, Johnny turned his attention to the television mounted above the fireplace. Love Actually. A ghost of a smile crept over his face. Really? That was the first film I found, I said, flapping my hands around nervously. You can change it if you want. Tucking my hair behind my ears, I bunched up my sleeves only to watch in dismay when they rolled back down. I won't mind. No, it's grand. He chuckled, settling back on the couch. Have you seen it? No. I shook my head and followed his lead, settling back on the seat. Have you? Johnny nodded, still smirking. Gibbsy made me go see this with him at the cinema back when it first came out. This time I smiled. Are you serious? Deadly. We look like two spanners sitting in a cinema surrounded by couples. Reaching behind us, he pulled a blanket off the back of the couch and draped it over my legs. He was going through his Keira Knightley phase at the time. I was so pissed when he realised how little she appears in it. He laughed softly, clearly thinking about something amusing. He got so into it that he fucking wept during the part with the necklace. He stopped himself before he could finish. Sorry. He gave me a sheepish smile. I almost gave the plot away. Why did you go with him? Smiling back at him, I slipped my hands under the woolen blanket and snuggled deeper into the couch. If you're not into these kinds of films, because he's my best friend, he replied, chuckling to himself as he stretched his legs out on the coffee table. And he's done worse for me. Like what? Like breaking out of hotel rooms in the middle of the night to come see me. Johnny turned to look at me then. Like bringing me to see you today. Thank you, I breathed, feeling something shift inside of me, pulling me towards him. For coming back. Shannon, He stopped himself short and released a heavy breath. Come here, he said, instead lifting his arm. Let me keep you warm. Desperate for physical contact, I closed the space between us and burrowed into his side. His arm came round me, and a shiver rolled through me when I felt his lips brush the top of my head. Let's do this, he whispered, turning the volume up on the television. We didn't say anything else after that.
19. Are you going to kiss me, or not? Johnny. I won the battle of the best friend versus the boyfriend, and it felt fucking fabulous. Round one to me. Except, I wasn't even sure if I was her boyfriend. Boyfriend. That was a stupid word. Jesus. I need to get a handle on myself. Now I finally had Shannon alone. I didn't know what to do. She looked so uncertain earlier that it chipped away at my conscience to the point where I pulled back. I wanted to kiss her, but I didn't know if she wanted me too. And that was a problem for me. Because contrary to Claire's assumptions, I didn't want to jump the gun. I didn't want to dump my feelings on top of her and take advantage. Everything about Shannon's life had changed so drastically and in such a short succession of time that I didn't want to make a mistake with her. Most of all, I didn't want her to regret me. And now here we were, back on my couch, with no secrets standing between us or training to rush off to. No, all that stood between us now was fear of the unknown. For the first time in almost 18 years, I felt like I was standing at a pivotal crossroad in my life. I didn't need to ask myself which path I was going to take. My feet were already moving towards her. But I was conflicted because I knew the path was a short one. If my father and doctors were right, and I did manage to make it onto the team in June, then that meant I had 2 months left with her. 2 months, and I'd be out of here. Come June, I would veer off that path. Suddenly, the prospect of the under-20s wasn't so appealing as before. The tunnel vision I lived by my whole life, the one with only rugby in sight, was clouded and blurry now. Trying to do the right thing for my future, and doing what was right for my present, was the reason I felt so fucking torn up over this girl. I just wanted time with her. Away from her family and rugby. Away from everything. Just me and her. I wanted to hit pause in my life and just keep her. Strong words for a person of my age. But I trusted my instincts and my gut. All of those were encouraging me, assuring me that I was dead on the money because this girl was the girl for me. The one I was supposed to keep. I could make my way through a mountain of pussy, and it wouldn't mean a thing because I'd caught feelings for her. Are you okay? Shannon's voice cut through my thoughts. I shifted my gaze from the flames crackling in the fireplace to her face. She was sitting with her back resting against the arm of the couch, buried beneath the blanket I had dumped on top of her hours ago. She had her arms hooked loosely round her knees and was looking at me expectantly. Unable to recall a word of what she had just said to me, I ran a hand through my hair and stretched. Sorry, what was that? You got up to put coal in the fire an hour ago, and you've been staring at the mantelpiece ever since, she explained in that soft voice of hers. The film's over, Johnny. The telly's gone blank. Shit, it has. I looked around and noticed we were sitting in the darkness with only the fire illuminating the room. Sorry, I must have zoned out. Shannon frowned in concern, and I felt her foot stroke the inside of my thigh. Is it the medication you're taking? Her voice was laced with sympathy, her toes stroking my thigh soothingly. Does it make you drowsy? No, it's not the meds. It's the fact that I've spent days rehearsing what I want to say to you in my head, and now I can't get the words out. I don't know what happened to me. You happened to me, and now I'm completely fucked. I'm just running on empty, I guess. Because we've been sitting here all night and still haven't addressed the elephant in the room. Sorry, Shan. Whatever I said caused her to smile, and I arched the brow. Something funny about that? You called me Shan? she said, grinning. Yeah, I grinned back at her. So? My friends call me Shan, she explained. Well, the girls and Joey. Am I not your friend? I teased, shifting around to face her. Or is that pet name reserved only for members of your inner circle? No, no. You are my inner circle. She blurted out, and then grimaced. I meant, you're in my circle. In my circle, not are my circle. She dropped her head in her hands and groaned. Ah, I'm bad with people. Laughing, I reached under the blanket and snatched her foot. Fuck knows why I did it, but I had her bleeding foot in my hand now, so I went with it. Gibbsy was right. I had an issue with taking things that weren't mine. Relax, I said, setting her foot down in my lap. I know what you meant. Shannon's eyes flicked to where I was holding her foot on my lap, and I waited to see what she'd do next. If she'd pull back, I'd let her. But she didn't. Instead, she poked her other foot out from under the blanket and placed it on my lap with the other. Her eyes flicked back to mine, clearly waiting to gauge my reaction. I reacted by draping my arm across her legs and loosely clasping her knee, keeping my eyes on hers the entire time, watching for the smallest hint of anything that might look like doubt. Can I ask you a question? I plucked up the courage to say. When she nodded, I forced the words out. How are you feeling? About me? Her eyes widened. About you? Yeah. I swallowed deeply. About me. Shannon was silent for so long that I was afraid she wasn't going to answer me. But then she started to speak. Sometimes I feel like I'm stranded, she confessed in a small voice, dropping her gaze to where I was holding her legs, like I'm stuck in the same place, and I'm drowning. Clasping her hands together, she continued to speak, to gut me with her truth. It's like I'm watching the water rising. It's coming higher and higher. I can see it closing in on me, taking me under. Shivering, she bit down on her lip. It's terrifying. I bet, I replied gruffly, trailing my fingertips up and down her jean-clad knee, unsure what else to say, and terrified of saying the wrong thing. And then you walked in, and it recedes. Tipping her chin up, she looked at me dead in the eyes and exhaled a shaky breath. You show up, and all the bad just goes away for a little while. I could feel her eyes on me, and it caused a slow burn to ignite inside of me. My skin was hot, my body was coiled tight with frustration and excitement. I was so fucked. That's how you make me feel, she whispered, blue eyes burning their way right down to my soul. Better, alive, free, safe, important. I feel like I can breathe for the first time in days, and that's only because you're here. Because I'm with you. She grimaced then, like a painful thought had just come over her. But I'm derailing your life, she added, voice small. I've dragged you into my family's mess, and I'm so sorry for that. Careful, Johnny. Be really fucking careful with your words here, lad. She was a closed book that I had miraculously managed to pry open. I wasn't about to make a mistake and have the pages close in my face. I can't remember how this started or when I got wrapped up in you, to the point where I feel like I'm strangling in your grief. I finally said, when words found me again. But I know that I don't ever want to go back to how it was before you. She was so strong, so resilient. And she didn't even know it. I couldn't imagine going through what she had and just getting back up again. But here she was, ready to put her trust in me, leave her house this evening, even though her father was still around. I mean, that had to fuck with her head, right? But she didn't let it take her down. The girl was the definition of fall down 7 times and stand up 8. No matter what seemed to be thrown her way, she always dusted herself off, climbed back up on her feet, and tried again. I'm just so tired of being here, she confessed in a small voice. I'm trying, to just get on with it, to not dwell, and to just be grateful. But I'm not grateful, and I can't move on. I feel like I'm still trapped, and every day I'm getting closer to the day where I won't be here anymore. I didn't understand, so I wasn't going to tell her that I did. I had no idea about what she was dealing with, or how she was even coping. All I could say was, I'm here. And I would be. He's giving me rules, Johnny. Shannon scrunched up her nose, took a few shallow breaths, and then blurted out, More rules. More rules. She exhaled heavily and added, More orders to obey. Yeah. I was going to lose it. Breathe, Johnny. Take a fucking breath, lad. It took me a moment to process what she had said, and many more to rein in my emotions, and then sudden and desperate need I had inside of me to attack. Darren? I finally managed to ask. She nodded weakly. And I know he has good intentions. But I'm so done with being controlled. Shivering, she added, When I woke up in that hospital bed, alive and breathing, I promised myself that I wouldn't let anyone control me like he had. I swore that I would never let that happen again. You didn't let it happen in the first place, Shan, I told her, voice hoarse. It was out of your control. That's the thing, she replied. I'm sick of things being out of my control, Johnny. Yeah, I sighed heavily. I bet. Do you know, I still remember how I felt the first time I took a shower in this house, she said, and smiling softly to herself. I just stood in your bathroom for the longest time and listened. To what? The silence. Shan, it's hard to explain. She hurried to explain. But I never wanted to leave that bathroom, because I felt safe. I feel safe with you. Shaking her head, she blew out a shaky breath and said, And that's awful because it puts pressure on you. Reading I began to rack my brain for the words I knew I needed to put her mind at ease, to piece her back together again. I didn't know. I just had feelings, huge fucking feelings, that were choking me and drowning me in a simultaneous pattern of addictive destruction. My walls had crumbled. Everything I had built up in my bid to protect myself from the girl I knew would take me down had disintegrated. Nobody's making me do anything, I finally said, feeling at a loss. You're in my house because I want you here. Yeah? 100%, I told her. And that has nothing to do with anything other than the fact I just want you here with me, Shannon. Are you sure? She whispered. Listen, I said, turning my body to give her my full attention. There's something you should know about me. And it's that I don't do feelings fleetingly. I'm not a fleeting fucking anything. That's not how I work. So when I tell you something, or when I do something, I mean it. I've thought it through. And I'm telling you that I want you here with me. Her mouth fell open, her pouty lips forming a perfect little O. Yeah, I smirked, resisting the urge to reach over and tip her chin back up. Huh. Johnny? She asked then, shimmying closer. Can I ask you one more thing? Yeah. The word came out, all gruff, and I had to clear my throat before trying again. Yeah, Shan, you can ask me anything. Are you ever going to kiss me? Holy fuck. Keep the head, Cav. Keep your cool, and do not scare her off. You've got her back. Now, keep her hair. Don't lunge, lad. Hold it back. It took me a few seconds to process her words before I could speak. Do you want me to kiss you? It would be nice to not have to make the first move and then run away. Her voice was barely more than a whisper, and she ducked her face for the briefest of moments before looking back up at me, those blue eyes sucking me right in. It would save me a lot of panicking, she added with a small shrug. That's what I want, to not have to panic. She chewed on her bottom lip for a moment before continuing. To know where I stand with you. I want to kiss you, Shannon. Ignoring the pain in my groin, I twisted my body around to face her. I will kiss you, I amended, feeling all hot and flustered. If that's what you want. Shannon blew out a shaky breath. Okay. I eyed her wearily. Okay. She remained perfectly still, eyes locked on mine, cheeks flushed, expression expectant. What? Like, right now? I asked, feeling a little fucking panicky at being put on the spot myself. You want me to do it now? Christ, I was making a hash of this. I just thought you might, want to talk some more. I don't want to do any more talking, Johnny, she whispered. I've done enough of that to last me a lifetime. I just don't want to pressure you. I strangled out, hearing the nervousness in my own bleeding voice. All the shite you've been through with your dad, and now Joey, and your ma, and her drama, and Jesus, your face is all hurt and sore, and your body. I shrugged, at a complete loss. I think we should keep talking. Fuck, Shannon. I don't want you to feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Are you going to kiss me or not? Shannon stunned me by asking. I'm trying. My words broke off, and I exhaled a pained sigh as I watched her watch me. Those sucker-punching blue eyes, wide and welcoming. Fuck it. Unable to take another second of this, I cupped the back of her neck, closed the space between us, and crushed my lips to hers. Moaning into my mouth, her hands moved to the front of my jumper, fingers knotting in the fabric as she tugged and pulled and encouraged me to come closer. Oh, fuck. Capturing her hands with mine, I repressed every fucked up urge inside of me and just kissed her back, desperately trying to keep my cool and not push too much. All I wanted to do was pick her up and wrap her body around mine. Make a better angle for myself, but I couldn't do any of that. Take it slowly. My brain, clouded my hormones, warned, don't fuck this up, lad. However, the minute I felt her tongue take a tentative swipe against mine, I knew I was completely fucked. I couldn't take it. I honest to God couldn't take the pressure in my chest. It caused a vital circuit attached to my self-control to crash and burn. My brain switched off, and my body took over. My dick was sitting firmly in the driver's seat, and I was moving purely on instinct, kissing her back deeply, knowing there was a reason I needed to stop, but not finding the willpower to put the brakes on. My hands moved to tangle in her hair, and her hands moved to my waist, pulling at my flesh and encouraging me to come with her as she fell onto her back. And Christ, if I wasn't right there with her, driving in like a fucking maniac, desperate for the taste of her as our tongues duelled together for what was, without doubt, the best kiss of my life. Kissing her was different because there were feelings involved, big, huge, terrifying, fucking feelings that I knew she felt too. It was different because it mattered, because we mattered to each other. My body was burning up, partially from the agonizing pain that was made worse with every reckless thrust of my hips against hers, but mostly from sheer fucking excitement of having her hands on my skin. I felt like she had taken a knife to my chest, cut me right open, and every bit of me was bleeding into her. I was hard, painfully fucking hard, and not in the good way that could be relieved. But right now, it didn't matter. I didn't care if I was broken. I didn't even care if I burst a stitch. I didn't care about anything but the girl moaning and writhing on the couch beneath me.
20. A crazy fucking amount. Shannon. Johnny told me to tell him what I wanted. It took me 4 hours to get the words out, and when I finally did, I stunned us both with my bluntness. The mortification I was feeling over how uncharacteristically forward I'd been faded more and more with every thrust of his tongue as he kissed me deeply. I could hardly breathe. My lungs were screaming in protest, but I knew I would rather die than go up for air. I felt like I was starving for him, and the emotions driving me forward were overwhelming.
He was so much bigger than me, so much broader, and it thrilled me. The weight of his body on top of mine was too much and not enough all at the same time. Every time I thought I couldn't take the pressure, my hands dragged him down harder. Breaking the kiss, he pulled himself up on his elbow. "Are you okay? Am I too heavy?" His chest was rising and falling rapidly, his hard breathing mirroring mine. "Am I hurting you?" Reaching up, I snaked a hand around the back of his neck and tugged his face back down to mine. My hands were wrapped so tightly around his neck, I was sure I was cutting off circulation somewhere, but I couldn't release him. I physically couldn't let him go. I was frightened, unsure, and sore. The only true thing I knew in this moment was that I trusted this boy. "Don't talk," I begged. "Just keep kissing me." Clutching him like a lifeline, I locked my legs around his waist and begged, "Just stay with me." "Fuck," he groaned deep in his throat. "I am." Exhaling a shaky breath, he pressed his lips to mine. "I'm staying." His lips brushed against mine as he spoke. "I am." Exhaling a shaky breath, he pressed his lips to mine. "I'm staying." His lips brushed against mine as he spoke, and the sensation caused a shiver of pleasure to roll through me. "I'm so fucking with you," he whispered before sinking back down on me, pressing me deeper into the couch cushions as he settled heavily between my legs. My breath hitched in my throat when his lips landed back on mine, hot and probing as he parted his lips and blew my mind with his skilled tongue. Closing my eyes, I tightened my legs that were around his waist, clinging to him for all I was worth. The move caused a pained growl to erupt from Johnny's chest. I knew I was hurting him and that I should let go, but I physically couldn't detangle myself from him. My body felt like it had attached itself to his, and, short of a tornado blowing through the room, I doubted anything could pry me off him. He had one hand tangled in my hair and other clamped down on my hip, fingers flexing against my flesh every time I met his skillful thrust with a tentative one of my own. His hips were moving in a slow, drugging rhythm against my crotch, circling and rocking against me, making me ache and yearn for something hidden deep inside of me, something that with every brush of his lips and every stroke of his tongue moved closer to my reach. "I just feel like we should have a conversation," Johnny tried again, breathing hard against my lips. "About where we both stand." Resting his brow against mine, he lightly kissed me again before finishing. "Just so we're on the same page." "Really?" I breathed, sliding my hands under the hem of his t-shirt and shivering when I was greeted with hot, toned flesh. I had to stifle a moan when I felt his abdominal muscles tighten and contract beneath my touch. I guess." Distracted and overheated, I shook my head, desperately trying to clear my lust-filled thoughts. "Are you sure?" "No," he groaned, sounding pained and conflicted. "I just think that maybe we should." He continued to rock against me as he spoke, angling those magic hips to cause maximum damage to my nerves. "Talk, that is." He stared hard at me for a long, strained beat before exhaling heavily. "About us." A huge tremor rolled through his powerful body. Fuck it. And then he was back, kissing me, moving against me, making me shiver and tremble. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, fully clothed, just kissing and grinding, touching and whispering, until I honestly didn't have an ounce of energy left in my body. "You okay?" he whispered, nuzzling my cheek with his nose. Nodding, I sighed in contentment and flexed my fingertips against his waist,
wanting nothing more than to keep him here with me forever. Just tired. Burying his face in my neck, Johnny inhaled a deep breath before pulling back to kneel between my legs. Cold shivers swept through me at the sudden lack of contact. The fire was almost out now, only the rogue orange ember remained, and the night air was seeping into my bones. Leaning sideways, he grabbed his phone off the coffee table, knocking the empty pizza box over in the process.
Shite,
he muttered, and turned the screen to face me.
It's 3:30 in the morning.
He flicked on the torch on his phone so we could see in the darkness before setting it back down on the table and climbing stiffly off the couch.
I didn't realise the time.
I felt achingly shy as I pulled myself to my feet and watched him stretch his powerful arms over his head before shamelessly slipping a hand inside his sweatpants to readjust himself.
Do you want to go upstairs?
He asked, yawning sleepily.
There's like 6 spare rooms. I can set you up in one.
No, I want to stay with you. I shifted uncomfortably, moving from foot to foot. I don't mind.
Do you want to stay down here with me?
He asked then, tone a little gruffer now.
Joey's in my room, so I was just going to crash on the couch, and I...
With you, I croaked out, already nodding in agreement. I'd rather stay with you.
Just to sleep,
Johnny added, voice strained.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Nodding to himself, he reached a hand behind his head and pulled both his hoodie and t-shirt off. I was glad of the darkness in this moment because I knew my cheeks were glowing bright red at the sight of him. He was so beautiful it hurt to look. All finely carved muscles and toned flesh.
I'm not getting any ideas, I promise,
he told me as he pushed his sweatpants down and stepped out of them, leaving him standing in a pair of fitted boxers that were pitched at the front.
I just can't sleep in my clothes or I'll turn into a furnace.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't going to get any complaints from me.
I understand. Riveted to the spot, I watched as he grabbed both his phone and the blanket and then climbed awkwardly onto the couch, wincing with every stiff movement until he was lying on his side against the back of the couch with the blanket covering his waist.
You coming?
He asked, holding the blanket with one hand and patting the space in front of him with the other. Gingerly, I lowered myself down to lie with my back to him. Johnny switched off the torch on his phone and tossed it on the floor before draping the blanket around our bodies.
Relax,
he whispered, pulling me closer with the hand he had tucked under me.
We're just sleeping.
He wrapped his other arm around me then, enveloping me in the tightest cocoon.
You're safe.
I felt his lips brush against the back of my head, and a shiver rolled through my body.
I promise.
I curled both of my hands around his forearm and just held onto him, absorbing the feel of his body aligned with mine. The strength of him, his smell, his touch, the sound of his breathing. I devoured every second of this moment and locked it away in a treasure time capsule in the back of my mind, keeping it safe with all the others and praying I would have more to add to it. Don't let go, okay?
I won't,
he promised, tightening his hold on me. I knew I was going to be in trouble tomorrow. When I got home, it would be to stony-faced expressions and heated lectures, but tonight I couldn't find it in my heart to care. Johnny trailed his hand over my side, back and forth, over and over, his touch feather-light.
How did it feel?
He asked, lips brushing against my earlobe as he spoke. His fingers lingered on my side.
That day.
I knew exactly what he was referring to. That day in the kitchen. I closed my eyes and thought long and hard before I responded. It felt Unfair.
Unfair.
I gave a small nod and tightened my hold on him, because I thought it was over and I wasn't ready for it to be.
It?
My life. He sucked in a sharp breath.
It's not over, Shannon.
No. I clenched my eyes shut and battled down a surge of sadness, knowing in my heart that we were thinking two opposite things. It's not.
I'm sorry this happened to you, he whispered. I know that doesn't mean shit, and it's probably the worst thing I could say to a person in your situation, but I am.
He buried his face in my neck and whispered,
I am so fucking sorry that you were given those people as parents.
A traitorous tear slipped down my cheek, followed by another, and then another after that. I thought about you when it was happening, I confessed, biting down on my lips so hard I felt the familiar metallic taste in my mouth.
Me?
Nodding, I wiped my tear-stained cheek against his forearm. I knew what was happening to me. I knew I couldn't stop it, so I just thought up my happiest memory and clung to it.
What was that?
You and me, I whispered, shivering. Those things you said to me at the hospital, all those other times too, I conjured you up in my mind and I concentrated on your face. I imagined your voice in my head and just kept you there, in my mind, talking to me, keeping me calm, making me feel... My breath hitched, and I had to take a steadying breath before finishing. Safe.
Jesus, Shannon,
he strangled out, gripping me even tighter.
You'll never know how badly I wish I had been there.
Silence fell around us then, but it wasn't strained or tense. Instead, it was comforting. Deeply comforting. Johnny took his time to process what I had told him. He didn't bombard me with questions. He just stayed right there beside me, asking one question at a time, and then giving himself time to process my response, and me time to process my life. All I remember is the constant shouting and fear of pain, I replied several hours later when Johnny asked about my early childhood. Dawn was breaking outside, illuminating the room in an eerie greyish hue, and neither of us had closed an eye. The light gradually pouring through the enormous windows helped me to see the freckles on his forearm, the scars on his knuckles, and the veins that seemed to just bulge from his taut, sun-kissed skin. And that feeling in the pit of my stomach, the dread, it's the most familiar feeling I have. I almost feel like I'm not okay when I'm not worried. I'm not okay when I'm feeling okay. I sighed heavily and concentrated on his fingers. He had long fingers with rough and calloused fingertips, and I couldn't stop touching them. I'm constantly on edge, all the time, waiting for the sadness because that's what I'm used to, what I'm programmed to feel, expect, and live with. Grimacing, I trailed my finger over the pad of his thumb and added, Well, at least that's what Patricia and Carmel say.
Tricia, the social worker,
Johnny said, remembering her name from one of his earlier questions, as he captured my hand in his and entwined our fingers, steadying me.
And Carmel is the...
Counsellor from the hospital, I filled in, stroking my nose against his arm. Although I've only met her twice, and I'm not going back. The hand he had been trailing up and down my ribcage stilled.
Why not?
Because I'm supposed to trust someone who is only there because she's been paid to listen to me? Someone who, once 5 p.m. rolls by, doesn't give a damn about me or my brothers? I shook my head. No way. Johnny sighed and resumed his finger trailing. He was quiet for a long time before saying,
I think you need to talk to someone about what happened in that house.
I just did, I whispered.
No, Shan, not me,
he replied sadly.
A professional with the credentials to make a difference in your life.
There's no point, I whispered.
I think there is.
I think you're wrong.
What about Joey?
Johnny asked then, switching things up. I froze for a moment before twisting around to face him. What did you say?
I said, what about Joey? Who's helping him?
Joey asked, brushing his thumb over my cheek.
You said the kids are in counselling and doing play therapy. Your ma's in her own trauma counselling and doing some fucked parenting course. Darren's doing whatever Darren does, and your piece of shit dad is on the run. But what about Joey? Is he seeing someone? If he is, then they need to find the lad a new therapist because he was all kinds of fucked up earlier.
What about Joey? He asked about Joey. 3 words that meant more to me than anything else he could have said in this moment. Pulling myself up on my elbow, I leaned over and pressed my lips to his. Thank you, I whispered, pulling back to look at him. Johnny frowned in confusion.
For what?
Asking the right questions.
No problem.
Something sparked to life in my head then, a question that had been torturing me for days. Rolling back onto my side, I resumed my holding of his arm while I fought to wrangle the courage to ask it. Can I ask you another question? I could hear the tremor in my voice, but I forced myself not to backpedal.
Of course.
I heard him yawn behind me, felt the heat of his breath on my neck as he tightened his arms around me, snuggling into my back.
Ask away.
Here it goes. Why do you like me? Johnny stiffened behind me.
Why do I... What?
Like me. I filled in, my voice barely more than a whisper. Why? I needed to know. I didn't want him to think I was a charity case or, worse, be with me because he felt sorry for me. Prospect left a sour taste in my mouth.
Is this
His words trailed off, and he slipped out from behind me, shifting into a sitting position on the couch.
Are you being serious?
I nodded, wishing I wasn't serious, wanting more than anything to play this off as a joke, but knowing I never could because the answer was too important to me. Yeah. Pulling myself onto my knees, I turned to face him and said, I need to know.
I don't just like you, I fucking...
Shaking his head, Johnny rubbed his jaw before looking back at me.
Shannon, I love you.
I stopped breathing. You love me? He nodded slowly, blue eyes locked on mine.
Like a crazy fucking amount.
Really?
Really,
he confirmed.
And I'd ask your permission, but I didn't even ask mine.
Oh. I exhaled shakily and nodded. Okay. Johnny arched a brow.
Okay.
I thought you were high when you said it that night. I blurted out, shifting closer until my knees brushed against his bare thigh. I didn't think you meant it.
I was definitely high that night,
he agreed, twisting around to face me.
And I definitely meant it that night.
My heart galloped wildly. You did?
I love you.
He went right ahead and rocked my world by saying again.
Present tense, as in, I mean it now. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that. Maybe I'm fucking everything up by telling you that when you're in the middle of your family stuff. But it's the truth.
He shrugged helplessly.
I'm in love with you. I think I've been that way for a while now. A long fucking while, if we're being totally honest.
Exhaling shakily, he added,
And that scares the shit out of me worse than the thought of not making the under-20s. You scare me more than anyone I've ever come up against on a pitch.
Wow. I released a shaky breath. I can't believe you just said all that.
I know. He looked a little sick when he said, "Dick move, huh?"
I love you back, I blurted out, feeling a flood of heat rush through my body. Like a crazy fucking amount, I added, giving his words back to him.
Yeah?
Johnny's smile was a breathtaking, full dimpled one, and it took the air clean out of my lungs.
Really?
I nodded solemnly. It's true. Still smiling, he shook his head as if to clear his thoughts and said,
And going back to your earlier question, I like you because you're you, Shannon. I've never met another girl like you.
I scrunched my nose up. You mean another girl as screwed up as me?
No, I mean a girl as kind and caring and trustworthy and loyal as you,
He countered gruffly.
and beautiful. Jesus Christ, you're so fucking beautiful that it's painful to look at you. I've never seen anything like you in my life.
I felt like melting into the couch. Johnny.
No, just let me get this out before I lose my nerve, okay?
He hurried to say, sounding flustered. I snapped my mouth shut and nodded. Exhaling another shaky breath, Johnny continued,
It's like you see me, and I see you. Christ, I think you saw through me that very first day on the pitch at school, because I sure as hell haven't been the same way since, Shannon. You don't give a shite about rugby. Never fazed you, and that threw me because I'm not used to that. I'm not used to having someone want me for me. But you did, and you took the time to notice me, to see things that no one else was seeing, things I didn't want to acknowledge myself.
He ran a hand through his hair and slumped, his broad shoulders bowing.
I was scared, Shannon. I was so fucking afraid of how I felt for you. I still am. You scared the absolute shite out of me, for reasons I'm still not entirely sure of, because, in all honesty, I don't know what the fuck is happening here. My head is in pieces, and I'm so far out of my comfort zone that I feel like I'm balancing on thin ice. But I know that there's no other person I would willingly put myself out there for like I have with you.
He shrugged helplessly.
Like I'm doing right now.
Johnny, I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but I couldn't speak. I felt like I was drowning in my feelings. I knew that I was drowning in him.
And I know what you're thinking,
he added, sounding agitated.
You think I'm sticking around because of your dad. You think I feel sorry for you.
My breath hitched in my throat. No.
You little liar.
Leaning closer, he cupped my cheek with his big hand and pressed his forehead to mine.
I can read you like a book.
Yeah, I admitted. Kind of.
Well, you're wrong.
His breath fanned my face as he spoke, making me feel lightheaded.
I want you because you drive me fucking crazy. And yeah, I'm not going to lie, I feel sorry for you.
He added gruffly.
I'd be a cold-hearted bastard if I didn't. That's got nothing to do with why I want to be with you. I'm sticking around because I need you.
My heart beat so fast I feared it would burst. You need me.
You'd think it's the other way around, but it's not.
He told me.
I need you too, because you calm something inside of me. You make me feel good. Like I don't have to...
His voice trailed off for a moment as he clearly pondered what he was trying to say.
You make me feel like I'm enough as I am.
He finally admitted.
Like, if this is the furthest I go, if I don't make the squad, then it's okay.
You are enough, I breathed, wrapping my hand around his neck. Just as you are right now. Desperate to comfort him, I hitched a leg over his and scrambled onto his lap, knowing I shouldn't. He was still healing, but not having the self-control to stop. You're so good, I told him, knotting my fingers in his hair and pulling him closer to me. You're such a good person, Johnny Kavanagh. You don't even know it. You don't see how little rugby has to do with how special you are.
But I do. I see it. And I know. See? He clamped his hands on his hips and exhaled shakily. You say it and I believe you. Because it's true, I strangled out, breathing hard and fast. God, you have no idea how lovely you are. What do you need from me, Shannon? He croaked out, voice thick and husky. I'll give you anything you need, baby. Shaking his head, he groaned like he was in pain. I want to make you happy. You, I whispered. All of you. I'm already yours, he groaned, before covering my lips with his. My heart hammered hard in my chest, and my body ached and pulsed. There was a deep aching inside of me that only he could sate. In fact, I was fairly sure I would never sate the need I had to just be with him. Closing my eyes, I held onto his arms and kissed him back, drowning in the sensations ripping through me. Maybe Darren was right, and I was in too deep, but I couldn't find it in my heart to care. Everything inside of me was swept up in him, and I couldn't see beyond it. I couldn't think beyond the surge of feelings I had for him. Even my brain, the part of me that was supposed to heed caution, was encouraging me to be reckless with my heart, to throw it all in with this boy and trust him not to break me. And I was all in.
21. Tears, threats, and teapots. Johnny. I knew I was in trouble before I even opened an eyelid. The tone of my mother's voice as she screamed my name from the rooftops was proof of that. Johnny Kavanagh! Her voice cut through the silence, followed by high heels clicking on tiles. You better come out from wherever you're hiding and explain what the hell is going on. Startled, I sprung up, still half asleep, and blinked rapidly as I tried to process what the fuck was happening. There you are! Mam barked. What are you doing sleeping in the sitting room? I was in the sitting room, resting an arm on the back of the couch. I looked over at her, feeling at the loss. I yawned loudly and rolled the kinks from my shoulders. Do you have any idea why Marie Lynch left a message on your father's phone first thing this morning looking for her daughter? Mam demanded, standing in the doorway with her hands on her hips. What? Scratching my chest, I asked. Marie who? Marie Lynch, Mam snapped. Shannon's mother. Oh, shite. Well, I'm waiting for an explanation here, Johnny. The small ball of heat pressed to my side began to stir, and a pair of midnight blue eyes peeked out from under the blanket. Double shite. Last night's events came flooding back in a rush, bringing with it a flush of heat straight to my dick. Hi, Shannon mouthed, looking wide-eyed and terrified as she'd clasped the blanket between her fingers and stared up at me. Help! From my mother's standing point, she could only see the back of the couch. I could have wept from the momentary relief that flooded me. What do I do? She mouthed, breathing hard. Should I get up? Fuck no. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? I called out to my mother as she pulled the blanket back over Shannon's head and awkwardly clambered over her, fighting back the urge to scream with pain shot through me like a bullet to the cock. Stay down, I mentally begged Shannon as I got to my feet. Please stay the fuck down. Not in the slightest, Mam shot back, watching me like a hawk. Why are you naked? I glanced down at my jocks and shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I'm not naked. Her eyes narrowed. Then why are you lounging on my good leather in your underpants? Underpants? I gave her an indignant look. Am I 10? No. You're nearly 18, and partially naked. Mom shot back, angrily. And there's a girl I can't account for. One who you're particularly fond of, and one whose mother has been hopping off my phone. I scratched my head, knowing that I was completely fucked, but wrestling for a way out all the same. I thought you said she called Dad's phone. And your father gave her my number. Man bit out, turning purple now. Jesus, I was so fucking dead. I've been on the phone, listening to that bleeding woman drone on the entire drive down from Dublin, demanding I return her 16-year-old daughter before she calls the guard on you. I shouldn't answer your phone when you're driving, ma. I poked the bear by saying, it's bad form. Bluetooth headsets, Jonathan. Ma'am growled. Now, do you know where she is or not? No idea. I lied through my teeth. Sorry. If you know where she is, you need to tell me now, Ma'am countered, giving me one of those don't bullshit me looks. No clue, I shot back. Sorry. Do you know what statutory rape is, Johnny? She growled, sounding furious. Because Marie Lynch threw that word around an awful lot on the phone to me. And if you've been with Shannon, if she's here now, and you're lying to me, then you're going to be in some serious trouble, laddie. What the actual fuck? I barked, horrified. She said that? Are you being serious? Yes, she said that. And it's not the first time, Ma'am said, voice shaking. Do you have any idea how damaging an accusation like that could be to a boy's future, and especially one in your position? She threw her hands up for emphasis. You could kiss goodbye to a career in rugby, that's for sure. I didn't do anything, I choked out. She's underage, Johnny. Ma'am snarled right back. Her brother swore down that she left her house with you yesterday, and she conveniently didn't go back home last night. Glaring, she added, you're the mathematician in the family, so do the bleeding maths. I glared right back at her, furious. So, because her brother thinks she's with me, that makes me a fucking rapist? It means that if she didn't show up at home, her mother will have the Garda up to the house, and you'll be the first one. Don't let her call the guards on him, Miss Kavanagh. I dropped my head. Fuck my life. Springing out from under the blanket, Shannon jumped to her feet. I'm here! Breathing a little harder than normal, Shannon grimaced and clutched her side. And I'm so sorry. I know I'm not supposed to be, but I didn't mean to. We didn't. Ma'am's mouth fell open in horror. Shannon? It's not how it looks. I hurried to diffuse the situation. If that was even possible. We fell asleep watching a film. We didn't do anything, Ma. Shannon? Ma'am strangled out, moving towards us. We were sleeping, I repeated, stepping in front of Shannon. Just sleeping. I didn't touch her, I swear. I didn't lay a finger. Shut up, Johnny. Ma'am choked out. I swiftly snapped my mouth shut and eyeing my mother wearily as she approached us. On shaky legs, Mam walked over to the mantelpiece and leaned a hand against it. She still had her other hand pressed to her mouth, and tears were filling her eyes. "We didn't do anything," I offered once more, brows furrowed. "And look," I pointed to the blue jeans and slightly askew white vest top Shannon was sporting. "She's fully clothed. So just relax, okay? And don't kill me too much." Shaking her head, Ma moved to the coffee table and lowered herself down. "Oh, God!" she strangled, dropping her head in her hands, voice strained. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph." It took me a good few moments to figure out what the fuck was happening, and why my mother wasn't dragging me away by the ear. When it dawned on me that this was her first time since the attack. Yeah. I was calling it an attack because that's exactly what the fuck it was, an attack. Shannon's whole face was a map of bruises and discoloration, and it was hitting my mother hard. Good, I thought to myself. Put yourself in my shoes and tell me what you'd do. Tell me how you'd take her back to that house. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Kavanagh," Shannon choked out, flailing anxiously beside me. "Hey!" I captured one of her hands in mine and soothed a thumb over her knuckles, desperate to soothe her. "Shh, it's okay." Shannon glanced down at our joined hands and then looked up at me. "I'm so sorry, Johnny." "You didn't do anything wrong," I told her, tone gruff. I didn't want to go home last night," she continued, breathing hard as she looked at my mother. "I'm so sorry for causing trouble, Mrs. Kavanagh. I didn't mean to upset you." "I'm not upset with you, love," Mam interrupted, sounding slightly more composed as she stood up. "Don't be worrying." "I'll go," Shannon hurried to say. "Right now, I promise." Mam sighed heavily. "You don't have to do that, Shannon, love." "She doesn't. I don't." "Let's all just have a cup of tea first." Wiping her cheeks with the back of her hand, Mam smiled warmly at Shannon. "And then we'll figure this all out, okay, love?" "Yeah." Shannon blew out a shaky breath and nodded. "Okay." "Now," turning to face me, Mam said, "do you have any more surprises for me?" There was a teasing lilt to her voice. "You don't have any more of her children hiding in my house, do you?" I shifted around awkwardly. Maybe one or two." Mam laughed. I didn't. "Thanks for the bed, Kavanagh," a familiar voice called out from down the hallway, choosing the worst possible time to wake from a stone slumber. "Can I borrow a hoodie?" For fuck's sake. Mam's eyes bugged in her head. "Who is that?" That would be Joey," I muttered, rubbing my jaw. "And who is Joey?" "My brother," Shannon offered weakly. "Are there any more Lynch children in my house, Jonathan?" "No," I muttered, not meeting her eye. "I only took 2. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph and the donkey!" Mam wailed as she bounded for the hallway. What am I going to do with you?" "Is she mad?" Shannon asked, drawing my attention back to her. Her eyes were wide and laced with panic. Her entire frame had stiffened to stone. "Are you going to be in trouble over me?" "Probably." "No," I replied, keeping my tone gentle. "She's just worried." "Are you?" She swallowed deeply. "Mad?" My brows furrowed. "With you?" Shannon nodded, looking sick now. "No, Shan, I'm not mad at you." "I won't let my mam do anything to you," she blurted then, clutching my hand tightly in both of hers. Her chest was rising and falling quickly as she spoke, and I had a feeling she was either going to puke or have a panic attack. "Whatever she says, I swear, Johnny, I won't let her get you into trouble. I promise. I'll fix this. Just please don't hate me." I leaned down and kissed her, knowing no other way to ease her panic. Shannon went lax in my arms. I could feel the tension leaving her body as her limbs loosened out and her hands rested on my waist. "I'm not scared of your mother," I told her, resting my forehead against hers. "And I could never hate you." I brushed my lips against hers again. "Not in a million years." "But she's—" I kissed her again, harder this time, making my point with my tongue. "Your ma can say whatever she wants." Straightening to my full height, I tucked a rogue strand of hair behind my ear and rested my hands on her bone-thin shoulders. "She can make all the threats she wants. It doesn't change anything for me." Sighing at her forlorn expression, I cupped her face in my hands and leaned close. "Because I'm not going anywhere." "Really?" Shannon whispered, staring up at me with those lonesome eyes. Her fingers were digging into my sides so hard I had a feeling she was going to leave a mark on me. "You promise?" There she went asking for promises I wasn't sure I could keep. And there I went making them anyway. "Yeah, Shan," I croaked out. "I promise." Our lips touched again, brushing gently. And I knew right there and then that I was done for. It was a soft, gentle, innocent kiss that packed a punch of a lifetime, because with that minimal contact, she freewheeled my hormones out of control and KO'd my heart. Knowing that I needed to stop while I still could, I broke the kiss, breathing hard, then reached for my clothes, deciding it would be safer facing her brother with my pants on. "Come on," I said, reaching for Shannon's hand when I was dressed. Tugging gently, I led her out of my sitting room and straight into my slaughter, which just so happened to be my kitchen, where my mother had a wide range of knives and other sharp appliances. Fuck. Reaching the kitchen door, I stalled when the sound of voices echoed from behind the partially closed door. "Oh my God, is he talking to her?" Shannon whispered, wide-eyed, when she heard Joey's voice. Well, he wasn't shouting, which was a good thing, because as sorry as I felt for Shannon's brother, if he'd planned on speaking to my mother the way he spoke to me and Gibbsy yesterday, I was going to lose my shit. There was a line in a man's life that no one crossed. The line for me was with my ma. No one fucked with her. Pushing the kitchen door inwards, I stepped inside with Shannon clutching my hand like a lifeline. My eyes immediately sought out and landed on Joey, who was leaning against the utility room door, looking cornered and feral, and yet he was watching my mother with an almost reluctant curiosity. He was clearly all fucked up, coming down from whatever he had taken. And there my mother was, heating up bleeding scones and talking to him about God knows what. The most shocking thing of all was that I got the distinct impression that Joey was actually listening to her. Frowning, I studied him closer. Jesus. He was absolutely listening to her. Ma'am had her back to the door, not noticing mine and Shannon's presence, and was droning on about something or other. Joey, on the other hand, was concentrating so hard on whatever my mother was saying that he seemed oblivious to everything around him. You know, love, I'm sure I've heard of that garage, Ma'am said, as he slid a plate of scones into the microwave and switched it on. I'll definitely bring the car down the next time it needs a service. Really? He asked her, voice low and uncertain. He pulled at the sleeves, twitching nervously. You don't have to. I like to, Ma'am responded, as she pulled various pots of jam out of the overhead cupboard. How long have you worked there? Since I was 12 or 13, he mumbled, shifting around uncomfortably, wary eyes still trained on my mother. Been on the books since 3rd year? Ma'am froze for a moment before quickly recovering. That young? He shrugged, apologetically. Needed the money. And you like it? She asked, reaching for the kettle. Mechanics. That's something you might be interested in pursuing after you're done with school? He shrugged, stiffly. Money's decent. Well, I think you're a credit to yourself, Joey Lynch, Ma'am coaxed, dropping a few tea bags into the pot. Working all those hours after school. She filled the teapot with boiling water. And in your leaving cert year. She set the kettle down and beamed at them. You should be so proud of yourself. Joey's brow was furrowed so deeply. He looked like he was in the throes of a migraine. Why? Why what, love? Ma'am asked kindly. Nothing. He shifted around again, pulling his sleeves down over his knuckles, only to roll them back up a few moments later. Doesn't even matter. I think it does, Ma'am replied softly. Say what you were going to say. Love, I'm listening. I... Joey's wild green eyes flicked at me then, before swiftly shifting to Shannon. Instant relief engulfed his features. All right, Shan, he croaked out, showing the first sign of gentle affection I'd seen since yesterday. How's it going? I watched her, his eyes roaming over her face, and a mixture of guilt and pain flickered in his eyes. You okay? Hey, Joe, Shannon replied in a tone thick with emotion. She nodded before adding, Are you? All good, was his response. His full of shite response, because the lad was about as far from good as anyone could get. Kavanagh, he said then, offering me a stiff nod. Thanks again. Joey, I responded. Any time. Feeling the need to do something, I released Shannon's hand and strolled towards my mother, grabbing the plate of scones from the microwave as I went. These smell savage, ma, Scooping one off the plate, I stuffed it into my mouth, ignoring the burn as it scalded my tongue as I moved for the island. The scones did smell great. But that's not why I was choking myself trying to stuff one down. It was because I wanted these two to fucking eat something. Manners, Johnny, Mam scolded, and then, in a much softer tone, said, Joey, Shannon, why don't you both sit down and have some breakfast? Neither moved. I glanced back at Shannon's weary face and then to her brother, and my blood heated to the point of turning to lava in my veins. Jesus Christ. What the fuck did those people do to these kids? Dropping the plate down on the marble island top, I pulled out a stool, carefully sat down, patted the stool beside me, and then mentally counted down from 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Like a skittish baby fail, Shannon moved her legs towards me, like I had hoped she would, and took the stool beside me. It took her 3 tries to hoist herself onto the stool. But unlike last time, when we were here alone, I didn't move to lift her for 2 very obvious reasons. First, my mother was taking this incredibly well, given the circumstances, and I didn't want to push my luck. Second, her brother was watching me like he didn't know if he wanted to trust me or throttle me. When Shannon finally managed to get herself seated, I smirked down at her. She flushed, bright pink, and dropped her gaze to the counter. Shoulders bunched together tightly. Christ. She was back to being jittery. It was like last night hadn't happened. And if she wasn't sitting right here beside me, I would have thought I conjured the whole thing up in my head. Joey waited a solid minute longer before blowing out the breath and walking over to the island. Pulling out the stool beside his sister, he sank down and rested his elbows on the counter, shaking his head to himself and drumming his fingers restlessly. Now, setting a pot of tea down in front of us, Mam went back and forth to the cupboards, laying the cups and side plates in front of us until the kitchen island resembled a high tea at the bleeding hotel. Eat up, she encouraged, sinking down on the stool across from us. Not needing any encouragement, I happily stuffed my face, drowning myself in food I would need or touch during training. But they didn't make a move. Come on. Nudging the plate towards Shannon and Joey, Mam smiled encouragingly. I'd be insulted if you don't try one. Out of the corner of my eye I watched as they silently communicated with one another. Not one word was spoken, but I knew something was passing between them, and then they both moved in synchrony for the scones. Thank Christ for that. Relief flickered in my mother's eyes as she observed the Lynches devouring the scones from behind the rim of her coffee mug. Her tear-filled eyes shifted to me, and I gave her a I know look, with a small shake of her head. Mam slapped on a bright smile and began to do what she did best. Talk and meddle. The woman was gifted with her mouth. She could make a conversation out of anything. I had no fucking clue where I went wrong, or why that particular gene skipped over me. But as I watched my mother make small talk with both of them, I was grateful. Grateful that she was here. Grateful she wasn't losing her shit with me for having a girl sleep over. Grateful that she was my ma. Johnny, Mam said, after what had to be an hour of idle chit-chat. We'll have to get going soon. You have physio in an hour, love. My heart plummeted into my ass. Pausing, I glanced at Shannon, and then my mother. I don't have to go. Mam's brows shot up in surprise. You don't? I hesitated for a split second. And that was all it took for Shannon to spring off her stool and announce, We should get going, Joe. Yeah. With a shake of his head, Joey stood up. We should. You don't have to, I heard her say, feeling panicked at the prospect of letting her go. I don't have to go to physio. It's not that important. I can miss one day. It won't kill me. No, you need to go, Shannon replied, and we need to go home. She glanced up at her brother. Right? Now Joey was the one to hesitate, as he stood in the middle of my kitchen, looking like he was fighting an internal battle of his own. Right, he finally replied, tone tight. Home. I'll drive you both, Mam interjected, shaking her head at me when I opened my mouth to protest. I ran a hand through my hair in agitation. But it's grand, Kavanagh, Joey said, giving me a meaningful look. You've done enough, lad? No, I hadn't. I hadn't done enough by half. 22. Throwing down. Johnny. I held her hand tighter than I knew I should, but I couldn't help it. Taking her back there felt all fucking wrong, even now. Sitting in the back of my mother's Range Rover, with Shannon beside me and Joey up front, I was struggling to cope with the feelings battering me. Wrong. That was all I could think, as Mum took the familiar turn off to their council estate. Sweat beaded my brow as my body literally thrummed with more emotions than I knew how to handle. I felt like I was going to explode, and I wanted to scream, "Don't go back!" I wanted to beg my mother to do something, to just stop this. Logic told me to go to my physio, get my shit done, and stick to the bleeding plan. Problem was, my heart was screaming another plan entirely. I need to think about the consequences. They just wouldn't come to me. Fuck. This family was going to ruin me. Joey was silent for the entire drive, his body rigid. And it was as plain as the nose on his face that going home was the very last thing he wanted to do. But he was doing it anyway, for her. Shannon's entire focus was on our joined hands. She had my hand pulled onto her lap, and she was holding it just as tightly as I was holding hers. With her free hand, she trailed her slender fingers over the scar on the back of my hand. The one I gotten in rugby matches years ago. She kept touching the scar over and over again, trailing her fingers up and down and over it until I felt like scratching it away because her anxiety was palpable and drowning me. Her hair was falling forward, her small face hidden behind her dark locks, as she bent her head and studied that scar. Several times I reached over and stopped her hand. But the minute I let go, she started right back up. In the end, I just gave in and let her do what she wanted to me. When my mother parked the Range Rover outside their house, neither Joey nor Shannon moved a muscle. Switching off the engine, Mam sighed heavily and then unfastened her seatbelt. Okay, you two, she announced, voice strained from the effort it was taking her to sound happy. Let's go. I wanted to roar at her, beg her to do something. I knew in my heart she had no part to do, because the panic rising up in me at the prospect of not seeing Shannon again, of not knowing whether she was okay or not, was driving me insane. Thanks for the spin, Mrs. Kavanagh, Shannon finally said, with a small nod to herself. She released my hand. She gave me a small smile, and then moved for her seatbelt. And for the scones? Here, Joey added, tone low, pushing the door open. Thank you both. You're both more than welcome, Ma'am replied, voice thick now. Come on, I'll walk you to the door. I need to have a little chat with your mother. Wait! I strangled out when Joey and Ma'am had climbed out, catching a hold of Shannon's hand. I pulled her back into the jeep. Don't go. Shannon's eyes were wide and full of confusion when she said, I have to. Don't! I said it again, knowing I was asking for the impossible, but asking for it anyway. I shook my head and bit back a growl. I don't like this. It's okay, Johnny, she replied with a small sigh. I'm okay. No. Just... Exhaling a pained breath, I leaned back in my seat and tried to think of something, anything to stop this, but I came up empty. You're sure he's not coming back? I finally asked, still holding on to her hand. You're sure you're safe? I turned to look at her. I can't take it, my voice cracking. Not knowing. She closed her mouth and glanced down at my hand before turning her attention back to me. I'll be safe. She wasn't sure. She wasn't fucking sure, and neither was I. Damn it to hell. Here. Digging into my pocket, I pulled out my phone and handed it to her. Take this with you. What are you doing? Blinking down at the phone in her hands, she whispered, Why are you giving me your phone? So you can call me. But this is your phone, Johnny. Her brows furrowed. How am I supposed to... I'll call you, okay? My heart was hammering in my chest. I'll get hold of another phone and I'll call you. She started to shake her head. No. You don't have to do that for me. I need you to do this for me, I said, interrupting her. I need you to take my phone, Shannon. I begged her with my eyes to just do what I was asking her. Please. Okay, but I'm giving it back to you, she replied shakily, because I can't keep this, Johnny. Okay, that's fine, I told her, sagging in relief as I watched her pocket the phone in her baggy jeans. Whatever you want, just take it for now. How dare you? A shrill female voice echoed through the air, causing Shannon to jump. Where's my daughter? Oh, God. Shannon's panicked eyes locked on me. Johnny, I'm so sorry, she choked out, before bolting from the jeep. Swinging round to stare out the window, I bit back a groan when I spotted Shannon's mother pointing a finger in my mother's face. Mrs. Lynch was crying and screaming at the top of her lungs. They were in the middle of the garden with Darren standing between them, holding his hands up. Joy's leaning against the wall that separated their garden from their next-door neighbours, unmoving. You need to calm down, Ma'am barked, although she sounded far from calm herself. Your children are watching you. It was only then that I noticed the 3 smaller versions of Joey standing under their porch veranda, looking on emotionlessly. "And you need to control your son," Mrs. Lynch countered, shaking violently. "Apparently, he has a problem with the word no." "What did you say?" Ma'am hissed, taking a step towards Shannon's mother. "Fuck," I muttered as I threw open my door and dragged my defected arse out of the Jeep. "What are you doing?" Shannon was running down the footpath ahead of me. "Ma'am!" she cried out as she rounded the corner and hurried into the garden, clutching her side. "Ma'am, stop!" "Shannon!" Mrs. Lynch sobbed, moving to wrap her arms round Shannon. "Don't!" Shannon hissed, scrambling away from her mother's arm. "Don't touch me!" Her mother flinched. "How could you do that to me?" she sobbed. "How could you not come home, Shannon?" She hiccuped loudly. "How could you not even call to let us know where you were?" "Why would I want to come back here?" Shannon choked out, glaring at their mother. "Look at this!" She waved a hand at their mother. "Look at what you're doing right now." "I was worried about you," Mrs. Lynch cried. "I was petrified." "I was fine," Shannon countered, trembling. "I was better than fine, ma'am. I was safe." "Shannon, love, calm down," Ma'am instructed softly as she smoothed a hand down Shannon's arm. "Don't get yourself worked up, pet." "Who the hell do you think you are, keeping 2 of my children in your home without my consent?" Mrs. Lynch practically screamed, face turning red. "And don't you dare touch my daughter," she added, yanking Shannon out of my mom's reach. "Ah, no. Oh, fuck no. Don't do it, ma. Take the high road." "Maybe you should have said that to your husband," Ma'am shot back heatedly, when he was battering the shite out of the girl. Oh, Jesus, she went there. "How dare you!" Mrs. Lynch screamed. "You have no idea about what we've been through. No fucking idea." "Ma'am, you need to calm down," Darren instructed calmly. "And you need to go," he said to my mother. "Now." "I'm so sorry," Shannon sobbed loudly and pressed her hands to her face. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Kavanagh." "Don't you dare come on my property," Mrs. Lynch hissed, when I moved to walk into the garden. "Stay away." "Relax." I held my hands up like a fucking criminal, but despite the warning, I kept walking towards them because leaving my mother on her own was out of the question. "I don't know what you think I did, Mrs. Lynch," I added cautiously, "but I swear I didn't do it." "I told you to leave her alone," she hissed at me. "I told you to go away, and what did you do? You took my 16-year-old daughter out of my home and kept her out all night." Sneering, she added, "I've a good mind to call the guard on you." "Leave him alone," Shannon sobbed, making a beeline for me. "Oh God, Johnny, I'm so sorry." "I didn't do anything," I repeated slowly, wrapping an arm around Shannon when she flung herself at me. "I'm sorry," she just kept saying over and over again. "Johnny, I'm so sorry." "It's okay," I whispered, tightening my hold on her. "Don't worry." She was crying hard against my chest. She was bleeding through her tears, releasing pain and angst, devastation and fear, and I wanted to save her from it all. Her tears rained down on me, drowning me right along with her, and that's the exact moment I felt the shift. The switch from this being something sweet and innocent to deeply complicated with a hint of forever. I was in so much fucking trouble. Don't worry, Mrs. Lynch hissed. You'll have a lot to worry about if you don't leave my daughter alone. I don't want him to leave me alone. Shannon screamed, literally. Fucking screamed at the top of her lungs. I love him! Her voice cracked. I'm in love with him, ma'am. For a moment, I just stood there, staring down at her in pure shock. She said it again. She said she loved me in front of her entire family. Well, shite. He's taking advantage of you, Shannon, Mrs. Lynch wailed. Why can't you see that? Surprisingly, I wasn't even angry at their mother. All I felt in this moment for the woman was pity. Sheer fucking pity for being as damaged as she clearly was. I wouldn't do that, Mrs. Lynch, I said, keeping my tone soft and coaxing. I would never hurt your daughter. Are you accusing my son of something? Ma'am demanded then. Because if you are, then you go right ahead and say it to my face, lady. Oh, sweet Jesus. Ma, just leave it, I called out. No, Jonathan, I will not leave it. Ma'am shot back, furious now. If she wants to accuse you of something, then she can damn well say it to my face. You need to leave, Johnny, Darren warned, eyes locked on me this time. Take your mother and go. If your son has had sex with my daughter, then that's statutory rape. Mrs. Lynch shot back. Sharon is underage and can't legally give consent. No, it's not. Shannon screamed, looking humiliated. Oh, my God! You need to stop talking. Ma'am, stop. Darren had the good grace to say, cheeks red. You're going over the line here. A big fucking line, my own mother hissed through clenched teeth, vibrating with tension. If I find out that your son has put a hand on my daughter, I'll have him arrested, Mrs. Lynch cried. Don't think you're above the law because you have money and your husband's a barrister. Sniffling, she added, if I get wind that he has taken advantage of my child, I'll press charges on him. Ma'am! Shannon screamed at the same time that I dove for my own mother. Ma! No! Stitches or not, I moved like a bullet, intercepting her just as her hand flew out. Don't! I hissed, wrapping both hands around her middle and pulling her away. It's not worth it. You bitch! Ma'am snarled, pushing against me, trying to break out of my hold. Who the hell do you think you are, threatening my child? Battling against me, she hissed. He's a good boy. Too good for the likes of you. You need to take a fucking good look at your own family, lady. Because if you so much as think about bringing trouble to my son's door, I'll take you down. Do you hear me? I'll take you down, Marie. And I don't need my husband or any other man to do that for me. I'm sorry. Shannon continued to cry, flailing helplessly. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. It's okay, I called back as I carted my mother out of the garden, kicking and lashing out. It's not your fault. Johnny! Her voice broke off, and she cried hard. I'm sorry. Not stopping until I was at the driver's side of the Rover. I yanked the door open and bundled my mother inside. Stop! I barked, breathing hard from exhaustion. Jesus Christ, ma, settle down. Chest heaving, Ma'am slumped into the driver's seat, shaking from head to toe. All right? Nodding stiffly, she sat in the driver's seat and reached for her seatbelt. Okay. I conformed with a sigh, slamming the door shut. I rounded the jeep, hobbling every step on the way as pain scorched its way through my body. "Don't come back here!" Mrs. Lynch called out in a shaky voice from where she was still standing in the garden, watching me. "Or there'll be trouble." Shaking my head, I swallowed down a million fuck yous and turned to look at Shannon, who was hugging Joey. "Shannon Lynch," I called out, ignoring the rest of her fucked up family. "I love you back." Sniffling, she lifted her chin from Joey's chest and looked at me all red-eyed and blotchy. "Still?" "Still." I nodded in confirmation, like a crazy fucking amount. And then I turned around and climbed into the jeep before my mother decided to take another leave of her senses.
23. Dirty laundry. Shannon. I felt like I was standing waist deep in the debris from the storm that had just blown through my world, and clueless as to how to proceed. Reeling, I tried to make sense of the events of the last 16 years of my life, but kept honing in on the last 24 hours. Mam, Darren, Joey, Johnny, Gibbsy, Claire, Mrs. Kavanagh. My father. Always my father. It had been the most uncomfortable cup of tea I'd ever slurped my way through in Mrs. Kavanagh's kitchen earlier, with Joey looking like something hell had thrown up sitting beside me, staring in confusion at the scone and clotted cream on his side plate. I had no idea what to say to Johnny's mother, and it was made even worse again by the sobbing fits that took her over every time she looked at me and Joey. The drive back to our house was equally as uncomfortable, made marginally better by the feel of Johnny's hand on mine and the sound of the light flow of conversation between Mrs. Kavanagh and my brother. I think Joey was so startled by Mrs. Kavanagh fussing over him, so completely caught off guard by her kindness, that when she told him to climb into the front seat of her Range Rover, he complied without a fuss. I had no idea how she had the ability to get words out of Joey, but whenever she asked him a question, he dutifully answered her. She kept the tone light, never once asking either of us a thing about our father, choosing safer topics to discuss, like school, hurling, and his girlfriend, and Joey had responded with genuine, unsnappy answers that were completely un-Joey-like. However, my elation over having my brother come home with me was overthrown by conflict the minute we pulled up outside my house. What I presumed would be a civilized conversation between two mothers had quickly gone to hell the moment my mother made a derogatory suggestion that Johnny had somehow taken advantage of me. I'd never seen a woman lose her cool as quickly as Mrs. Kavanagh had. All it took was those two words and Johnny's mother blew a head gasket. It was shocking to watch a usually mild-mannered woman morph into a full-blown mama bear mode and attack. I'd never seen a woman defend her child as fiercely as she had. None of us had. Not even Darren, who seemed to have a knack of calming a situation, could settle our mothers down as all hell had broken out right there and then in our front garden, in full view of my little brothers, with Johnny having to physically carry his mother out of the garden before they came to blows. Terrible things had been said, our dirty laundry had been aired loudly, and the entire time Joey had leaned against the garden wall with his arms folded across his chest, silently taking it all in, and never once moving to intercept the drama. The rage swelling up inside of my body, even now, hours later, was both a foreign emotion and a dominant one. Never in my life had I felt so furious. Statutory rape. Two words that were swirling around in my head, making it hard for me to function. How could she say that? How could my mother even think that? I was so embarrassed, so completely taken apart by it all.
Shannon Lynch, I love you back.
My heart slammed wildly against my ribcage and I snapped. "How could you do that to me?" I demanded for the millionth time, glaring at my mother, who was now sitting at the kitchen table with her mandatory cigarette balancing between her bony fingers. She didn't answer me. She hadn't answered a single one of my questions for over an hour, but I couldn't let it go. I couldn't walk away, not this time. "Why, ma'am?" I hissed, tears dripping down my cheeks. "Do you hate me that much?" I shuddered, her frail shoulders jerking violently as she stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray before quickly sparking up another one. "Answer me!" I screamed, barely managing to restrain myself from reaching across the table and shaking her. "You owe me that much, damn it!" "He's not safe for you, Shannon," was all she said, and her words were barely more than a broken whisper. "You're going crazy," I choked out, shaking my head in horror. "You are losing your bloody mind." "I did the right thing. I did the right thing," Ma'am whispered over and over as she sucked on her cigarette. "I protected you." "He's not a problem for me," I choked out. "Johnny's a good person." A huge sob tore through my throat and I heaved, feeling so much pain and resentment that I felt I was drowning. "And you scared him away. You pushed the one good thing in my life away from me." Sniffling, I batted my tears away, furious with myself, my mother, and the whole damn world. "You'll never talk to me again," I strangled out, feeling the threat of a panic attack nip at my heels. "You ruined everything for me." "No," she shook her head. "You'll see I did the right thing." "Ma'am," Darren, who was sitting opposite our mother, interjected. "You're not making any sense here." "She can't make sense of it," I strangled out, pointing an accusing finger at her, "because she knows she's wrong." "I'm not wrong," Ma'am whispered, trembling. "He's just like your father." "Ma'am," Darren snapped, "don't say that." "It's true," she whispered, flicking ash into the ashtray and taking another deep drag. "He'll be just like her father." "Stop it!" I screamed. "Stop trying to do that to him." "You'll be glad I stopped it," she whispered. "Stopped you from making my mistakes." "You're wrong," I hissed, blinking back the hot, scalding tears. "You're a fucking liar and I hate you." "Shannon, that's enough." "It's not enough." Backing away, I put some distance between our bodies because I honestly didn't feel like I was in control of myself in this moment. Joey was right. I blinked away my tears. "You're not good for us." "Come on, Shannon," Darren groaned, rubbing his jaw. "Screaming and name-calling isn't helping anyone." "Then stop sitting there and do something," I begged, shaking so hard I felt like I was about to convulse. "You know this is wrong." My breath hitched, and I hiccuped a pained sob. "You know what she did was awful, and you're just letting her get away with it." "No, I'm not," he countered. "She knows she was wrong, don't she, ma'am?" Silence. "Ma'am?" Darren pushed, tone harder now. "Tell Shannon that you know you were wrong." Nothing. "Ma'am!" Darren barked, voice cracking. "Answer us." "Don't bother." Joey's voice cut through the stony silence, and I spun around to find him leaning against the doorframe, casually observing the situation. "She can't hear you," he added, tone emotionless, "because she's broken." He looked at Darren square in the eyes and said, "You'll figure that out soon enough." "Joe!" Crying hard, I barreled towards him, not stopping until my face was buried in his chest. His chest that smelt like Johnny because he was still wearing his clothes. Make this stop. This is what you wanted, Darren, Joey said in an eerily calm tone as he wrapped an arm around my shoulders. You wanted her home with us. One big happy family. Tilting his head to one side, he gestured towards our mother and said, I hope we've met your expectations. I half expected Darren to say something defensive, but he didn't. He didn't say a word. Instead, he looked at our mother, who was staring into her coffee-stained mug, and released a ragged breath. Shoving his chair back, he stood up and walked out of the kitchen without so much as a backwards glance. A few seconds later, the sound of the front door slamming filled the air. I threw my hands out and choked out a humorless laugh. I don't know why I'm surprised anymore. Exhaling heavily, Joey released his hold on me and walked into the kitchen, heading straight for the cooker. I watched as he silently went to work, filling a saucepan of water and then pouring the contents of a bag of pasta into it. Setting the saucepan down on the hob, he switched on the heat and flicked on the extractor fan overhead. When he was done, he wiped his hands on the tea towel on the draining board before turning to face our mother. Get up and take a shower, he ordered, tone void of all emotion. I need to feed the boys and they don't need to see you like this. She flinched, but didn't move. Like the million other times I'd watched this exact scenario unfold through the years, Joey walked over to the table, snatched the cigarette from her lips and stubbed it out. He then proceeded to place both the ashtray and coffee cup on the draining board before returning to her side. Get up, he repeated. You stink of smoke and cider. Ma'am dropped her head in her hands and cried. Get up, he said for the third time. Once again, Ma'am made no move to stand. Instead, she snaked a hand out and grabbed his hand, clutching it tightly in both of hers. Joey, she sobbed, clinging to him. Joey. With a resigned sigh, Joey swooped down and gently helped her out of her seat. 1,000 different emotions played across my brother's face as Ma'am leaned heavily on his rigid body, sniffling and sobbing against his chest. Keep an eye on the dinner, Shan, was all Joey said as he guided our mother out of the kitchen and up the old wooden staircase. And here we are, I thought to myself, back to square one. I took a few minutes to compose myself, wiping my eyes and blowing my nose, and then drained the pasta and mixed in the jar of sauce before calling the boys in from the front room. Dinner! Wordlessly, Ollie and Sean ambled over to the table, taking their usual seats. Dishing up their plates, I set them down in front of them with a glass of water each. I waited for them to tuck into their food before turning to face Tig, who was leaning against the fridge with his arms folded across his chest. Are you hungry? I asked, holding a plate out to him. He glared at the pasta in my hands for a long moment before turning round and walking away. Tig's silence spoke volumes, and it matched my feelings. I knew he was furious, so was I, but he was reining it in because we had something back in our house, something that we were both desperate to not push away. Not feeling one morsel of hunger, I sat at the table, in the chair my mother had vacated, and waited for the boys to finish before cleaning off the table and washing the dishes. Numb, I fell into the old age pattern that was my life, as I tidied up after the boys and helped Sean get dressed for bed. All the while, Joey dealt with Ma'am upstairs. I found myself checking both the front and back door over and over again, making sure they were locked, and then panicking when the sound of a car whizzing past outside filled my ears. Breathe, Shannon. You're fine. Everything's going to be okay. A little over an hour later, Joey returned to the kitchen. She's asleep, he stated, moving for the plate of dinner I had set aside for him. I gave her a couple of her volumes. Nodding, I curled my fingers around my cup of tea and blew into the rim, never once taking my eyes off my brother as he heated his plate in the microwave. Joey joined me at the table, where he ate in complete silence. "Are you okay?" I finally asked. "No," he replied quietly, setting his fork down on his empty plate. "Are you?" "No." He looked up at me then. "It's going to be okay, Shan." "Which part?" I whispered. "The Kavanagh part," he replied. I exhaled a shaky breath and shook my head. "No, it won't be." Resting his elbows on the table, Joey drummed his fingers together. "Aoife's pissed with me." My head snapped up. "Since when?" He stared hard at his hands. "Since I fucked everything up." My heart sank. Damn you, Shane Holland. "She loves you," I offered, reaching for his hand. "She'll forgive you, Joe, and you guys will sort it out." He shook his head. "Maybe I don't want her to." I frowned. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I'm a fucking disaster, Shannon." He pushed his hair back with both hands and exhaled brokenly. "And she deserves better." "Are you two broken up?" He shook his head slowly. "No." "Then it's okay," I coaxed, desperate to comfort him. "It will be okay." Joey shrugged. I don't want her to watch me turn into hit." A loud sound floated through the air, startling the both of us and causing Joey to close his mouth. Frowning, I patted my leg that was vibrating for a moment before remembering. His phone. Shaking, I dragged the phone out of my pocket and stared at the screen. It was a text from Ma. "Who owns that?" Joey asked, frowning. "It's Johnny's," I whispered, staring down at the expensive piece of equipment in my hands. "He gave it to me." I looked at my brother. "It's a message from his mother." "Read it." "What?" I gaped at him. "I can't." Joey rolled his eyes. "It's obviously him." "Really?" Joey gave me a knowing look. "Read the fucking message, Shannon." Heart fluttering wildly, I clicked onto the message. "A crazy fucking amount. Kiss." "You're right." I blew out a shaky breath. "It's him." "Told you," Joey replied. "He's not running on you, Shan." "Are you?" I asked, looking at my brother. "Running on Aoife?" Guilt clouded his eyes, but he didn't respond. And just like earlier with Tig, Joey's silence spoke volumes.
24. Pull your balls. Johnny. Lose the pants. 3 words I heard more in the last few months than I cared to remember. Sliding off the bed, I kicked off my shoes and then undid the fly of my grey school trousers before pushing them down. The underwear too. Jaw ticking. I did as I was told and stepped out of my jocks until I stood in the middle of the room, bollocks naked. "Wonderful, Johnny," Dr. Quirk said, shifting her glasses higher on her nose. "Now, climb back onto the bed, please, and lay on your back." With my dignity checked at the door, I swallowed down a groan and flopped down on the bed. For a moment, I debated uncovering my face until it was over, but quickly thought better of it. If they were messing around down there, I needed to see what was happening, damn it. "Very nice," the good doctor stated, and I suppose it wasn't a bad compliment to get. But it was a compliment given to me by a 60-year-old woman while she was cupping my balls in her glove-covered hands. So I kind of took the issue with it. Both sets of stitches have dissolved, and everything seems to be healing beautifully. Beautifully? I snorted, because how the fuck could I not? given my current circumstances. It was either laugh or fucking cry. I had an old lady feeding my ball sack, and another two equally ancient female nurses standing over me, smiling at me in encouragement. One of them actually gave me a thumbs up. Jesus. I was in a bleeding twilight zone when the doctor instructed me to roll onto my side and pull my legs up. I did close my eyes, knowing full well what was coming, and so knowing that there was a good chance I'd never find my dignity again. "Everything is looking positive," Dr. Quirk said when I was fully dressed and sitting in the chair opposite her. "But I have to ask," pulling off her glasses, she twirled them around aimlessly, "why would you risk yourself like you did, Johnny?" I shrugged, feeling uncomfortable. "I don't know. I'd been afraid of losing my spot, of being dismissed. I'd seen it happen to countless players since joining the academy at 15. I knew what happened to boys that didn't quite cut it, and I saw what happened to lads that did make it, but were cut due to injury. It sucked, and I worked my arse off to never be one of those. It was why I had tried to play injured. I was desperate to impress, to stay relevant and on top of their minds. The thought of some younger, uninjured, fresh-groined fucker coming in and stealing my spot was something that kept me up late at night. "I didn't think," I finally replied. "I just did it." "Well," she sighed, "I'm recommending another 7 days of using one crutch rather than two, and refrain from driving for at least another week." "And training?" I asked, knowing it was a long shot. "What's the deal?" Dropping her gaze to the notes on her desk, Dr. Quirk flicked through a few pages, clicking her tongue every few minutes. "The physiotherapy sessions you've been attending," she mused, studying one specific page in my file. "You've had a full week's worth, yes? How have you been doing?" "Unproductive," I bit out, jaw tensing. "I can do more. I'm ready for more, but they're not pushing me." "And you've been swimming every other day," she continued, ignoring my response, "in the hydrotherapy pool?" "Yes," I replied, drumming my fingers against the armrest. "But I need more." "You need to take your recovery slowly," she corrected. "Slow and steady wins the race." Picking up a pen, she scribbled something down on my notes. "Pain relief?" "Unnecessary," I ground out. "I'm fine." "I see," she replied, even though she clearly didn't see a damn thing. "And you've been doing your stretches at home exercises. You've been following the guidelines." Frustrated, I blew out the harsh breath and tried a different approach. "Listen, Doc, I'm going to level with you here. I have an important international campaign in the summer, one I need to be fit for. I'm doing everything you're asking of me. I've done the physio, I've done the resting, I've done the bleeding, everything. So I just need you to cut me some slack. I'm fit, I'm strong." Resting my elbows on the table, I leaned forward and implored her with my eyes to take pity on me. "And I can't wait another month to get back out on the pitch." "You do realise how tremendously strenuous the surgery you have had has been on your lower body?" she asked, blinking back at me through her black-rimmed glasses. "Your body needs time to recover. Your muscles and tendons need time." "Then give me another 2 weeks, and let me back out," I interrupted. "I can do that. I can wait another fortnight. But you've got to help me out here. I need to get back on the pitch, Doc. Johnny, you're not listening, the doctor cut in, tone sharp. You're recovering from 2 surgeries in 2 separate areas of your anatomy. You need to have patience. I don't have time to have patience, I shot back, jaw clenched. What part of that doesn't anyone get? I understand that you're keen to get back to playing, but you need to take caution. He knows, Doctor. My father, who was sitting on a chair in the corner of the room, called out. Patience is a virtue. Dragging his gaze from a stack of paperwork he was sifting through, he turned his gaze on me. Isn't that right, Johnny? I glared at my father, using my eyes to communicate how little I cared about virtues. I was in a pissy mood with him, and in no form for his early morning banter. He knew this, and was still goading me. Lovely. Keep up with the programme, Dr. Quirk said, smiling knowingly at me, and you'll be back on the pitch in no time. That's reassuring, I growled, because I have no time. 4 weeks, she mused. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Nothing except my future, I grumbled, feeling thoroughly defeated. Well, I think we're about done here. Clasping her hands together, she gave me a bright smile. I'll see you next week for your follow-up appointment. Looking forward to it, I drawled sarcastically before turning to my dad. Can we go now? Thank you again for seeing us earlier than normal, Doctor, Dad added, tucking his paperwork into his briefcase. It's his first day back after Easter, and he's hell-bent on getting to school. Dad's tone was laced with humour. Apparently his mother raised an overachiever. That's no problem, Mr. Kavanagh, she replied, smiling knowingly. And Johnny's always a pleasure, but I'm sure he has some pressing engagements to attend to at school. I'm sure he has, Dad agreed with a smirk. Jesus Christ. Standing stiffly, I moved for the door, just about done with the whole bleeding lot of them, when the doctor called out, Oh, before I forget, ejaculation should be fine now, Jonathan. The fuck? I swung around and gaped at her. Come again? The doctor smirked at me. She actually fucking smirked at me, before clearing her throat several times. Was she laughing at me? She looked like she wanted to. The pain you were experiencing shouldn't be an issue anymore, she said instead, giving me a reassuring smile. You're good to go. Huh. I scratched my head, feeling unsure of how to deal with the curveball of humiliation I'd just been thrown. That's, thanks. Do you hear that, son? Dad laughed, slapping a hand on my shoulder. The doctor says you can pull on your balls again. Fuck my life. Do you have everything you need? Dad asked. Less than an hour later, when he pulled the car as close to the front entrance of Toman as physically possible. Your books, your phone, your wallet, my balls, I offered sarcastically. Jesus, Dad. I expected this overbearing shite from Ma, but you? I shook my head and unfastened my seatbelt. It's getting old real fast. I'm overbearing for taking you to your checkup and driving you to school. His tone was laced with humour. Whoa, that's a new one. No, she's overbearing, I shot back. You're just plain whipped for going along with her. She's my wife, he mused. Your mother can whip me in whatever way she wants. Just stop, I strangled out, horrified. You know full well what I'm talking about, I snapped, shoving the car door open. I want my life back, do you hear me? I want you and Ma to get off my back and give me some fucking breathing space. Dad grinned. To be young and hormonal again. I don't know why you're laughing, I hissed. I'm being serious here. This is about Shannon Lynch, Dad said, sobering his features, because your mother and I agree that it's better for you to steer clear of her family. Of course, it was about Shannon Lynch. Everything in my life seemed to be centred around the girl lately. I couldn't get her out of my head, and I couldn't see her, because my parents had gotten the fucked up idea in their heads that they could tell me what to do. Aside from a few measly text messages sent from my mother's phone when her back was turned, and several more unanswered calls. I hadn't spoke to Shannon since last week. 7 days to be exact, and I was going out of my mind. I felt like a bastard just leaving her there and not coming back. But I couldn't exactly walk the 15 miles from my house to hers. I couldn't drive either. And I had lost my Gibbsy privileges for making him take me over there in the first place. In other words, I'd been stuck in my house for the past week, losing my goddamn mind and drowning in concern. The only time I'd been out of the house was for physio and swimming. But that hadn't been productive because I couldn't concentrate on anything other than the girl I left behind. Because you're making decisions for me that aren't your place to make, I argued, dragging myself back to the present. We never said you couldn't see the girl, he said calmly. You're just not allowed to see her over there. It's a joke, I spat, feeling as furious now as I did last week when they sat me down to lay down the law. Her mother might be a head case, but you and Ma are a close second. We're trying to protect our son, he stated calmly. We have your best interests at heart. And your best interests involve keeping a wide berth of that family. Smirking, he added. I'm also trying to keep your mother out of a prison cell. I grimaced at the memory of that horrific fucking turn of events in the Lynch's front garden last week, and how Mam had come to this close to battering Mrs. Lynch. Shannon's mother threw around some shitty threats and called me a few choice names. That was all it took for Mam to morph into Floyd bleeding Mayweather. You know how Mam gets when it comes to you, Dad added. She's a firecracker, son, trust me. Yeah, well, I don't need anyone to protect me, I grumbled. I think you do. You're wrong. Maybe I am, he offered, driving me crazy with his devil's advocate approach to every fucking conversation. But the risk is worth the reward in this circumstance. The risk in this instance was my outrage. And the reward is you staying out of trouble. Jesus Christ. Pissed off, I climbed out of the car and grabbed my school bag. I can make my own decisions. Tossing my bag over my shoulder, I retrieved my crutch. And I will.
25. Back to Tommen. Shannon. Over a week had passed since I last saw Johnny. I honestly didn't blame him for not coming back to my house, because even if, by some divine miracle, he still wanted to see me, I doubted his parents would allow him. Mr. and Mrs. Kavanagh had to hate me now. If my son was hanging around with a girl whose parents were crazy, I would hate me too. I would want my son to stay as far away from me as humanly possible. For the first day, I reread the 4 messages he had sent me until the battery in his phone went dead.
I couldn't charge it because none of us had a compatible phone charger, so I just sat there, thinking about his words until I was blue in the face. I'm not going anywhere. And I meant it. I promise. Kiss. Just text me when you wake up. Let me know you're okay. Kiss. I miss you. Kiss. Can you call me? Can I call you? Are you free to talk? Kiss. It was at that exact moment that the phone started ringing that it died in my hands. The tsunami of devastation that had spread through my chest as I stared at the blank screen and willed it to come back to life was potent. It hadn't turned back on, and I hadn't heard another word from Johnny since. That was 6 days ago. Joey was back at home, though, making me feel a little less alone in that house. He even came with me to my hospital checkup, much to Darren's dismay. The boys were happier, well, more content at least. I presumed they felt the same as I did, safer with Joey around. He had stayed, which was both a blessing and a curse, because the tension emanating from him was almost too much to bear. To be fair, I was emanating some mighty fine tension of my own, all of it directed towards my mother, who I hadn't spoken a single word to since the night Joey helped her to bed. Couldn't stand to look at her, if I was being honest. I had so much hatred and frustration festering inside of me that I didn't trust my mouth when I was around her. Therefore, I avoided her like the plague for everyone's sake. Are you ready for this? Joey asked as he leaned against my bedroom doorframe in his BCS uniform, watching me battle with the lid on a tube of foundation. Shan. Today was the first day back to school after Easter break. I glanced down at my Tommen uniform and shivered, feeling the familiar swell of anxiety creep across my skin, souring my stomach. No. Sighing, I tossed the tube on my bed and then sank down beside it. I am so unbelievably not ready for this. Joey watched me carefully for a long beat before exhaling heavily. Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm scared, I admitted, about what they'll say. I gestured to my face and the poor attempt I'd made to conceal the crusty scar that was still healing over from where Dad had split my cheek against the kitchen table. About this, I chewed on my lip, hesitating, before blurting, and about Dad. My voice was small. They'll all know, Joe. Shan. Shaking his head, Joey walked over to my bed and sank down beside me. They won't say anything. Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on his knees and blew out a harsh breath. Your face has pretty much healed up, and what hasn't healed, you've covered with that war paint. War paint? I arched a brow. It's called makeup, Joe. Expensive makeup. Claire gave it to me. War paint, makeup, whatever. It's all the fucking same to me. He shot back with an unapologetic shrug. Your principal knows about what happened, right? I nodded, knowing Darren and Mam had met with Mr. Toomey over the break. Then you'll be fine, he added, tone reassuring. I promise. I don't know what to say if anyone asks me about Dad, I confessed. What if a teacher asks me? I shook my head, feeling panicked. I felt poisoned, like I was tainted. Going back to school, knowing that there were people that knew about what had happened, was a terrifying concept. It was common knowledge around Ballylagan, and I was freaking out. I have no clue how to handle this. You handle this with the truth, Joey shot back sternly, or you just tell them to fuck off and mind their business if you don't want to talk about it, but you don't lie anymore, Shan. You got that? You don't cover for that piece of shit a minute longer because you've done nothing wrong. Straightening his spine, he added, and if any one of those fuckers opens their mouths and gives you shit, I'll come down there and sort it. The truth's hard, I admitted quietly. My brother nodded stiffly. Especially when you've been programmed to forget it. I thought about his words for a moment. Hey, Joe? Yeah, Shan? What are you going to say if someone asks you? I'm going to tell them to fuck off and mind their business. I sighed. I wish I could do that. Do what? Be brave, I whispered, feeling wistful. You already are. He turned to look at me then, green eyes full of pain. So fucking brave. Don't feel like it, I mumbled with a shaky breath. I just feel like running. Do you want to? His tone was hopeful and a little desperate. We get on a bus right now and just go. My heart skipped a beat in my chest, and I had to fight down the surge of unease rising up inside of me. When you say go, I kept my eyes on his, gauging his reaction. You mean for the day, right? Joey didn't reply right away. Instead, he just sat there staring back at me. Joe? I whispered, heart racing hard now. That's what you meant, right? He forced a smile that didn't quite meet his eyes. I hadn't seen one of those in a very long time. Of course. Don't leave me, I strangled out, clutching his school jumper in my hand. You can't go away again. I'm here, aren't I? He replied, tone strained. What about Aoife? I asked, clinging to the one thing I knew could keep him close. What's happening there? She's a reason to stay. We're fine. And Shane Holland and his friends? My heart buckled wildly. You're not going to... No, he said, tone harder now. I'm not. I don't believe you. Joey, your girlfriend's waiting outside in the car for you. Darren's voice filled my ears, and I looked up to find him standing in the doorway, shrugging on a jacket. You better get a move on, or you'll make her late too. Without saying another word, Joey stood up and stalked out of my room, roughly brushing Darren aside as he went. Good morning to you too, Darren grumbled. I'll see you later, Shan, Joey called back as he disappeared inside his bedroom, returning a moment later with his schoolbag slung over his shoulder and his helmet and hurley in his hand. Chin up, kid. Joey, Darren began to say, can we not do the wounded boy act today and just be civilized? Eat shit. Joey sneered, holding his middle finger up as he thundered down the staircase. Lovely, Darren muttered, rubbing his jaw. He's pleasant in the mornings. Depends on the company, I reminded him, tone petulant. He was pleasant to me. Jesus, not you too, Darren grumbled. I can't handle 2 hormone-ridden teenagers this early in the morning. Then go back to your life. Where's Mom? I asked instead. Work? No. Are you ready? He asked. The boys are waiting in the car. You don't have to drive me, I stated, eyeing the set of car keys dangling from Darren's fingers. I can get the bus. Come on, Shannon, he groaned. Cut me some slack here. It's my first day on the school run. I'm just saying that I could get the bus like I usually do. Yeah, well, sue me for not wanting my sister standing around a bus stop at 6 o'clock in the morning when the drunks are lurking around, he replied. I'll be driving you to and from school from now on. Because of Johnny, I pushed, jutting my chin out defiantly. Because you and Mam don't want me catching spins off him. No, Shannon, because our father is out there, and if he's on a bender, you're the first person he'll go looking for. Darren snapped, and I flinched. Thanks for the reminder. I'm sorry, he said, tone calmer now. I'm not trying to upset you.
But I need you to be aware. I need you to remember. Yeah, well, just so you're aware, I've never had a problem with any of the drunks at the bus stop. I swiped my school bag off the floor and gingerly slipped it over my shoulder before brushing past him. Just the drunks in this house. Jesus, Darren groaned, trailing after me. I'm drowning in mood swings.